I'm Dokja. I usually introduced myself to people like this, then the following misunderstanding would occur. Oh, are you an only child? I am, but that isn't what I mean. Huh. Then. My name is Dokja. Kim Dokja. Kim Dokja, Kim highly respected only son, my father gave me that name to be a strong man by myself. However, thanks to the name my father gave me, I turned out to be just a normal single and lonely man. In short, it was like this. I was Kim Dokja, 28 years old, and single. My hobby was reading web novels on the subway. Then I'll go on my smartphone. In a noisy subway, I raised my head reflexively. A pair of curious eyes were staring straight at me. They belonged to an employee from the Human Resources team, Usanga. Ah, hello. Are you going home from work? Yes. What about Usanga SSI? I was lucky. The manager went on a business trip today. Usanga sat down soon as the seat next to me became vacant. A subtle scent came from her shoulders, making me nervous. Do you normally take the subway? That, Usanga made a dark expression. Come to think of it, this was the first time I'd met Usanga on a subway train. Starting with personnel manager Kong to finance manager Han. There were rumors that Usanga had men from the company driving her home every workday. Yet unexpected words came from Usanga's mouth, someone stole my bicycle. Bicycle. You commute by bike. Yes. I have a lot of overtime these days and seem to be lacking exercise. It is a bit annoying, but it is worth doing. Aha, I see. Usanga smiled. Looking closer at her, I could understand the feelings men held toward her. However, it was none of my business. Every person had a genre of life, and Usanga was someone who lived a genre different from myself. After the awkward conversation, we looked at our phones. I opened up the novel app one was reading on before while Usanga. What was this? Por favor dinero. Huh. Spanish. I see. What does it mean? Please give me some money, Usanga replied proudly. Studying on the subway while going home. She truly had a genre different from me. However, what was the use of memorizing words? You're working hard. By the way, what is Dokja SSI looking at? Usanga's gaze was fixed on the LCD screen of my smartphone. Is it a novel? Yes, well. I am studying Korean. Wow, I also like novels. I haven't been able to read lately because I don't have time. It was surprising. Usanga liked reading novels. Murakami Haruki, Raymond Carver, Hong Kong. I thought so. Dokja SSI, what writers do you like? You won't know even if I say their names. I've read a lot of novels. Who are the authors? At this time, it was really hard to say that I read web novels as a hobby. I glanced at the title of the novel in the app. The World After the Fall. Author, Sing Shangshong, TL. The author uses the name of his previous novel and his author name, but with slight changes. I decided to go with the actual novel translation name. I couldn't say that I was reading The World After the Fall by Sing Shangshong. It is just a fantasy novel. That. Well, like The Lord of the Rings. Usanga's eyes widened. Aha. Lord of the Rings. I've seen the movie. The movie is good. The silence continued for a moment. Usanga was looking at me like she was waiting for me to say something. Our conversation was becoming strained. So, I decided to change the topic. It has been a year since I joined the company. This is my last year. Time moves really fast. Yes. At that time, we both knew nothing, right? That's right. It seems like just yesterday, but the contract period is already over. I realized that I'd said something wrong when I saw Usanga's expression. I had forgotten. Usanga received credit for a foreign buyer last month and was already promoted to a full-time employee. Ah, right. My congratulations are late. I'm sorry. I should have worked hard to study a foreign language. Ah, no Dokja SSI. There is still the performance review and... I hated to admit it, but the sight of Usanga talking was wonderful. It was like the world spotlight was shining down on only one person. If this world was a novel, the protagonist would be such a person. In fact, it was the inevitable result. I hadn't tried, but Usanga made an effort. I just read novels on the internet, while Usanga studied hard. It was natural that Usanga would become a full-time employee, and that my contract would be terminated. That. Dokja SSI. Yes. If you don't mind. Would you like to know the app one use? Usanga's voice momentarily became distant. It felt like the world was far away. I braced my mind and stared straight ahead. A boy was sitting in the seat opposite me on the train. He was 10 years old or so. The boy held an insect collecting net as he sat next to his mother, laughing happily. Dokja. What if I had a different life from now? I mean, what if my life genre was different? Kim Dok. If the genre of my life wasn't realism, but fantasy. Could I be the protagonist? I didn't know. It would probably be unknown forever. However, there was one thing I knew. It is okay, Usanga SSI. It won't work even if you tell me the app. The genre of my life was obviously realism. Dokja has a solo life. What? I am just someone like that. In this genre, I wasn't a protagonist but a solo person. The life of a solo, Usanga had a serious expression on her face. However, I waved my hands to show it was really okay. I didn't know why, but this person was really worried about me. Maybe because she was part of the personnel department. I was already aware of my performance though. Dokja SSI is really good. Yes. Then I will live an ivory life. Sanga equals ivory. Usanga seemed to have decided something as she turned back to studying Spanish. I gazed at her for a while before returning to the novel. Everything had returned to normal, but strangely, my scrolling of the novel didn't go well. Maybe it was because I realized the weight of reality that I couldn't scroll down. At that time, a notification appeared at the top of my smartphone. You have one new mail. It was from the author of Ways of Survival. I opened the mail. Reader Nim, my novel will become paid from 7 p.m. This will be helpful. Good luck. One attachment. The author said he would give me a gift. What was the gift? Like my name, I was also a reader by nature. So, I was excited to receive the mail. Yes, it wasn't bad living as a reader. I checked the time. It was 6:55 p.m. I had exactly 5 minutes before the novel became monetized at 7 p.m. Then I opened up my list of preferred novels in the app. Since I was the only reader, I should leave a congratulatory comment and give strength to the author. However, the work doesn't exist. I tried typing "ruined" several times in the search box, but the result was the same. The bulletin board for Ways of Survival had disappeared without a trace. It was strange. Had there ever been a case of a novel being deleted without notification when it was going to be monetized? At that moment, the subway lights turned off, and the inside of the train became dark. The subway train shook loudly and let out a metallic sound. It caused Usanga to scream and grab my arm. Then I heard the sound of other people getting stirred up. Usanga gripped my arm so tightly that I paid more attention to the pain in my left arm than the sudden stop. It took a dozen seconds for the train to stop fully. Then I heard confused voices coming from everywhere. What? What is this? In the dark, 1 or 2 smartphone lights turned on. Usanga still held my left arm tightly as she asked, what is going on? I pretended to be unconcerned. Don't worry. It isn't a big deal. Is that so? Yes, it is probably a disturbance from a suicide. The engineer will soon make an announcement. As I finished speaking, I heard the engineer's announcement, telling all passengers on the train, telling all passengers on the train. The loud surroundings became calm. I sighed and opened my mouth. See, it isn't a big deal. Now an apology will air, and the power will come back on. Everyone run away, run. What? There was a beeping sound, and the broadcast turned off. The inside of the train became a mess. Dokja. What is this? A bright light flashed from the front of the subway train. There was a loud drumming sound followed by a pop. Something was heading this way in the darkness. It was just a coincidence that I saw the clock at this moment, 7 p.m. Tick, it felt like the world was stopping. Then I heard a voice. The free service of Planetary System 8612 has been terminated. The main scenario has started. This was the moment the genre of my life changed. I didn't know why, but that sentence suddenly popped up in my head. The stopped subway train, the dark room. These details gave me a sense of déjà vu. The subway had stopped before, but it was rare. Even so, why? I remembered the familiar words from a novel, but it was ridiculous. Wasn't it impossible? At this moment, the door of car 3807 opened wide, and the electricity returned. Usanga muttered by my side, Dakibi. My head was ringing. I trembled uneasily as the novel I knew and the reality before me overlapped. With two small horns and wearing a small straw mat, the strange and fluffy creature was floating in the air. It was too strange to call it a fairy, too evil to call it an angel, and too tranquil to call it a demon. Thus, it was called a Dakibi. And I already knew the first thing the Dakibi would say. And hashtag at, and hashtag at. And hashtag at, and hashtag at. Fiction and reality overlapped precisely. What is this? Augmented reality? Amidst the chattering people, I was thrown into another world alone. This was unmistakably a Dakibi, the very Dakibi that opened the door to tragedy for thousands of lives in ways of survival. It was Usanga's voice that broke me out of my thoughts. It sounds vaguely like Spanish. Should I talk to it? I was a bit taken aback and asked, do you know what that is? Will you ask it for money? No, but. It was at this time that I heard the correct pronunciation of Korean. Ah. Ah. Does this sound good? Ah, I had a hard time because the Korean patch didn't work. Everyone, can you hear my words? As a familiar language was being spoken, I could see people's expressions relax. Then the first one to step up was a big man in a suit. Hey, what are you doing right now? Huh? Are you filming? I have to go because I have to quickly get to an audition. He seemed to be an obscure actor since his face was unfamiliar. If I were a casting director, I would have picked him out for his brimming ambition. Unfortunately, the presence before him right now wasn't a director. Ah, auditions. That's right. This is also an audition. Huh, there was a shortage of data. I just entered when it was monetized at 7 p.m. What? What are you talking about? Now. All of you, relax in your seats and listen to me. From now on, I will tell you something very important. My chest was becoming stuffy. What? Quickly get off the train. Somebody call the captain. What are they doing without the cooperation of the citizens? Mother, what is that? A cartoon? There was no doubt about it. This was the development I knew. I didn't want to be mixed up in this, but there was no way. The people present wouldn't listen to the small and cute-looking CG creature. The only thing I could do was stop Usanga, who was trying to get up from her seat. Usanga SSI, it is dangerous, so stay here. Huh? Yusanga's eyes widened. I spoke during a moment of bewilderment, but there was no way to explain what I understood. To be exact, I didn't have to explain. Huh, you are really loud. There was a presence with a stronger persuasive power than anyone else right now. I told you to be quiet. I closed my eyes slowly as the Dokibi's eyes turned red. Something burst, and the subway became silent. There was a big hole in the forehead of the unknown actor who had to go to the audition. The man who had spoken several times collapsed on the spot. This isn't a movie shoot. There was a cracking sound once again. This time, it was the person talking about the captain. It isn't a dream. It isn't a novel either. 1, 2. Blood sprayed into the air as the heads of some people started to burst. They were all the people who had protested against the Dokibi, as well as the ones who screamed or went wild. Those who caused the slightest fuss had a hole in their heads. Suddenly, the subway became a bloodbath. This isn't the reality that you know. Do you understand? So everyone shut up and listen to me. More than half the people present here died. Blood and body pieces filled the subway. Now, the people didn't scream. Like primitive apes in front of a powerful predator, everyone just watched the Dokibi with terror. I was surprised and held tightly onto the shoulder of Yusanga, who was hiccuping. This was real. The strange message which entered my ears, the Dokibi had appeared in front of me, and the train car that had become a bloodbath. Everyone, your lives have been nice so far. Isn't that right? By the special needs seating, an elderly grandmother met the eyes of the Dokibi. You have been living too long for free. Isn't life too generous? You were born and paid no price for breathing, eating, pooping and breeding. Ha! You really live in a good world. Free. No one in the subway lived for free. The people strived to make money in order to survive, and they rode the subway on the way home from work. Yet at this moment, no one disputed the Dokibi's words. But now the good days are over. How long can you continue living for free? If you want to enjoy happiness, it is common sense to pay a price. Isn't that right? The gasping people couldn't answer. Then at that time, someone carefully raised their hand. Do you want money? I wondered what type of person could speak in the middle of this situation, but surprisingly, I knew his face. Yusanga SSI. Isn't that department head Han of the finance team? Right. There was no doubt. He was a typical parachute in the company and the number one person newcomers avoided. Parachute, a person who relies on their connections, it was Han Myungo, department head of the finance team. Why was that man riding the subway? I will give you money. Take it. Please note that I am a person like this. Department head Han pulled out his business card as people cheered him on. It was the atmosphere of a savior fighting against terrorists. How much do you want? A big one? Or two? He was offering a sum that was overly large for a department head of a subsidiary company. There was a rumor that Han Myungo was the youngest son of the leader of the affiliate company, and now I thought it might be true. I couldn't carry that many checks in my wallet. You are giving me money. That's right. The cash I have right now isn't much, but I can give you anything if you let me out of here. Money, good. A plant fiber that many humans mutually agree on. The department head's expression brightened. It was an, indeed, money is everything expression. How pitiful. Now, this is all I have. It only applies in your time and space. Ha! At the next moment, flames appeared in the air, and the checks in the department head's hands burned up. Department head Han let out a scream. That paper has no value in the macrocosm world. If you do this one more time, I will blow away your head. Fear once again spread on the faces of the people present. It was easy to read what they were thinking because it was just like the novel. What the hell will happen now? Only I knew what was going to happen in the future. Phew, the debt is piling up during the time when you are noisy. Well, yes. Rather than explain it 100 times, isn't it quicker for you to make money yourself? The Dokibi's horns rose like they were antennas, and its body floated to the ceiling of the train. A moment later, a message rang out. BI 7623 channel is open. The constellations have entered. A small window emerged in front of everyone's blank eyes. The main scenario has arrived. Main Scenario 1, Proof of Value. Category, Main. Difficulty, F. Clear conditions, kill one or more living things. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 300 coins. Failure, death. The Dokibi smiled faintly as it became transparent and disappeared into the next space. People reacted differently after the Dokibi disappeared. Some people tried to get out of the train while others called the police. Usanga belonged to the latter group. Police, the police aren't answering. What should I? Calm down, Usanga SSI, I said, staring straight into Usanga's unfocused eyes. Usanga SSI. Have you ever played the game that the development team made? A game where the world is destroyed and only a few people survive. Huh. What are you say? Think about it. We are in a game right now. Usanga silently licked her lips. Game. It is simple. Don't hesitate to do as I tell you. Understood? You understood. What should I do? Stay still. Finally, I slowly controlled my breathing. I too needed time to properly accept all of this. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. The descriptions that existed only in the novel were now unfolding right before my eyes. The Dokibi stretched out its antenna. The bodies scattered like trash in the carriage. The bloodied office worker shaking. An old lady groaning in her seat. I watched every scene intently. It was like Neo in the Matrix, who suspected reality. Observing, questioning, and then eventually being convinced. I had to admit it. I didn't know the reason why, but there were no doubts about it. Ways of survival had become a reality. Let me think. How should I survive in this new world? Come on, everybody. Everybody calm down. Start breathing calmly. Someone stepped forward exactly 5 minutes after the Dokibi disappeared. He was a sturdy man with short cut hair, 1 head taller than the average height. Are you calm yet? Please stop your actions and pay attention to me for a moment. The people sobbing or making calls stopped. Once everyone's eyes were gathered on him, the big man opened his mouth again. As you know, in the event of a national disaster, small disturbances can cause large human casualties. That's why I will now control the situation. What? Who are you? A national disaster situation? What are you saying? Some people belatedly recovered and strongly resisted the world control. Then the young man pulled a government official card out of his wallet. I am currently an army lieutenant serving in the 6502 unit. Some people's faces became relieved. A soldier, he is a soldier. However, it was too early to be relieved. I just received a message from my unit. People gathered in front of the soldier's smartphone. I was able to read the contents without difficulty because I was near it. A level 1 national disaster situation has occurred, all troops gather quickly. I could hear gulps all around me. It was a national disaster situation. I wasn't surprised because I had already expected this. In fact, I was surprised because of something else. Army Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung. That Lee Hyun-sung was this man. I knew who he was. It was the first time actually seeing his face, but his name was clear in my head. He was one of the main supporting actors of Ways of Survival. Steel Sword Lee Hyun-sung. A character from the novel had appeared. Now I really had to acknowledge the situation. Soldier Nim. What is happening? I have been trying to contact my unit, but... The Blue House. What is the Blue House doing? Please contact the President quickly. I'm sorry. I am just an ordinary soldier and don't have a hotline to the Blue House. Then why are you taking control? For the sake of the safety of all citizens. As Lee Hyun-sung calmly responded to the absurd questions, I realized that the descriptions in the novel weren't wrong. However, did Lee Hyun-sung originally appear like this? While thinking about these complicated questions, I had a strange hunch. As the only reader of Ways of Survival, I could assure you that Lee Hyun-sung's first appearance wasn't like this. The point at which he appeared in the novel was at the end of the first scenario. Then what was this situation? My mind became confused. I would know more clearly if I could read Ways of Survival once again. The Prime Minister is making a speech. It is really a level 1 disaster. Everyone turned on their smartphones at someone's cry. Yusanga turned her screen toward me. Dokja SSI, look at this. There was no need to enter a search term. It was because the first result for all portal sites was, Prime Minister's speech. Of course, I already knew the content of the video. To all my fellow citizens, unidentified terrorists are currently active in an unspecified number of areas, including Seoul. The contents of the speech were simple. The current government would mobilize all means and methods to fight the terrorists, and there would never be any negotiations. Thus, everyone should confidently continue with their lives. I hadn't thought much of it when I read the novel, but now I was a bit shocked when hearing those words. Terrorism. Yes, that would be more comfortable. But where is the president? Why is the Prime Minister making the speech? The president has already been hit. What? Really? I'm not sure. A neighbor comment. Shit, then it is fake. Of course, I knew it wasn't a fake comment. Yuaak. What? People dropped their phones as gunshots were heard from all over. It originated from their smartphones. Chiik, there was a loud sound, and blood filled the screen. After a moment, people held their breaths as they realized what had happened. Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had died. His head had exploded in real time. There were several more sounds like gunfire before the screen became silent. The next thing that appeared on the screen was a Dokja. Everyone, I've told you already. This isn't a game like terrorism. People were at a loss for words as their mouths gaped open like dumb goldfish. Do you still not understand? This won't do. Do you still feel like this is a game? It felt so ominous because his tone was so relaxed. Subconsciously, I made a fist using all my strength. According to the data, the people of this country are very good at games. So, why don't I try raising the difficulty? Beep. A huge timer appeared in the air. At the same time, it started decreasing rapidly. The remaining time has been decreased by 10 minutes. There are 10 minutes remaining. If the first killing doesn't occur within the next 5 minutes, all lives in that carriage will be wiped out. What is this? Is it a joke? Didn't you hear the message just now? Hey, didn't you hear it? Soldier Nim. What do we do now? Why isn't the police coming? Everyone, calm down and listen to me. The words of the Dokja caused the situation in the carriage to become so severe that Lee Hyun-sung couldn't fix it. I could feel Yusanga gripping my collar tightly. Still, I couldn't shake off the incongruity of this situation. Lee Hyun-sung, a supporting character, had already appeared. So, why hadn't he emerged? According to what I knew, I should have seen him by now. There is a murder back there. A scene from the 3907 train car could be seen through the aisle window. The complexion of the killer in that carriage was white. We have to keep them out. Don't let anyone in. People held tightly to the iron door, but it wasn't necessary. The enemy wasn't there in the first place. All types of access to the carriage will be restricted until the scenario is complete. Along with this message, people were thrown back from the iron door like they had hit a transparent barrier. What is this? Once again, the voice of the Dokja rang out, there are some places that are quite fun while other places haven't started yet. Okay, this is a special service. I will show you what will happen if nothing occurs in the next 5 minutes. A giant screen appeared in the subway. The place that appeared on the screen was a classroom. Girls in their navy blue school uniform were shaking. A boy bit his fingernails and muttered, "Is that the school uniform of Daepong?" Beep 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 beep. An ominous beeping sound was heard. Then the high school girls started to scream. The given time has run out. Paid settlement will begin. Once the announcement ended, the heads of the high school girls sitting in the front row exploded. One by one again. More and more heads exploded. The high school girls screamed and ran toward the classroom doors or windows. How? Cleaning tools broke and nails were torn out, but the doors didn't open. No one could get out. Pyong. The heads of the high school girls continued to burst. Then a high school girl strangled her friend, who died with a groan. After a while, the only thing that remained on the screen was the last schoolgirl looking around. #Bay23515 channel. Daepong Girls High School, Year 2 Class B Survivor, Lee Jaihai. The figure of the girl on the screen disappeared. Then the Dokja asked, "How is it?" "Interesting." The Dokja spoke with a smile, but people weren't looking at the screen anymore. The people who made eye contact were gradually moving away from each other. Shit. What is this? Even Usanga released her hold on me. However, she didn't move away from me. Both my hands were freed, and I turned on my smartphone. Why was that guy still not showing up? There was a mixture of information that I knew from the novel and information that I didn't know. The only way to break through this situation was to read Laws of Survival again. However, where else could I find the novel? The novel wasn't popular enough to be shared illegally. No, wait a minute. One attachment. I was stunned for a moment as I saw the notification on my smartphone. Perhaps. No. I was confused the moment I opened the mail attachment. The name of the attachment sent by the author was 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World.txt. Laughter emerged. I had to clear my eyes and look again to see if it was a lie. The file extension was txt. Then this person. The gift he sent me was a copy of his novel. You have obtained an exclusive attribute. The exclusive skill slot has been activated. I heard a message in my ear after running the file. It wasn't surprising if the world had changed into Ways of Survival. All survivors of Ways of Survival had exclusive attribute and skills. I quietly said, "Attribute window," in my mind. I needed to know the attribute that I received. You can't activate the attribute window. What? I once again tried to call out attribute window, but the result was the same. It was absurd. There was something like this. If I couldn't use the attributes window, I couldn't know what attributes or skills I have. Knowing oneself and one's enemies meant being invincible. But this was a situation where I didn't even know myself, let alone the enemy. After staring into space for a while, I gave up and decided to read the text that the author gave me. Your reading speed has increased due to the effect of the exclusive attribute. I didn't know what the attribute as, but it took me less than a minute to read the first act of Ways of Survival thanks to the attribute effect. I found it. The place where my finger stopped was the beginning of the work, where the main character was doing some action in the train scene. He saw people gathered at the back door of the 3707 carriage. The wheel of the tightly held lighter was cold. In this life, he absolutely couldn't make a mistake. He would use any means for his purpose. The expression of fear on the people's faces. He didn't feel any guilt. Everything was fleeting. He looked at the people with merciless eyes. After a while, his fingertips moved and fire rose. Then it all started. A chill went down my spine and I had to read the passage again and again. The reason for my discomfort was soon revealed. 3707. I reflexively checked the number of the carriage I was riding. 3807. The carriage I was on right now was behind the carriage that the protagonist was riding. My hands faintly shook. Wait a minute. How many people originally survived this carriage? He looked through the blurred window at the 3807 carriage. It was already too late. It was inevitable. Anyway, only 2 people survived in that carriage. Only 2 survived. It meant that everyone died except for 2 people. And I already knew who those 2 people were. I raised my head and looked blankly at Usanga. Maybe this woman would die. Me as well. Dokja SSI, shouldn't we stop this? Something was starting in the place where Usanga pointed. It was groaning. A young man was crouching down in front of the elderly woman. Shit, I'm in a bad mood and this old lady keeps whining and groaning. Won't you shut up? The young man was a male student who had been leaning against the entrance. He was thin and had dyed white hair. His name was written on the badge attached to his uniform. Kim Namwon. It was a name that I knew. Only Lee Hyun-sung and Kim Namwon survived in that carriage. It doesn't matter. They are the only 2 I need anyway. Didn't I tell you to shut up? The agitated Kim Namwon grabbed the grandmother's collar. The grandmother's powerless leg staggered. Kim Namwon's palm moved through the air. Slap. Slap. In normal times, somebody would run to stop this. But now nobody was moving. It wasn't long before the slaps changed to punches. Save me. Save me. I could hear the sound of a hard fist hitting flesh. Some of the men around Kim Namwon hesitated but none of them wanted to go forward. Surprisingly, the first person to act was Han Myung-go. Young me, treating an elder like this. However, all he got in reply was a voice mixed with scorn. Mister, do you want to die? What? You still don't understand the situation. What bullshit is this brat saying? Kim Namwon only laughed at the cursing Han Myung-go. He pointed to the ceiling of the subway carriage with his finger. Can't you see that? On the ceiling, a holographic screen was playing. Spare me. Die. Die. It wasn't just train carriages or Daepong High School. It was a live video of people dying all over the country. Kim Namwon continued speaking. You still don't understand. The army isn't coming to rescue us. And somebody must die. What are you saying? We have to choose a person to die. Han Myung-go wasn't able to answer. The hairs of his exposed wrist were standing up. Of course, I know what you are thinking. You have to kill your fellow countrymen to live. It is something only sons of bitches will do. But you know, it is a force beyond our control. Beyond our control. We will die if we don't kill. Who will blame us? Are you going to die in the end because of your morals? That. Think carefully. The world you have known so far has just ended. Han Myung-go's shoulders trembled. It wasn't only Han Myung-go. Cracks were showing in people's eyes. It was a scene where the vague morality was collapsing. Kim Namwon put a wedge in that crack. A new world requires new laws. Kim Namwon. A young man who adapted to the world of ways of survival the fastest. Kim Namwon turned around and resumed punching the grandmother. This time, nobody stopped him. Han Myung-go, the other men. Even Lee Hyun-sung. The soldier's fists were trembling as he stared into the air with a lost expression. Maybe he had also made a decision. Sigh. It is hard to kill. Are you doing to just watch? Do you want to fall behind? People trembled at Kim Namwon's words. Their facial expressions were as easy to read as the sentences in a cheap novel. If there is no killing in 5 minutes, everyone in this carriage will die. People's eyes were changing. If the grandmother doesn't die, we will die in 5 minutes. The most primitive eyes that a living creature could have. Yes. This bastard is right. If we don't do this, everyone will die. The first man rushed towards Kim Namwon. He kicked at the old lady who had collapsed and was curled up. Have you forgotten? Someone must die. So we can live. Ah fuck. I don't know. The second and third. The people standing aloof from the grandmother. The cowardly men who had been lingering. The university student filming this with their phone. The mother of the child and Han Myung-go. They all lynched the grandmother, aiming for her death. Die. Die quickly. They were like guards cooperating for the death penalty. Like the guards pulling the lever at the same time so they couldn't tell who killed the prisoner, these people passively kicked and punched the grandmother. And I was watching all of this. I was standing by, like someone watching what happened in another world. The grandmother whose name I didn't know was someone who wasn't meant to live. In the original scenario, the grandmother died. So. It wasn't a sin to observe that death. At that moment, Yu Sanga got up. You will be killed. I reflexively grabbed her. I told you not to move. The arm I was holding was shaking. Yu Sanga made tight fists in an attempt to hide her trembling. I know. Yu Sanga SSI will die if you go now. Yu Sanga's eyes were shaking with fear. Even so. I realized it. Despite the genre of the story changing, some people still shone brightly. Yu Sanga SSI. Sit down. However, the person who could change this story wasn't Yu Sanga. Yu Sanga wasn't the protagonist of this world. Huh. But. Do as I say, just this once. I won't interfere after that. After forcibly putting Yu Sanga back in her seat, I took a deep breath and turned around. I straightened my back and shook as I breathed out. I slowly loosened my ankles and wrist. In fact, it was a little early to come forward. This wasn't my plan originally. Dokja SSI. I didn't answer her call as I looked at the people. The people intent on assaulting the grandmother. I wasn't still because I was afraid or Kim Namwon and the people, nor did I consent to their inhumanity. I was just waiting. It was for the moment I had to move. Thus. Kwang. Right now. Ack. What? An explosion filled my ears and the train shook. People cried out. Smoke rose from the front right corner of this carriage. It had started. He had moved. I kicked off from the ground as hard as I could with my right foot. I passed by the people screaming and sitting down towards the grandmother. What? Eok. Kim Namwon collided with me and fell to the ground with a scream. At first glance, it seemed like I was saving the grandmother, but that wasn't what I was aiming for. Where was it? I looked around quickly. Somebody had fallen towards the grandmother due to the explosion. It was a kid crying in the middle of this hell. The kid who was holding the insect collecting net before. Excuse me a moment. I took the net from the child. Once I put my hand into the net, the chitin of a grasshopper reached my fingertips. I took one out and placed it in the kid's hands. Then I turned towards the people. Everybody stop. You can't live if you kill the grandmother. My voice was surprisingly clear due to the temporary silence after the explosion. One by one, people started looking at me. Let's say you kill the grandmother. What next? Their surprised faces looked good. Let me tell you a bit more. The grandmother's death will be recognized for what the Dakibi calls the first murder, and some time will be bought. Then what next? Ah. If what the Dakibi says is true, you each have to kill one thing. So who will you kill after the grandmother? Will you kill the person next to you? The people who thought about something retreated from each other. Horror was in their eyes. In fact, everyone knew. The grandmother was just the beginning. Kim Namwon noticed the shaky atmosphere. What are you all worried about? Then kill him next. Cowards. Don't worry about your turn in advance. The odds are equal. I figured that Kim Namwon would say something like this. I cut him off with a slight wave of my hand. There is no need to gamble like that. There is a way for you to survive, even if you don't become a killer. What? What is it? The people became greatly agitated. Kim Namwon's expression distorted. Have you forgotten? The scenario clear condition wasn't to kill a person. Most people were still puzzled, but a few people noticed something. Kill one or more living things. That's right. From the beginning, the word person was never specified in the contents of the scenario. Kill one or more living things. In other words, any life was possible. A quick-witted person shouted at the collection net in my hand. Insect. Insects. The grasshoppers were jumping in the collection net. People's eyes were shining. I nodded. That's right, the insects. I put my hand into the net and took out a grasshopper. It was a chubby one that I saw earlier. Give that to me. Quickly. One only. I just need one. I stepped back slowly as I looked at the approaching people. I was now facing the explosive madness that tried to kill the grandmother. Yet a smile emerged. Why? Even in this breathtaking tension, why was my heart beating with joy? Would you like it? I waved the net like a trainer provoking an animal. Several impatient people leapt towards me. Then catch them. I smashed the grasshopper in my hand. You have achieved the first kill achievement. 100 coins have been earned as additional compensation. At the same time, I threw the net in my other hand as hard as possible. It was towards the opposite side of the area where the grandmother and the crowd was gathered. This is crazy. The insects were released and jumped as hard as they could for freedom. People panicked as they saw the insects running around the carriage. Hey! Why would you do such a tea? While some people were staring blankly, the quick-witted pushed toward me. You son of a bitch. You better find them soon. There are only 3 minutes left. These words were a signal as people started to look everywhere among the subway seats like beasts who had lost their minds. I got it. Ach. The joy of those fortunate enough to obtain an insect, as well as the malicious attacks on them, caused the carriage to become chaotic. Hey, why did you do that? Couldn't you have just given them the insects? Looking back, I saw Kim Namwon raising his body. I responded cautiously to Kim Namwon, who was stretching his neck. There are 12 people remaining. There were 3 insects left in the collecting net. Kim Namwon frowned for a moment before smiling broadly. 12-3. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Not all of them can survive anyway. So you threw that thing? Yes. Don't make me laugh. A person with common sense wouldn't do such a thing for that reason. Kim Namwon's smile widened. Tell me honestly. You just wanted to see this scene, didn't you? I recalled the Kim Namwon that I knew from Ways of Survival. At this moment, I heard a message in my ears: exclusive skill, character list is activated. Next, a window opened in front of my eyes. I still didn't know exactly what my attribute was, but I looked at the window in front of me. Character information. Name, Kim Namwon. Age, 19. Constellation support, none. 2 constellations are currently showing interest in this person. Private attribute, Chunibyu, general. Exclusive skills, unusual adaptability LV, 3, knife fighting LV, 1, blackening LV, 1. Overall stats, stamina LV, 3, Strength LV, 4, Agility LV, 6, Magic Power LV, 4. Overall rating, a Chinibyu who was blackened by a special occasion. It is recommended that you don't get involved with him. Most of the Chinibyu that appeared in Ways of Survival committed suicide because they couldn't endure the nightmare that had become real. However, the Chinibyu before me, Kim Namwon, was different. He was the delusion demon, Kim Namwon. The young man, who later became known by this nickname, wasn't an ordinary Chuyuni. This young man had been waiting for the destruction of the world for a long time and adapted to this world at an unusual speed. Team up with me. How about it? That young man was now making an offer to me. The character, Kim Namwon, has a favorable impression of you. Your understanding of the character, Kim Namwon, has increased. My immediate survival was guaranteed if I held hands with Kim Namwon. If I hadn't read Ways of Survival, my choice might have been a little different. I'm sorry, but I like to be alone. Really? It is regrettable. Kim Namwon licked his lips lightly and stood close to me. Then can you step aside? I have something to do with that old lady behind you. Hearing his words, I looked back to see that the bleeding and collapsed grandmother was barely breathing. What do you want? Do you have to ask? You aren't catching the insects. Insects? Why would I catch that? Kim Namwon laughed. I already have a caught insect in front of me. I could feel Kim Namwon's murderous spirit. The character that had only existed in the novel was facing me with vivid madness. Therefore, I felt a little bit in awe. Kim Namwon was really the person I had imagined. The character, Kim Namwon, has a slight decrease in favorability. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to move aside quickly? It is tough. What? I won't move aside. Are you now going to imitate the Apostle of Justice? Do you have multiple personalities? I didn't answer. A dark shadow slowly crept onto Kim Namwon's face, and his shining eyes were becoming cold. No, wait a minute. Did you throw the net over there to do this from the beginning? Really? You want to save the grandmother? Ha ha ha. Amazing. Really amazing. No. Yes. I still didn't answer. As I looked closely at this guy, old memories resurfaced. It turns out that you are the type of person I hate the most. All old bastards are the same. They were memories of all the times I had been frustrated by this brat during Ways of Survival. The character, Kim Namwon, despises you. What did you say? I considered the timing and lowered my head, avoiding the fist that flew before the words were even over. Oh, not bad. Despite knowing it was coming, I felt a sense of heat from above my head. It wasn't an ordinary punch. Blackening LV.1. A dark aura rose from Kim Namwon's whole body. This was the exclusive skill of the Chinibyu attribute. It was rare to release a skill before the end of the first scenario, but Kim Namwon was already showing a skill. There was a reason why the main character had recruited him, despite his psychopath nature. Piak. After he hit it, my right shoulder spasmed. There was no way to win if I kept fighting this way. Should I use that now? I was calculating the time when I heard a message. Your understanding of the character, Kim Namwon, has increased. You are close to the conditions of use for the exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV.1. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint? What was this? The conditions of use for the exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV.1 have been reached. Kim Namwon's fist missed me and struck the ground. What? Haven't I become stronger? A faint fist mark was left on the ground. Kim Namwon was realizing his current strength little by little. Kwang, kwang, kwang. The fist that could break a bone with a single blow kept hitting the ground. Kim Namwon was frustrated and couldn't control his temper. Why can't I hit you? Of course, he couldn't hit me. It was all thanks to my second skill. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV1 has been activated. As soon as this skill was activated, I was able to observe Kim Namwon's attack direction like I was reading his inner thoughts. For example, like this. Right side. I quickly moved away from the direction of the attack. Right eye. Then I quickly bent down and avoided the flying fist. You really are good at not being hit. It was unreasonable to counterattack because I was poor at sports, but I could at least avoid most of the attacks. Left thigh. This was enough to endure it. The important thing was to buy time. I avoided Kim Namwon's first and pointed at the clock in the air. There are 2 minutes left, kid. The distressed Kim Namwon alternated looking between me and the grandmother. Damn it. At the moment of choice, Kim Namwon's gaze was fixed on the grandmother's side. I was forced to grab the grandmother and roll away. If the grandmother died, Kim Namwon would clear the scenario. No matter what, I absolutely couldn't send this guy on to the next scenario. Huh, I knew you would move like that. As Kim Namwon took something out of his bag, I had an ominous feeling. A blade shone in the fluorescent light. It was a portable MacGyver knife. I had forgotten. This person was a die-hard military otaku. Swayik. There was a link between the technical skill, knife fighting, and the strengthening skill, blackening. The direction that the blade was pointing was obvious. Heart. It was an attack that couldn't be avoided even if I knew the direction. So, I made a quick judgment. If I couldn't avoid the attack, it was better to be hit somewhere with minimal damage, if possible. Chiik. The blade narrowly missed my heart and made a deep cut on my shoulder. It hurt. It really hurt. There was a searing pain in my skin. My vision shook, and it felt like death was approaching. Now die. The time remaining to the end of the scenario was 1 minute and 30 seconds. I glanced toward the grandmother. I was sorry for the grandmother, but now I really had to use that. Chungil High School, 2nd year, Kim Namwon. I have one question for you. What? Do you think an insect egg is a living thing? I took out the body of the grasshopper I had killed earlier from my pocket. The plump egg sac was clearly abundant. There was the sound of something popping, and something fluid spilled out. The disgusting feeling spread over my hand as I heard a message. You have killed a living thing. 100 coins have been earned as additional compensation. You have killed a living thing. 100 coins have been earned as additional compensation. Multiple messages bombarded my ears. Kim Namwon frowned. Insect egg? What are you suddenly saying? Are you trying to waste time? I guess so. How would I know something like that? I was always sleeping in biology class. Kim Namwon looked at my bloody shoulder and laughed happily. But there is one thing I know for sure. Do you know what it is? What is it? You will die right now. Kim Namwon moved his Swiss knife before I could answer. It was an attack that was hard to avoid. A large number of coins has been acquired. Do you want to check the coin usage tips? I omitted the explanation that entered my ears. There was no need to listen when I already knew the contents. No, it is you who will die, I spat out while inwardly muttering something else. 2,700 coins have been invested into stamina. Stamina LV, 1-Stamina LV, 10. Your stamina level has increased dramatically. The durability of your body has greatly increased. Kim Namwon's knife penetrated toward my heart. To be exact, it looked like it was penetrating. My skin was like solid rock, and the only thing that remained on it was a scratch. Kim Namwon's eyes showed that he was astonished. How? I'll tell you the correct answer to my question. The answer is, an egg is a living thing. What? And in spawning season, grasshoppers lay more than 100 eggs at a time. Egg, living thing, 100. Unfortunately, the time left to understand the meaning of the information was too short for the schoolboy with a bad brain. What are you saying? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. There is 1 minute left. Now fear appeared on Kim Namwon's face. Aya. Die. Die. The knife moved toward my neck. I didn't even bother defending against the attack. Was it because the area was more vulnerable than the chest? The wound was a little deeper than before, but it still didn't hurt much. Kim Namwon. Behind Kim Namwon, there were people who were still crawling and looking for insects, as well as those who were willing to hurt each other for their own survival. You are right. I am the same type of human as you. Maybe I could have saved some of those people. Shit. Why won't you die? Why won't you just die? 55 seconds. 50 seconds. 45 seconds. The knife kept leaving only scratches. Blood flowed but the blade couldn't reach under the skin. There were 30 seconds left when Kim Namwon opened his mouth. He dropped the knife and knelt before me. Save me. 25 seconds. Save me. Please. Help me. Why should I? 20 seconds. People's lives are important. That's obvious. That is the rule of the old world. It is just as you said. A new world requires new laws. 10 seconds. I don't want to, I don't want to. I don't want to die. 5 seconds. Kim Namwon ran at me with a loud scream and aimed for my eye. The moment that the knife tried to dig at my retina. The given time has run out. There was a loud sound, and Kim Namwon's head exploded. Paid settlement will begin. Beginning with Kim Namwon, people's heads started exploding everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. The bursting heads were like fireworks announcing a new era. I watched the scene with a bit of joy, a bit of guilt, and a mysterious feeling. Why? Why was I so calm at the sight in front of me? It was like I was looking at a novel. You have killed 124 living things. Kill history, 1 grasshopper, 123 grasshopper eggs. You have killed non-resistance living things, so the number of coins you have acquired is reduced by half. 6,200 coins have been acquired. The number of coins used for the stats level up is automatically subtracted. You have a total of 3,500 coins. The Mass Murderer achievement has been gained through excessive killing. My face could be seen on the darkened window of the carriage. It was a face I had never seen before, despite looking into the mirror countless times in my life. I wiped at the blood on my cheeks. The blood wasn't erased. It turned out to be blood on the window. Kiik. There was a lurching feeling, and the train started to move again. It made the familiar train noise. Soon, light flooded in, and darkness was lifted from the windows. We had arrived at the surface ground section of Line 3 between Apgujeong and Oksu. Outside the window, the Han River and Seoul were revealed. Ah! Someone let out a moan. It was a moan which contained deep relief that they survived. However, it didn't take long for the meaning of that moan to change. Ah! Ah! The landscape outside the window was no longer the Seoul that they knew. Smoke and dust rose from the ruined city. The Han River bridges had collapsed. The Han River itself was red with the bodies of soldiers, while among the fallen buildings, a monster was trampling on a K-1 tank like it was a toy. Main Scenario Number 1, Proof of Value has ended. 300 coins have been acquired as a basic clearance reward. 100 coins have been reduced for the channel usage fee. Additional compensation settlement will begin. One world was destroyed, and a new world was born. And I was the only reader who knew the ending of this world. The subway stopped around halfway past Dongo Bridge. Oh my God! Several survivors stood up and looked at the scene taking place outside. The ruined Seoul and collapsed buildings. Monsters reminiscent of a giant snake were eating the wreckage of a fighter jet that had crashed into the Han River. What the hell? I recognized their identity at once. An ichthyosaur. A monster that was commonly called a sea serpent. It would later be classified as a grade 7 monster in the world of ways of survival. One of the ichthyosaurs looked in this direction. Yuwa. It is coming. People screamed with fright. But I just looked apathetically at the approaching ichthyosaur. These guys couldn't be a threat. Kurururung. The ichthyosaur circled around the bottom of Dongo Bridge and vanished into an air bubble. In the world of ways of survival, scenarios took precedence over anything else. As long as we were protected by the scenario, we wouldn't have to deal with such monsters straight away. At least for now. Compensation settlement is delayed due to an unexpected scenario check. Please wait. The compensation settlement should have started right now, but only an error message floated in the air. It was probably due to me. I looked down at Kim Namwon's body, which only had the torso remaining. According to the original ways of survival, Kim Namwon killed most of the people in this carriage and moved on to the next scenario. But I stopped it. If my thoughts were right, those who would be angry at Kim Namwon's death would appear. Here. Not here. They were in the sky above. Due to the death of character, Kim Namwon, 2 constellations show a faint hostility to you. Constellations. They were mysterious beings in ways of survival. They sat watching from the distant nebulas and were the masterminds of this tragedy. Once the constellation's preferences sign appeared, I realized that it was now starting in earnest. It was funny. A day ago, our positions were opposite. Now they were the ones watching me. A handful of constellations admire your scenario. The constellations have sponsored you 500 coins. If there were some constellations who disliked me, there would also be some who liked me. Either way, it was an uncomfortable situation. However, I couldn't do anything about them right now. It was my turn to be a clown. I picked up Kim Namwon's Swiss knife on the ground and thought. Feel free to watch. You will end up paying the admission fee with your lives. Dokja SSI. Are you okay? I looked up and saw Yusanga's face. Her shoulders were sagging. Blood covered her white blouse and there was a run in her stockings. There was no more of the Yusanga I knew. I held Yusanga's hand and said. I'm sorry. I couldn't save the grandmother. I looked down at the body of the grandmother, missing its head. I didn't know the name of the grandmother. In the future, many people would die in this manner. Yusanga looked at me with a complicated gaze. How is Dokja SSI so? Yes. Ah, it is nothing. Rather. Thank you. What do you mean? That, I belatedly thought back to the previous scene. I had thrown the net in Yusanga's direction. I knew what she was thinking. It was just a coincidence. It won't happen twice. Ah. Yusanga nodded silently. She didn't know the truth but she was smart. She knew what I meant. Someone lived because of my choice and someone else died. No matter who survived, I didn't deserve a thank you. Wow, amazing. The Dakibi appeared in the air. What on earth happened here? I was just watching the other carriages. There was a mixture of delight and surprise on the Dakibi's face. Twinkling stars floated over the Dakibi's head. I counted the number of stars. 1, 2, 3. 20, 21. 21 in total. He would be happy. For 21 people to be connected to my channel. Huh, isn't this quite good? Gosh, thank you for your sponsorship. Constellations. Huh, everyone. Did you properly show off your value? The number of stars meant the number of constellations connected to the channel. 21 wasn't a lot, but it was a strange number for a beginner Dakibi. The number of survivors is quite high. The fellow in the next carriage was a nutter as well. It seems that things are quite interesting today. The Dakibi manipulated something in the air. A moment later, a list of survivors came up. Survivors from the 3434 train to Bulgwang, carriage 3807, Kim Dokja, Lee Hyun-sung, Yu Sanga, Han Myung-go and Lee Gil-young. A total of 5 survivors. 5 people. More people than I thought survived. I looked at the faces of the survivors one by one. Lee Hyun-sung had a good physique and excellent motor skills, so it was expected that he would survive. I even expected Yu Sanga to a certain extent. In addition, Lee Gil-young. If my guess was right, Lee Gil-young was the name of the boy standing next to me. The fluids from the crushed grasshopper was still on the boy's hands. It was the grasshopper I had squeezed. The boy was looking at his mother, who lost her head. The boy's mother had abandoned him to join in on killing the grandmother. The boy had just watched the whole thing from beginning to end. I hesitated for a moment before touching the boy's shoulder. It wasn't foolish sympathy. To put it simple, this was. That's right. Hypocrisy. Kid. The boy slowly turned his head, and in his eyes, I could see the fear of death that he encountered for the first time in his life. Unavoidable instincts. This boy wasn't grieving his mother's death. He was just afraid of his own death. It was natural. He was human. Do you want to live? The boy's eyes shook anxiously. His body trembled with a force that couldn't be resisted. Then little by little, the boy's head moved. Then let's go together. Lee Gil-young moved slowly and came close to my legs. Yu Sanga was watching me with an impressed expression. I unintentionally caused another misunderstanding. In fact, it was meant to be seen. But the target wasn't Yu Sanga. A few constellations are impressed with your good deed. The constellations have sponsored you 200 coins. I couldn't help thinking that it was a low move. But I also wanted to live. Given the upcoming major events, it was essential to draw the attention of the constellations right now. Will you release us now? Didn't you get what you wanted? Han Myung-go in a torn shirt shouted from half a dozen steps away. Department head Han Myung-go. He was a lucky human. But I couldn't help wondering. Why was Han Myung-go riding the subway when he had so much money? This was the man who had shown off a new S-Class Mercedes-Benz not long ago. Released. Haven't you seen outside? Do you really want to go out there? The Dakibi chuckled. It is somehow admirable. In fact, I didn't expect much from this carriage, but you managed to pass the first scenario. This proves that bugs deserve to survive. His words made us realize our position. Maybe we were like grasshoppers in his eyes. Now, shouldn't there be a reward for overcoming the hardships? As a reward for the first scenario, you are entitled to the sponsorship of the constellations. Wah! How about it? Aren't you looking forward to it? You are all unenthusiastic. This is really a big deal. The reaction was natural. I was the only one here who knew what constellation or sponsorship was. The sponsorship of the constellations. The meaning was obvious. One of the key events of Ways of Survival, sponsor selection, was about to begin. Everybody has confused expressions. I can easily tell you. Right now, you are incredibly weak. If you are thrown into the scenarios that will take place, you will be killed when you meet a weak ground rat, let alone a crook. But kindly, there are some great people in the universe who pity you and would like to sponsor you. Do you understand what I am saying? Lee Hyun-sung finally couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth. What are you saying? Who is sponsoring whom? My words are just entering dirty ears. Isn't there an old saying in South Korea? It is better to see it once than listen 100 times. So experience it directly. Well, the less fortunate ones might not get the chance. Ha. I was tense. From now on. A good choice here would make my survival in the future easier. Dokja SSI. 2 strange choices suddenly appeared in front of me. I don't know even if you ask me. This was naturally a lie to avoid suspicions. By the way, there were two choices. Usanga was quite lucky. Do it comfortably. Think of it as an aptitude test. Aptitude test. Nobody knows what the situation is anyway. Why not do it comfortably? Ah. I understand. Usanga closed her mouth and started staring into space. It was a profound expression, as if she had encountered something curious. The others suddenly became silent. Everyone was reading the options in front of them. I also had my own choices to look at. Sponsor selection. Please select your sponsor. Your chosen sponsor will be your strong supporter. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon Demon-like Judge of Fire Secretive Plotter Prisoner of the Golden Headband. There were 4 choices like a riddle. It meant there were 4 constellations that wanted to turn me into their incarnation. 4 choices wasn't small considering that the protagonist of Ways of Survival received 5 options the first time. The constellations never revealed their true name. Therefore, all contractors must infer the identity of the constellations by words such as abyssal, demonic, and garden. Of course, this puzzle was nothing to me, the sole reader of Ways of Survival. Let's see. First, the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. According to my memory, this constellation was a powerful entity that led the group of constellations called the Black Cloud. I forgot his real name, but I remember it was a very long name. The advantage of this constellation was that the contractor could receive a very strong attack power. In the early days when stamina and strength were in urgent need, there was no constellation as strong as the Abyssal Dark Flame Dragon. Of course, that was limited to the beginning. As the power of this constellation was more frequently used, the mind became corrupted and the contractor would become a mad murderer. This constellation usually sponsored the people with the Chuyuni attribute. I didn't know why the constellation picked me. I felt uncomfortable and excluded this guy. The second one, the demon-like Judge of Fire. I can't believe I was actually seeing this option. Somehow, the strong emotions I felt were enormous. At first glance, the name was overflowing with evil. But this was actually a trap for the wicked. The demon-like actually meant not a demon. Then the words fire and judge were added. A being who wasn't a demon and who made judgments through fire. Paradoxically, the master of this constellation was an angel. If I recalled corrected, it was Archangel Uriel. In fact, I remembered this because someone in the novel picked this constellation as a sponsor. It was a pretty decent choice. This was pending. The constellations of absolute good imposed ridiculous constraints if you wanted to use their enormous power. The third, secretive plotter. It was the first time that I, the sole reader of Ways of Survival, had seen this choice. This name might have been mentioned in passing, but I didn't know it right now. If I could read Ways of Survival more thoroughly, then I might get a feel of the constellation. But I was certain that the owner of this constellation wasn't a very strong entity. Apart from the obvious modifier, there wasn't one proper noun. Secretive plotter, it was too simple for a constellation. This one was also pending. Finally, there was Prisoner of the Golden Headband. My heart jumped the moment I saw the 4th option. I didn't expect this constellation so early. I doubted my eyes several times. But it was unmistakably Prisoner of the Golden Headband. At first glance, this name gave off a negative image due to the word prisoner. But you had to pay attention to Golden Headband. Golden Headband. The smallest prison in the world. It was a hint that anyone would recognize if they enjoyed reading Journey to the West as a child. There was only one prisoner who was held captive by the Golden Headband in the journey from east to west. The master of the mountain of flowers and fruit, who lived in suffering due to the shackle on his head. The handsome monkey king with the golden gaze, fiery eyes. The great sage, the equal of heaven, Sun Wukong. Among the characters that appeared in the novel, there was one supported by Sun Wukong. A wondrous power that could sweep through hundreds of incarnations and to kill thoughts with one lightning strike. The author had described this part with a lot of energy, so my memory of it was clear. I didn't know why such a powerful constellation was showing me interest, but if I became the incarnation of the great sage, the equal of heaven, I would be able to survive in this new world more easily than anyone else. But I quickly looked at the door connected to the carriage in front. Beyond that door, he was looking at the selection screen like me. If I chose the great sage, the equal of heaven, could I win against him? There is 1 minute left to complete the sponsor selection. Time was running out. I breathed lightly and looked through my options. My worries didn't last long. Sponsor selection has ended. I took a deep breath as I watched the messages floating in the air. Some constellations are greatly affected by your choice. Yes, it was starting now. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is greatly displeased at your choice. The constellations belonging to Black Cloud are shaken by the anger of the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. You won't be sponsored by any of the Black Cloud constellations for a while. I wasn't surprised because it was an expected message. To make every member of his group turn away because he was rejected, it seemed that this guy was Kim Namwon's sponsor in the original work. As expected of the incarnation of this constellation. The constellation, demon-like Judge of Fire, is disappointed in you. She will persistently monitor your justice in the future. In the case of Archangel Uriel, it was just disappointment. In the first place, the constellations of absolute good would rarely hate someone unless they committed a great injustice. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is interested in your choice. 200 coins have been sponsored. The Secretive Plotter's case was unexpected. Given the characteristics of the name, maybe he valued my caution. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is interested in your choice. And the Great Sage, the equal of heaven. I was concerned. Did I make the right choice? I didn't know. Maybe I had lost the tremendous opportunity right in front of me. You haven't selected a sponsor. But choosing a certain constellation meant being limited by that possibility. The sponsor contract was never a fair deal. I would survive. But I wouldn't survive by being their toys. And if my expectations were right, there was a way to become strong without a constellation. Maybe it was a way to become stronger than the incarnation of the strongest sponsor. Is this true? Isn't there one interesting choice? Well, yes. There will be another chance. The Dakibi's crescent moon eyes stayed on me for a moment. Now, everyone has finished the selection. Rest here for a while. I have to go prepare the next scenario. I'll see you in 10 minutes. After the sponsor selection finished, the Dakibi disappeared. He told us to rest, but these 10 minutes were really crucial. In 10 minutes, I needed to sort out this situation and prepare for the following scenarios. I tried to recall my abilities in my head. Character list, and Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. I didn't know the precise use yet, but I had a general sense of these skills. This will work somehow. Let's all gather together. The survivors gathered at my words. The first one to reach out a hand was Lee Hyun-sung. Hello, I am Lee Hyun-sung. Kim Dokja. Nice to meet you, although I don't know if these words suit the situation. As I said earlier, I am a soldier. Well, I should say that I was a soldier. You can't contact your unit? Yes. The grip around my hand was considerable. As expected from the tanker that appeared in the early stages of Ways of Survival. I must take Lee Hyun-sung with me. He might not look like much now, but Lee Hyun-sung was an increasingly important figure in the latter parts of Ways of Survival. Dokja SSI. Yes. I wanted to thank you. If it wasn't for Dokja SSI, we would all be dead. No, that isn't the case. Even if I had lived, I would have been able to live as a person. Thank you very much. And, I am ashamed. Lee Hyun-sung bowed deeply. My mind was a bit complicated. In fact, Lee Hyun-sung would have survived even if I didn't do anything. Then somebody grabbed my shoulder. our contractor did one big thing. Dokja SSI, do you know my name? I could tell who it was without looking back. I took the hand off my shoulder and said. I know, Han Myungo SSI. Ha, Han Myungo SSI. Shouldn't you call me department head? Han Myungo was still trying to use his position in this situation. He really was the king of authoritarianism in Microsoft. This isn't the company. Ha, look at this. Are you planning to not go work now? Where did you learn your basic etiquette? Once I saw Han Myungo's angry face, I once again realized that the world I knew was over. The man in front of me was a predator of the world before the scenario began. And I was merely a prey to the predator. It was certainly like that. No matter how I think about it, your actions were too much. Yes. If you had the insects then you should have tipped me off. Why would you throw them like that? Dokja SSI, you have to be good to me. How much time do you have left on your contract? All of a sudden, it became ridiculous. In the world I had lived in, I was too weak. Han Myungo SSI. Shut up. What? You still don't understand the situation. Weren't you hit by that bastard earlier? Microsoft? Do you think the company still exists when the end has come? Han Myungo's face was white and stricken. I turned my eyes towards the other people. Since I was already saying it, I should make it stick. Han Myungo SSI isn't the only problem. Everyone, you need to wake up. As the Dakibi said, this isn't a joke. I think you should have all roughly noticed the situation. Exclusive skills in the attributes window. A game-like interface. Is there anyone who still hasn't caught on to facts? Indeed, no one raised their hand. South Korea was easy. Due to the high penetration rate of smartphones, there wasn't one person who hadn't played a RPG game. Even if they didn't play a game, they would have read a fantasy novel at least once. Lee Hyun-sung sighed. This is like a novel I was reading while standing on duty, but I still can't feel it. This really isn't a dream. This is reality. My stern answer caused Lee Hyun-sung's eyes to slightly change. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, feels a faint trust in you. Your understanding of the character, Lee Hyun-sung, has increased. Lee Hyun-sung nodded. It is good that you are certain. Then what do we do now? Dokja SSI, do you have an opinion? We have to go. I answered without hesitation. Jigo? Are you insane? Dokja SSI, I don't think. This time, Usanga joined it. It seemed everyone still hadn't woken up. Then how long we will stay here? In fact, my argument didn't make much sense. Outside was a heaven of monsters. But I knew. Right now, we have to get out of here. Have you thought about your parents? Do you think your parents are safe in this mess? The line has been dead for some time. No Kako talk. Usanga cried out desperately. Indeed, Confucianism was still strong in South Korea. Even Lee Hyun-sung and Han Myungo's expressions darkened at the word parents. I grasped Lee Giliang's shoulder, whose head was bowed. The first person to get up was Usanga. Go. I will go out. And no. Didn't you hear what that thing said? Take a break here. If we move then our heads might explode. Let's take a majority vote. Usanga raised her hand first, followed by me and Lee Giliang. But it was up to there. I have to go to my base but it seems dangerous to move in this situation. There was also the warning. Shit, you all go by yourselves. I'm not going. I'm not going outside. I didn't care about Han Myungo but the problem was Lee Hyun-sung. I had to take Lee Hyun-sung with me no matter what. Kwong. The thick iron plate made a loud sound. The iron door to carriage 3707 was slightly distorted. What? Han Myungo's cry was ignored as the iron door made a deafening sound again. Kwong. Someone was trying to break the door from beyond it. This was an unexpected situation, so I had to think. Was it the next scenario? No. The Dokja hadn't come back yet. Then. My brain moved quickly. Small hairs stood up and a short shiver struck my body. That guy. What? Everybody stop it. Han Myung-go shouted and moved towards the door. Lee Hyun-sung moved towards it as well, but I stopped him. You can't stop it. Huh? We have to go. I looked at the iron door with heavy eyes. Huh? But. If we don't go now. The only survivor of carriage 3707. I was well aware of who was beyond the iron door. We will all die before the next scenario arrives. Yes, that guy was finally coming. The real protagonist of this story. I stared straight into Lee Hyun-sung and Han Myung-go's eyes and said. Do you want to die from that guy beyond the iron door, or do you want to try your luck outside the train? Which one will you choose? Dokja SSI, is there any guarantee that the person beyond the iron door is an enemy? The steel sword appeared at the crucial moment. There was a reason why Lee Hyun-sung couldn't be leader of a party. Since they are coming from another carriage, it is likely to be a survivor. If we meet. I looked at the bloody room instead of continuing. Lee Hyun-sung followed my gaze and quietly spoke. I was too careless. Let's find a way out. Go. Go quickly. At this moment, both people were aware. The other survivors of the carriages would have gone through the same thing as them. They wouldn't have the good luck of finding insects. This is broken. Damn, we can't go this way. While listening to Lee Hyun-sung and Han Myung-go's cries, I also checked the doors. There were no more barriers, so the doors could now be touched. Apart from the doors connecting the passageways, there were a total of 8 access doors on the subway. There were 3 exits that hadn't been confirmed yet. Kung. The iron door seemed like it could barely hold on for 1 minute. Despite being the main character, I didn't think he would have such high strength in the beginning. I was honestly surprised that he could break such a thick iron door. Dokja SSI. Here. I found a working manual switchgear. No. The opening and closing device worked smoothly, but the door didn't open at once. The door opened around 1/5 before stopping like it was jammed. It seems to be broken here as well. How about other places? This seems to be the only place where we can escape. It was unknown for a child. But the gap was too narrow for men and women to escape. Han Myung-go and Lee Hyun-sung tried to pull the doors open, but they didn't move a bit. Coins possessed, 4,700 C. One of the uses of the coins was to raise overall stats. I had already used 2,700 coins to make my stamina level 10. This problem could be resolved if I used the remaining coins to enhance my strength. But it wasn't wise to use the coins when the situation was unknown. In the end, there was only one way. Lee Hyun-sung SSI. Use a skill. Huh. Skill. I quietly activated character list. The exclusive skill, character list, is activated. Character information. Name, Lee Hyun-sung. Age, 28 years old. Constellation sponsor, Master of Steel. Private attribute, soldier who turned a blind eye to injustice, General. Exclusive skills, bayonet skills LV2, camouflage LV2, patience LV2. Stigma, Great Mountain Push LV1. Overall stats, stamina LV8, strength LV8, agility LV7, magic power LV5. Overall evaluation, the overall stats are very good. Despite turning away from injustice, he received the choice of a constellation. This is another opportunity for him. Lee Hyun-sung's information came to my mind without any restrictions. Fortunately, the sponsor was the same as what I read in Ways of Survival. You should have checked it when you opened the attributes window. Li Hyunsung is a soldier, so there must be a skill you can use in this situation. Well, I have one, but how do I use it? Just think about using the skill. Will that work? It will. I did it earlier. Li Hyunsung didn't say anything else as he took a deep breath of determination. Hop. Li Hyunsung's biceps swelled as he grabbed the door. It was the appearance of Great Mountain Push. In fact, Great Mountain Push wasn't a skill but a stigma. And a stigma was a power from the constellation. I used the word skill in order to avoid suspicions. Do-do-do-do. There was a sound like a huge spring turning and the door started to move. What? This guy has real strength. That's it. It is really great. The character, Li Hyunsung, has started to trust you. Your understanding of the character, Li Hyunsung, has increased. Rather than doubts, my reliability had risen. Li Hyunsung was a simpler person than I thought. Come on, get off. But I felt relieved. I handed Li Gilyung to Li Hyunsung. Li Hyunsung SSI. Carry the child on your back. I understand. Now the iron door was almost broken. But if my prediction was right, the problem right now wasn't that iron door. Ah, this is really. I knew this would happen. Didn't I saw it earlier? I told you not to go anywhere, damn. The scenario isn't ready yet dash. The Dakibi seemed to be angry as it floated over Dongo Bridge. Wah. I knew this would happen. I told you not to come out. Han Myungo wrapped a hand around his head, like he thought it would explode. But there was no need to worry. Sigh, it can't be helped. You are really lucky humans. It was because the second scenario started the moment the train door was opened. The second scenario has arrived. Second scenario, escape. Category, sub. Difficulty, E. Clear conditions, cross the broken bridge and enter Oksu Station. Time limit, 20 minutes. Compensation, 200 coins. Failure. Dokja SSI, something is strange. It says the broken bridge, but the bridge is still. Don't worry and just run. Quickly. You understood. In fact, Usanga was right. The bridge hadn't been broken yet. In other words, the bridge was going to be broken. Dokja SSI, come quickly. I'm coming. It hadn't been broken yet because we got off the train too soon. The Dakibi said the preparation time was 10 minutes. But we escaped 3 minutes earlier. Some people might call it cowardly, but this scenario couldn't be cleared without such a shortcut. Especially if I was stuck with burdens such as Usanga and Li Gilyung. Pant, pant. Indeed, Li Hyunsung SSI is a soldier and has high stamina. Don't open your mouth. You will lose strength. Li Hyunsung was running first with the kid. He was a natural monster who didn't invest any coins in his stats, yet the sum of his strength, stamina, and agility exceeded 23. The next one was Han Myungo and then Usanga with me in the rear. It would be close, but I thought we could make it in time. Ah, what is that? At this time, Han Myungo's scream was heard. There was a huge whirlpool in the center of Han River, letting out splashes of water. And a giant monster was at the center of the splashes. An ichthyosaur. The problem was that the ichthyosaur seemed to be twice the size of the one I saw through the window. This wasn't a sea serpent, it was a sea commander. A general sea serpent was only a grade 7 monster. Given that a grade 9 monstrous land rate was difficult for normal humans to cope with, an average human would be torn apart by a grade 7 monster. In other words, the guy coming now wasn't a monster that could be caught in the early stages. Of course, there was no need to catch it. It wasn't created to be caught. Coo 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 coo. The Han River surged like there was a tsunami and the ichthyosaur moved. It was chewing on the legs of the bridge. The bridge is breaking. Run. If we run then we can cross it. The remaining distance was around 200 meters. If my calculations were correct, we could cross before the bridge collapsed at our current speed. There is no fun if the game is too easy. Of course, this was a story for when there were no variables. The scenario difficulty has been adjusted. Scenario difficulty, E-D. The sound of the Dakibi's laughter was heard. Is there any fun if you just run away? Let's create a bit of atmosphere. The evil thoughts of the dead have returned. The surrounding earth is filled with black ether. The demonic people have woken up. There was the sound of something chasing us from behind. Usanga muttered to herself. Zombies? Zombie-like bodies were coming in huge waves. Some of them were people from the same carriage as us. We just need to go a little further. Quickly. The distance to the ichthyosaur was now less than 100 meters. Fortunately, Lee Hyun-sung carried Lee Gil-young and had crossed the safety line. The problem was the rest of us, including me. Han Myung-go shrieked. Why you bastards? There were too many demonic people. If there were only corpses from the subway, we might have gotten away. The problem was Kuiyu. The drivers who died on the bridge became demonic people. The path that Lee Hyun-sung broke through was covered with demonic people. I looked between the demonic people on the road and the approaching ichthyosaur. Everybody get down. It was too late. Kwaang. The legs of the bridge shook tremendously as the ichthyosaur's huge mouth bit it. The scales of the ichthyosaur shone through the dust that poured down onto Han River like rain. A fishy smell of blood and water filled the area. I staggered and raised my body. Once the dust went away, the scenery around me was clear. Piles of shattered concrete and cut steel. The carcasses of the demonic people which the ichthyosaur had cleanly bitten through. The broken leg of the bridge. Sik. Usanga and Han Myung-go raised their bodies from a little further away. One of Han Myung-go's legs seemed injured and uncomfortable from the previous quake. Lee Hyun-sung and Lee Gil-young cried out from across the bridge, but their voices seemed blocked by the safety zone. What should I do? I made plans on the basis of the bridge breaking. But I hadn't expected Han Myung-go and Usanga to be with me. At that moment, a voice was heard in the air. Someone has received the favor of a constellation. The constellation scenario, Deus Ex Machina, has been activated. Along with the voice, a brilliant bridge made of light was created among the remnants of the broken Dongo Bridge. Then a message floated in front of me. Deus Ex Machina, even bridge. Description: a bridge of light made by a constellation. Only an even number of people can cross the bridge. The bridge will disappear as soon as an odd number of people tries to cross it. Dokja SSI. This, in my head, suddenly. I met the eyes of Usanga, who was talking nonsense. I could roughly guess the situation. Deus Ex Machina. Constellations risked a huge loss by intervening in scenarios. It is Usanga SSI's sponsor. I didn't know what constellation it was, but somebody had chosen Usanga as their incarnation and wanted her to live. Deus Ex Machine was a rare phenomenon in ways of survival. And Usanga was a person who should have already died. I had a moment of doubt. What type of constellation was behind Usanga? The information of this person can't be read in character list. This person isn't registered in character list. I was a bit surprised. I couldn't see her with my skill. Why? Did she have a special background? Or did she have a mental barrier? But if she had something like that from the beginning, no, wait a minute. Perhaps this was. Dokja SSI, what do we do now? I heard Usanga's bewildered voice. I didn't have much time to think. Coo. The Han River was swirling. The ichthyosaur had eaten one bridge leg and was turning its huge body around on the other side of Han River. I bit my lips and once again read the explanation of the bridge. Only an even number of people could cross the bridge. In the end, Deus Ex Machina was a toy made by the damned constellations who loved tragedies. There was no way for everyone to survive. Han Myungo's body was shaking as his eyes met mine. In the end, somebody must die. At this moment, Yu Sanga shouted. Dokja SSI. Behind you. I reflexively leaned forward as a bloody fist came flying through the air. It was a familiar fist covered with energy. I felt something falling towards me and instinctively kicked out. I didn't need to look back to know what was behind me. A grade 9 human type, demonic person. Human mutants infected with black ether. That's why demonic people were classified as a high-risk species, despite being grade 9. Demonic people made from a normal human base were no different from zombies, but it was particularly dangerous if their hosts were different. I saw the badge of the school student with a damaged head. Kim Namwon. The guy whose head burst a few minutes ago was now aiming for me as a demonic person. Kim Namwon's vocal cords that burst out were in a bizarre shape. Kuiyu. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV1 has been activated. This person doesn't have any consciousness. The skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint will be cancelled. Damn, it was as expected. Chwack. My thigh was scratched by Kim Namwon's overgrown black fingernails. A pain that felt like a burn spread through my leg. The skin which hadn't been cut by a knife was now torn by fingernails. This was the main reason why demonic people were dangerous. The demonic people became several times stronger than when they were human. Yu Sanga SSI, immediately. I felt something as I spoke. Without looking back, I could see what was going on. Let me go. Let go. Dokja SSI. Dokja SSI. Han Myungo, who had just been limping, was carrying Yu Sanga over one shoulder and moving across the bridge at an astonishing rate. The constellation, secretive plotter, admires how easy you are to fool. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is impressed with your sacrifice. 100 coins have been sponsored. Indeed. Planning to leave me? By the way he was running was a little strange. Despite being on one leg, he was running as fast as an Olympic athlete. This couldn't be the exclusive skill of Han Myungo, who had a big belly. Therefore, it must be the stigma of his sponsor. The one-legged swift horse. And I already knew the constellation who provided that stigma. I used character list on the distant Han Myungo. The information of this person can't be read in character list. Once again, character list didn't work properly. If I remembered correctly, the stigma of one-legged swift horse came from the constellation Lame Trickster. Lame Trickster didn't give any stigmas in the mental barrier system. In addition, Han Myungo couldn't possess such a skill from the beginning. In other words, my skill failed not because of Han Myungo's ability. I was stupid. I looked at the message window floating in front of me and laughed. This person isn't registered in character list. I was thinking too hard when it meant literally that. Character list literally read the information of characters. Yu Sanga and Han Myungo were characters who didn't originally appear in Ways of Destruction. They were people who would have died if I hadn't saved them. It was natural that I couldn't confirm their information with character list. Gruck. 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 On one side, the incoming Kim Namwon and demonic people were jabbering nonsense at me. On the other side, Han Myungo had already halfway crossed the bridge. Lee Hyunsung and Lee Gilyoung had already entered the safety zone across the bridge, so I couldn't ask for help from them. This was truly a predicament. I couldn't cross the bridge alone. My brain moved quickly. Should I capture one of the demonic people and cross the bridge? It was worth trying, but the success rate was too low. Unlike the name, the demonic people were categorized as non-human, meaning they didn't count as a person. Quack. Several demonic people lost their balance and fell down the bridge. Quajijijic. The fallen demonic people became the food of the ichthyosaurs. Like piranhas, the ichthyosaurs broke the demonic people into dozens of pieces in an instant. Distant fear came flooding back in. If the number of people on the bridge became odd for even a moment, I would be like them. It was impossible to cross alone. Then, let's take it slow, I muttered as I attempted to control myself. Right now, I needed to remain calm. There were still a few usable methods, but the important thing was to handle matters in front of me. I controlled my breathing and walked to the demonic people. Kawiak. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to make the fall down the bridge using inertia. Kayak, Kwajijik. I reduced the numbers by making them fall steadily. The Dakibi stopwatch floating in the air was blinking. The time remaining before the scenario ended was 15 minutes. Sigh. Nails flew from a blind spot and pierced my shoulder bone. No matter how calm my mind, no matter how much information I knew, I couldn't help my untrained body. Kawook. The wild Kim Namwon's attacks were becoming increasingly faster. Left shoulder. The right thigh. The top of the head. I had to break the flow. I barely avoided the flying fingernails and kicked his legs. Kaya. But this person lost all senses and wasn't hurt at all. I stepped back, hitting a broken steel frame. I could hear the raging sound of the ichthyosaurs at the bottom of the pillars. A few constellations are rejoicing in your adversity. The constellations have sponsored you 200 coins. It was a steady accumulation of coins. Now I held 5,000 coins. It was a significant number of coins for the beginning. Wow, you are quite good at surviving. Now. Will any constellations help this poor friend? It was the Dakibi's merchant-like voice. I wanted to tear it apart. Geez, there is really nobody. Of course. It would be strange for a constellation to support me after what happened during the sponsor selection. What did I say? You should have chosen well when you had the change. How pitiful. Kim Namwon attacked me again and again, resulting in damage to my waist. Of course, I also injured Kim Namwon's left side with the knife. Thanks to that, his stomach was hanging out like a skipping rope. In order to kill a demonic person, I had to completely destroy the heart. But the skin of a demonic person was hardest near the heart. The Swiss knife wasn't able to pierce it with sharpness alone. Damn it, it wouldn't be so hard if I had just one combat skill. The exclusive skill, Bookmark, is activated. Bookmark. Character Bookmarks is activated. Available bookmark slots, 3. Bringing up the list of available bookmarks. People listed in the bookmark slots. The Delusion Demon Kim Namwon, Understanding 25, Steel Sword Lee Hyunsung, Understanding 35, empty slot. Bookmark. I've read over 3,000 chapters of Ways of Survival and I never saw this skill name before. But I intuitively knew how to use it. Activate bookmark number 1. There was the feelings of pages turning in my head. It was the scenes of Kim Namwon in Ways of Destruction. Ha 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 ha. I'm full of strength. Die. 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 A new world requires new laws. Kim Namwon's memories crowded in and all of my muscle nerves started to tense up. The power of another person was spiking within me. The number 1 bookmark has been activated. The level of the bookmark skill is low, shortening the activation time. Activation time, 1 minute. 1 minute. That was enough. Your understanding of the character is low, so only a part of the character's skill is activated. Blackening Viewpoint has been activated. Kim Namwon was breathing roughly as he rushed towards me. His body was covered with a black energy that was threatening me. I firmly placed strength on the heels of my feet and rushed towards Kim Namwon. If we had the same skill, I absolutely wouldn't lose. At this moment, I really was Kim Namwon. I was the crazy killer who ruled the world of Ways of Survival, with the protagonist. In a situation where blackening was properly played, the delusion demon of the battlefield couldn't be easily beaten. Kayak. The Swiss knife cut through uncomfortable sensations. It tore through muscles and flesh. From the upper left arm to the heart. There was the sound of a whole human being cut up as Kim Namwon staggered. If he still had eyes, he would be glaring at me right now. Kuo, kill. Oh. Dae. The young man who felt pessimistic towards the world and dreamt of breaking away from it. If ways of survival hadn't started, he might have gone to university after sitting his CSAT and enjoyed campus life. Don't want to die. I watched Kim Namwon falling down the bridge without saying farewell. Despite him being a hated figure, I couldn't help feeling strange emotions. Your understanding of the character, Kim Namwon, has increased. The number 1 bookmark has been disabled. A surge of fatigue overcame me as the power went away. It was hard. Really. Kowook. There was 10 minutes remaining. There were still many demonic people moving about. It was unreasonable to take on so many even with LV-10 stamina. But from the beginning, I had no intention of taking care of them alone. It was a little late. He should appear around now. Kwajik, Kwajijijik. There was a crackling sound like he had been waiting. I knew it. I thought he would do reckless things in order to gain achievements and donations. Kwajijik, crunch. It was obviously the sound of a person's flesh colliding with another body, but it sounded more like a mace crushing flesh. In fact, I had collected this much coins and thought it would be worth challenging the protagonist. But now I realized how mistaken I was. From the stationary train, the demonic people were thrown away in a straight line, as if a tank had rushed through. Was this really a scene caused by a human? Kayak. The headless demonic people realized that something was strange and started turning around. However, it was too late. Kwajijik. The man destroyed all the demonic people threatening me and appeared in front of me. An overwhelming force without any weapons. He beat the demonic people with only 2 fists. I had prepared my mind in advance but sweat still flowed down my back. Dealing with this guy? It was absolutely impossible. I couldn't win even if my overall stats rose by more than double what they were now. You, who are you? The man's cool gaze turned to me. I reflexively turned on character list in order to overcome the fear. The exclusive skill, character list, is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Character summary. Name, Yu Jonghyuk. Attribute, Regressor, 3rd turn, Myth, Pro Gamer, Rare. Exclusive skills, Sage's Eyes LV-8, Hand-to-Hand Combat LV-8, Weapons Training LV-8, Mental Barrier LV-5, Crowd Control LV-5, Reasoning LV-5, Lie Detection LV-4. The list of exclusive skills continued endlessly. Before I could get to the end of the list, a rugged hand appeared and grabbed my neck. You, how the hell are you alive? The first way to survive in a ruined world. The one who proved that method was right in front of me. Regressor Yu Jonghyuk. The grand tragedy of this world began with this person. It would be quite a ludicrous sight if anyone else saw it. A large adult man was being grabbed by the neck and hanging like a monkey. I could see Lee Hyun-sung looking this way from across the bridge. His expression was anxious but he couldn't actually see what was going on here. It was due to the safety ward. I could see over there but they couldn't see here. Name. What? What is your name? Look at this indifferent way of talking, just like a main character. But it wasn't good to provoke him here. Kim Dokja. A strange name. I've heard that a lot. At this moment, my stomach sank in and felt turned inside out as Yu Jonghyuk's fist hit it. Ugh. Despite having skin that a knife bounced off, the attack was very painful. You have a solid body. Have you already mastered the use of coins? It is the same with you. Bam. There was a hit to my stomach again. I barely managed to swallow back a groan. This guy, the level of his strength was at least 15. It was at this scale despite only one main and one sub-scenario occurring. Indeed, natural-born monsters were different. Stop the unnecessary answer. Only answer what I ask from now on. Understood? I didn't answer. I thought maybe this might happen. However, this was the worst situation that I desperately hoped would never happen. In the beginning, Yu Jonghyuk was more intimidating than any other figure. His personality had worn out after going through regression 3 times. His principles were cut away in order to maintain his sense of self. The current Yu Jonghyuk would never hesitate for the sake of his purpose. Your answer. I will. Use honorifics. What if I don't want to? This time, I raised both hands to block the fist. The pain felt like my bones had broken, but the shock was dissipated. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes widened like he was a bit surprised. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, is on guard against you. Then it didn't matter. I wasn't going to be a punching bag just because he was the main character. I'm sorry, but you are younger than me, pro gamer Yu Jonghyuk SSI. Therefore, you should be the one using honorifics. You know me. I know. I am the employee of a game company. It was a lie. Even if I worked for a game company, it was impossible to memorize the names of all professional gamers. In addition, until recently, Yu Jonghyuk was just a character in a novel. You are famous. At one time, I was a fan. Being famous was just a setting of the plot. However, it wasn't a lie that I was a fan. I liked, hated, grumbled and cheered Yu Jonghyuk on. That's why I stuck with Yu Jonghyuk for over 3,000 chapters. Fan. I haven't heard that in a long time. Yu Jonghyuk had a look of nostalgia in his eyes, like he was locked in his memories. However, it was only for a moment. I'll forgive your impudence this time. But your situation hasn't changed. I can see that. I looked down at my 2 legs swaying over a blank space. I have only one thing I want to ask. Ask. How did you survive on the subway? It was the question I expected. Will you spare me if I answer? I'll see. It was a lie. I could tell just by looking at his face. I was the only reader of ways of survival. Numerous possible repertoires were simulated in my head. What could I say to convince this damn regressor? Your understanding of the character, Yu Jonghyuk, is increasing. Your understanding of this person is already very high. Ha. The conditions of use for the exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been reached. Do you want to activate the exclusive skill? Then after a moment, I was able to read someone's thoughts like a waterfall in my head. Only Lee Hyun-sung and Kim Namwoon should have survived in that carriage. Yet Kim Namwoon died and the others survived. How did you survive? Who the hell is this guy? Dig up information. Then if I find any disturbing elements. Kill. A dense flicker of thoughts. It was obviously a crisis situation, but I couldn't prevent the corners of my mouth from going up. The time remaining until the scenario ended was 5 minutes. I started the story. I told the story using as much concise, short and accurate vocabulary as possible. It was from the first moment that Dokja appeared in the subway to the end of the first scenario. Of course, I excluded the skills I got and any important issues. You cleared the scenario by killing insects. We were lucky. Yu Jonghyuk was so surprised he seemed to have forgotten that his mouth was open. The future has completely changed. He was shocked. Originally, the people in carriage 3807 would kill each other in a battle royale, with only Lee Hyun-sung and Kim Namwoon surviving. You have keen eyes. How did you know there were insects in the carriage? Killing intent filled Yu Jonghyuk's eyes as thoughts brushed through my head. Is this guy also a regressor? If so, I have to kill him right now. A person who commits a fault thinks that everyone speaks of it. I wasn't surprised that he misunderstood me. I quickly opened my mouth. An explosion. Explosion? I was able to find an insect due to an explosion from the carriage in front. Yu Jonghyuk's body stopped at these words. Explain it in a simpler manner. When the explosion occurred, a kid fell and dropped his insect-collecting net. I picked it up by chance. It is a suspicious coincidence. Coincidences are always suspicious. If you don't believe me, ask the people beyond the ward. The boy standing there dropped the net. Beyond the safety barrier on the way to Oksu Station, people were looking over at this side. The scenario wasn't over yet, so they couldn't approach or talk to us. Yu Jonghyuk looked over but showed no signs of moving. His eyes changed and memories that seemed to belong to Yu Jonghyuk crossed my mind. I see. Explosion. This guy isn't a regressor. He isn't the one who changed the future. Rather, the future changed. Because of me. I saw people dying painfully in a powerful explosion and Yu Jonghyuk blankly watching it. It is because I started killing them, unlike the other turns. Due to the impact of Omniscient Reader's viewpoint, I could feel Yu Jonghyuk's mental pain and suffering. Are your questions over? Yes. Then can you let me go? And let's go to Oksu together. There isn't much time remaining to clear the scenario. It is difficult. However, a protagonist was a protagonist for a reason. Everything you said makes perfect sense. I have never seen a protagonist as careful as Yu Jonghyuk. A beginner can't be so calm. He is abnormally well adjusted to this changed world. He probably killed Kim Namwon. He has gone beyond being useful to being dangerous. Yu Jonghyuk's right. I started shining with a gold color. I quickly realized what he was doing. In fact, it would be weird if this guy didn't use that. Sage's eyes. Yu Jonghyuk's strongest detection skill. Sage's eyes was the SS grade skill that showed the target's attributes window as well as hidden information. As long as he used it, I couldn't avoid revealing my identity. On the other hand, I thought it was a good thing. I still didn't know my attribute and skills. If Yu Jonghyuk discovered my information, I would also be able to know about myself. Then hopefully, I would be able to use the information I learned to escape this situation. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is activated. Fourth Wall has detected the use of the detection skill Sage's eyes. Sparks flew in the air and Yu Jonghyuk's body staggered. Kook, what? Yu Jonghyuk covered his right eye and watched me with confusion. What is your identity? I'm sorry, but I was wondering the same thing. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall has blocked Sage's eyes. I didn't know that I had a skill that would defend against Sage's eyes. After bookmark, it was Fourth Wall. This complicated things. Yu Jonghyuk wouldn't believe me now. I must kill him here. He was a person who didn't trust what he didn't know. Yu Jonghyuk. Then I also need to change plans. You need a reliable companion. What do you mean? You can't break through the 46th scenario alone. Shouldn't you be well aware of it? Yu Jonghyuk's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? Perhaps you. It doesn't matter how I am. I stared straight into Yu Jonghyuk's eyes and said. The important thing is that I can help you. He isn't a regressor. If he was a regressor, I wouldn't be unaware of him. Then who is this person? Perhaps. If I couldn't hide my hand and if I didn't possess the best hand, then there was only one way out. It was to show a hand that would make the other person misunderstand. Yu Jonghyuk, I know the future that you don't know. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used the lie detection skill. Lie detection has confirmed that your words are the truth. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes slowly widened. How? How else? No way. There was a prophet other than Anna Croft. It is also in South Korea. Prophet. In ways of survival, it was the only attribute that could see the future and had the passive of nullifying all detection skills. In fact, only one person had the attribute of prophet in the world of ways of survival. Only a prophet can defend against my sage's eyes. I didn't answer and Yu Jonghyuk bit his lips. Can you perhaps use future sight? It is something similar. You knew I would come here. Yes. I see. If this man is a prophet, all his actions are convincing. The flow was changing. Yu Jonghyuk's fluctuation was conveyed straight away. This was the only chance. I know that Yu Jonghyuk has special powers. You also know things about the future. Isn't that right? But that knowledge is never perfect. The only weakness of a regressor. It meant that the future changed when they used their information of the future. In other words, all those who regressed would eventually live in a world they don't know. Make me your companion. I can fill in the parts you are missing. There was no companion as good as a prophet to the present Yu Jonghyuk. In fact, my present self could play a role similar to a prophet. It was because I was the only reader of this story. There is 1 minute to the end of the scenario. Yu Jonghyuk bowed his head and started to think. A prophet will certainly be helpful. There are 50 seconds left to complete the scenario. Not just the 46th scenario, but later when fighting the Kalatustra. But, can I really believe him? There are 40 seconds left to the end of the scenario. Companion. Finally, Yu Jonghyuk raised his head as I stared at the clock with an irritated heart. I have decided. I will make you my companion. Excessive immersion has severely worn out your mental strength. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been turned off. I wasn't sure if it was due to fatigue or relief but the exclusive skill was released. Now Yu Jonghyuk's face was as difficult as a philosophy book with no commentary written. Yu Jonghyuk started to take me across the even bridge. Of course, I was still held by the collar but, I thought things would be alright now. I persuaded this damn regressor and was in a good position. We had almost crossed the even bridge and were right in front of the safe area when Yu Jonghyuk suddenly stopped. I will ask you one last thing. What? If you are really a prophet, you should know your future. Isn't that right? The moment I saw Yu Jonghyuk's serene eyes, goosebumps broke out. His test wasn't over yet. The grip holding my collar tightened. Kiak. His hand raised me up a little bit and a gentle wind passed by my feet. Underneath me was completely empty. The smell of blood mixed in with the smell of Han River as the ichthyosaurs jumped towards their prey with open mouths. Will I let go of this hand or won't I? For the first time, I started sweating. Let me think. Even without his thoughts, I knew this guy more than anyone else. I closed my eyes and thought about Yu Jonghyuk. There are 20 seconds left to the end of the scenario. Then I came to a conclusion. Yu Jonghyuk. I was certain about what he would do. No matter how I thought about it, there was no other ending when it came to Yu Jonghyuk. I talked as I watched a sea commander approaching in the water. I will tell you 2 things first. What? 1, I'm not your subordinate. So I hope you will treat me fairly from now on. 2, I will cooperate with you but you also have to promise to cooperate with me. Yu Jonghyuk looked at me with interest and nodded. Well, what is your answer? I replied with a smile. Get your hand off me and get lost, you damn jerk. Then the power holding me disappeared. I was grabbed by the force of gravity. I saw Yu Jonghyuk's face as I was falling. Yu Jonghyuk was smiling brightly like something made him happy. Son of a bitch. I believe you. You are definitely a prophet. Waiting for me at my crash point was the mouth of the giant sea commander. I closed my eyes from the shock of the impact along with the cold water of Han River. As I sucked in a breath, a warm and enormous darkness swallowed me up. You have failed to clear the scenario. Damn, I have to use that method after all. My body suddenly became heavy as I felt water entering my lungs. Then I was sucked in somewhere. I wasn't torn apart because I fell with perfect timing. However, I couldn't lose consciousness here. I had to stay awake. I needed to wait for a while. I somehow managed to curl up and hold my breath. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, I was barely breathing when my hands hit a tangible wall in the darkness. Yuek. I could barely breathe after coughing up the river water several times. My level 10 stamina saved me from being killed by hitting the water surface, but the large and small bruises all over my body were very painful. I controlled my breathing in order to not fall into a panic and turned on my smartphone. I was worried it might have broken in the fall, but the power was fortunately okay. It was good that I spent big and bought a smartphone with a waterproof function. Pahat. The flashlight turned on and the surrounding scenery entered my eyes. There were huge walls with concrete byproducts floating by. The stomach of an ichthyosaur was more disgusting than I thought. Damn it. Yu Jonghyuk's expression as he let go of his hand without hesitation and got off the bridge was vivid. I expected it, but it was more shocking than I thought. If I wanted to be his companion, I had to survive. It wasn't that I didn't understand. Companion. The weight of this word was too great for Yu Jonghyuk. Since his failure in the first round of regression, Yu Jonghyuk had never made a real companion. It was rare for humans to easily follow the growth of a regressor. As a result, he solved everything alone, was revered as a savior and was naturally lonely. To Yu Jonghyuk, humans were only subordinates or enemies. Thus, this was a test. If I wanted to be in an equal position with him, I had to solve this much alone. Well, this was when looking at it from Yu Jonghyuk's viewpoint. A companion like you, crazy psychopath. I barely doggy paddled to a floating styrofoam panel and raised my body onto it. Thanks to the warmth of the stomach, I wasn't cold. However, the problem was from now on. I closed my eyes and played the message log that I heard. You have failed to clear the scenario. Paid settlement will begin. 100 coins have been reduced for the channel usage fee. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, has nodded at your exciting remarks. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, nods are your choice. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is disappointed in your rash remarks. There were quite a few messages. In addition, a few exposed constellations sponsored me. Maybe it was due to the final conversation between Yu Jonghyuk and I. I felt a little down as I read through the messages of the constellations one by one and collected the coins. If I had picked one of these constellations in the first sponsor selection, this might not have happened. But there was no regret in my choice. After encountering Yu Jonghyuk directly, I was certain. The great sage, the equal of heaven, might be a sponsor of the highest quality, but he wasn't enough. I needed more than just sponsorship if I wanted to confront Yu Jonghyuk. And I would gain it from here. The walls of the stomach growled and small waves rose inside. The sea commander seemed to be moving somewhere. I turned on my smartphone and calculated the time. According to Ways of Survival, the ichthyosaur started to secrete stomach acid around 3 hours after ingesting food. In other words, I didn't have much time left. It is sad that things turned out like this. It was very interesting. There was a sound effect before the Dakibi's voice was heard. Dakibi? Yes, that's right. You don't seem panicked at all. I knew you would come. HRMM. It sounds like you were waiting for me. Of course I have been waiting. Light turned on and the Dakibi appeared. I couldn't tell for sure from his expression alone, but this guy was clearly interested. I deliberately spoke calmly. If I was pushed here, I wouldn't be able to eat my meal. Are you doing to take coins from me? Coins? You have to take coins in exchange for me failing the scenario. Not your life. If it was my life, you would have written death in the failure results column, not 3 question marks. Doesn't this mean there is room to negotiation? Ha ha ha. How interesting. In fact, there was a loophole in my words. The scenario message was failure. This literally meant that the penalty of failure was unknown. It was just my assumption that it was in exchange for coins. Nevertheless, there was a reason why I was so certain. Am I wrong? It was because I already knew about this scenario. The Dokibi hesitated for a moment before nodding. You are right. Amazing. That you could determine this point with such a clue, as expected from someone who is attraction to constellation's attention. The Dokibi's tone was filled with sincere admiration. As you said, you can survive this sub-scenario if you pay coins, even if you fail. How much? Pay 5,100 coins. Then I will let you live. I looked at how many coins I currently possessed. Coins possessed, 5,100 C. I couldn't help smiling. This jerk was messing around right now. That is too much. Then won't you die? It is up to me to accept the coins or not. If you do something wrong then I can just end it here. Then kill me. Kill me. You can't kill me. The Dokibi didn't move. It was natural. He was having a lot of fun with me right now. Furthermore, he wouldn't have come down here to see me if he had been planning to kill me. For this guy, I had to survive here or I at least had to die miserably. You are really making me angry. Look, now. The Dokibi's flat-shaped eyebrows wriggled furiously. It was time to stop the taunts and get to the main point. Low-grade Dokibi, Baihyung. How are the activities of a streamer? If there was a crack in the face, it would look exactly like this. Dokibi Baihyung showed confusion for the first time. How do you know my name? You haven't been enjoying broadcasting lately, right? The constellations are too stingy. Who the hell are you? How does a human? Baihyung's horns shook. It was natural. An ordinary human couldn't know about the star stream system. But I wasn't an ordinary human. A few constellations have doubts about your existence. The constellation's secretive plotter's eyes are shining at your plan. From now on, it wasn't a story for the constellations. I mouthed to Baihyung, how about we talk after you close the channel? Baihyung was worried and closed the channel. #BI7623 channel is closed. Once the constellations left the channel, Baihyung showed his true colors. Feel free to speak. How can an ordinary human know about the star stream broadcasting? That isn't important. Baihyung, do you want to be king of the Dokibis? What now? Don't you wish to be the best streamer in the network, surpassing Dokja and Gildal? Baihyung's complexion was changing. Dokibi Baihyung, sign a contract with me. Then I will make you the king of the Dokibis. Star Stream System. The Star Stream broadcasting was designed to relay its contents to the entire universe. The subscribers were constellations at the top of the distant galaxies. The actors were humans like me. And the storyteller that connected the two sides was the Dokibi in front of me. You are crazy. A crazy human. I should have known it when you refused to sponsoring of the other constellations. Baihyung laughed for a long time before opening his mouth again. I don't know how you know about Star Stream broadcasting but I can't accept the offer. I'm a Dokibi, not a constellation. I can't be your sponsor. You seem to have misunderstood. I never told you to sponsor me. I am well aware that you are a weak Dokibi. I don't need your strength. I need your channel. My channel? Since you can't seem to understand me, is there a problem with your Korean language patch? No, what is this? I will explain it simply. I want to sign an exclusive contract with your channel. Baihyung made a blank expression before belatedly regained his spirit. Wait a minute. Do you want to make a stream contract with me now? Yes. A stream contract was originally a contract between Dokja and constellations. The constellation's incarnation would appear on a particular channel and the Dokja would receive a portion of the coins earned by the incarnation of the constellation as a commission. Originally, the person who was the incarnation couldn't intervene in this contract. It was called sponsorship, but the contracted incarnation was nothing but a slave. Haha, this is a hit. Baihyung laughed behind small fingers. The surrounding atmosphere was changing. I don't know how you know about such things, but some human dares to mention the stream contract. It is also a trivial buy with no sponsor. The tone changed and the surrounding air was filled with killing intent. Indeed, even a low-level Dokja was strong compared to humans. But it wasn't enough to make me back off. It is worth signing a contract because I have no sponsor. What? What do you think the purpose of a constellation is? To enter a channel? Baihyung looked like a bad student at the sudden question. From now on, it was a special lecture time for the low-level Dokja. You don't have to be so nervous. You already know this information. But let's review it again to see what it means. Baihyung was caught in my pace and nodded despite himself. The Star Stream subscribers can be largely divided into two groups. One group are the fun seekers who seek to relieve their boredom with the channel. The other group are the incarnation searchers who want to find an incarnation to contract with them. Isn't that right? Yes. That's right. For this reason, you must be able to satisfy one of the two groups in order to become a famous channel in Star Stream. In other words, either stick to the fun seekers or the incarnation seekers. You have to attract one of them properly. You are moderately well informed. But so what? What does this contract have to do with why constellations subscribe? I don't know how many more hints I have to give you. This is why your subscribers' number still isn't over 3 digits. Shut up. Say it quickly. Seeing Baihyung thrust his small horns at me cutely, it was hard to believe that Dokja had blown up people's head a while ago. Now let's stop making fun of him and take a chance. What if there is a channel that can satisfy both the fun seekers and the incarnation searchers? What are you saying? Such a thing is impossible. Even if it is possible, it is only for a while. Baihyung's words were correct. The reason why it was impossible to satisfy all the constellations was due to the characteristics of the incarnation searchers group. The purpose of these constellations was to discover an incarnation. They changed channels as soon as the sponsor selection was over. Due to this, the incarnation searchers group were just temporary customers. But that is a story for when the sponsor selection proceeds normally. What? What if there is an incarnation who doesn't sign a contract with any constellation? And what if that incarnation shows an ability that transcends all over incarnations with sponsors? The existence of a strong incarnation would attract the eyes of the constellations. If this incarnation continued to not select a sponsor, the incarnation searchers group would continue to subscribe without leaving the channel. Wait a minute. Is this why you didn't select a sponsor? Yes, that's right. This is interesting. Baihyung grinned at me. Becoming the strongest incarnation without a sponsor, if there is such a thing, it certainly wouldn't be a dream to become the best Star Stream channel. But such an incarnation can't exist. Do you really think so? I admit that you aren't normal. You have attracted the attention of constellations from the beginning, and thanks to it, I have also been having fun. However, there is a limit to your delusions. Haven't you noticed it after going through that? An ordinary human can never beat an incarnation. That is the law of the world. I don't know that. You have already missed the opportunity. Look around you. This isn't a main scenario. You failed a sub-scenario and now your life is at risk. There are no constellations watching you. Really? By now, the constellations must be in an uproar. Aren't they? Isn't everybody clamoring for the channel to quickly be opened? Baihyung was silent. Aren't they all going crazy with curiosity right now? Who is that crazy person who went against the regressor? Is he really a prophet? Can he really see the future? If he can see the future, what did he get eaten by the ichthyosaur? Stop. You are. From now on, I'm going to show it. So shut up and do what I tell you. Do you want to become the king of Dokjis? Bai Hyung's gaze towards me was changing. I could hear the sound of him gulping. Bai Hyung was worrying. In any case, there was nothing to lose if he believed me here. Then. Bai Hyung's pupils moved quickly. Then let's settle the scenario failure first. Give me 5,100 coins. What are you saying? I didn't fail. Maybe by now I would have met the conditions. I loosened my body and got up from my seat. My cold body was stiff. Bai Hyung still had a stupid expression on his face. Open the channel. It will start soon. Start, what will? Then a message was heard in the air. The hidden scenario has arrived. Hidden scenario, Commander Slayer. Category, hidden. Difficulty, A+. Clear conditions, kill the ichthyosaur sea commander and escape from its stomach. Time limit, 10 days. Compensation, 9,000 coins. Failure, death. Look, didn't I tell you to be prepared? There were 3 types of scenarios in Ways of Survival. The main scenario was in charge of progressing the main story. The sub-scenarios were responsible for minor events. And the hidden scenarios were only open through special conditions. How on earth? Bai Hyung's lips were shaking with shock. Unlike the main scenarios and sub-scenarios that a Dokja was in charge of, the hidden scenarios were characterized by their automatic appearance when certain conditions were met. You didn't even know. You low-grade Dokja. You, what on earth? Anyway, if I can clear this, I will prove that I have the ability for the contract, right? Bai Hyung watched the scenario screen with gloomy eyes. He looked at me with a careful gaze and asked. This scenario, the difficulty is A+. Do you really believe you can clear it? Yes. There was a small wave as the Han River water crashed against the wall of the ichthyosaur's stomach. Bai Hyung was silent for a moment before opening his mouth. Okay. If you succeed in clearing this scenario, then I will accept the contract. The terms of the contract will be negotiated after the scenario is cleared. So arrogant, then I will open the channel again. Please try hard. Wait a minute. It would be difficult if he left already. I had something to check. You have something left to do. What is it now? Bai Hyung's mocking tone was somewhat annoying. Fix a system error for me. System error? My attributes window isn't opening. No way. The system can't have an error. The scenario system is perfect. Take a look yourself. Bai Hyung looked at me with suspicious eyes and started to mutter something. The Dokja, Bai Hyung, has used system interference on you. System interference. It was an absolute interference skill that could only be used by Dokjis with the right to interfere in the scenario. In fact, it was unclear if the reason why I couldn't see the attributes window was an error or not. But at least the Dokja would be able to find out something. And if he couldn't figure it out, that was also a profit for me. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is activated. In the next moment, sparks flew in the air and struck Bai Hyung. Looking at the situation, I got a sense of what happened. What is it? Is something wrong? This isn't possible. How can there be a firewall preventing the system interference? It seemed Fourth Wall blocked not just the skills of an incarnation but the Dokja's interference as well. If this was true, it meant nobody in Ways of Destruction could see my attributes window, including myself. How interesting. It was the perfect condition to become a scammer. Forget about it. Please wait. I can do it. What if I do this? You can't do it. Quack. Baihyung screamed like he had received an electric shock. The white fluffy hair on his skin was burnt black. This. It's okay. If you can't do it then stop. I will ask for another favor. This can't be. I am Dakibi Baihyung. If I can't solve this situation, the honor of the Dakibi. I looked at the clock. It had been an hour since the ichthyosaur ate. There was no time to delay like this. The Dakibi bag. Baihyung stopped his useless action of digging at the air. What? Open the Dakibi bag. How do you know about that? Are you going to open it? Only an incarnation with a sponsor can use the Dakibi bag. It is true that all incarnations that use the Dakibi bag have a sponsor. But there is no rule that an incarnation without a sponsor can't use the Dakibi bag. Wait a minute. Baihyung pulled out a manual and confirmed it. At this point, I don't know if I am a Dakibi or you are. Are you actually a Dakibi? The smiling Baihyung raised both hands. Okay, there is no problem if you use it. However, the Dakibi bag can only be used when the channel is open for streaming purposes. Is that okay? It's fine. #BI7623 channel is open. The constellations have entered. Then an electric current appeared in the air. A transparent screen emerged in front of me. Welcome to the coin shop, the Dakibi bag. The Dakibi bag. It was the moment when this damn world's cash store was opened. There were two ways to use coins in ways of survival. One of them was to raise the level of the stats such as stamina and strength. The other was to use it as a common form of currency that could be used in various stores, including the Dakibi bag. Buy it now. A starter pack for your incarnation for 2,500 coins. A today-only special. A 300% growth package, grow faster than others. Did you accidentally pick an incarnation with a bad attribute? Don't worry. The random attribute box that can randomly change the attribute has been released. There were numerous coin items, including various packages. All of the advertisements in the Dakibi bag were aimed at the constellations raising incarnations. It was natural. The original customers of the Dakibi bag were constellations. I got rid of the pop-up advertising windows one by one. It was nothing compared to the disasters that emerged after the fifth main scenario, but a Sea Commander ichthyosaur was no different from a disaster for the early stage incarnations. I needed some items sold in the Dakibi bag to defeat the ichthyosaur. Let's see. I looked at the catalog before glancing over at Baihyung. Hey, are these the only items I can buy right now? Is there a search function? At that, shit. Wait. Constellations. Please. Please calm down. From the moment the channel opened, Baihyung was repeating complaints with a comic-like sweat. It was just a server error that shut the broadcast off for a while. I didn't turn it off on purpose. There was a total of 20 stars above Baihyung's head. Since not too many of them had left the channel, it seems that quite a few constellations wanted to see what happened to me. Of course, not all the constellations were friendly. A few constellations are questioning the fairness of the broadcast. A few constellations are suspicious of the privileges you have received. It wasn't unexpected. While the broadcast was off, a hidden scenario started and the Dakibi bag was opened. It was no wonder that the constellations were surprised. No, preferences. Look at this, constellations. I am a Dakibi. Don't you know that I will be extinguished if I do that? Don't you know that the storyteller vow is never light? Will you help me? There is a product search button in the lower right corner. Thank you. I ignored Baihyung and pressed the magnifying glass icon at the bottom of the package window. The product search function is activated. The produce search is limited to 5 times a day. Any additional searches will cost 100 coins per search. In any case, humans and Dakibi were the same. The total number of free searches given was 5. 2 searches were enough to buy the materials I needed, so I had 3 searches left. The constellation secretive plotter is wondering about your plan. Yes, be curious. If you are curious, keep watching. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is looking angrily at your actions. Don't watch if you are going to get all twisted up. I open my mouth to use the search function. Search for the Ancient Dragon item. There are 3 search results. A small pop-up window soon emerged. Ancient Dragon's Heart, stock. Ancient Dragon's Bone, stock, 1. Ancient Dragon's Horn, stock, 1. I chose the Ancient Dragon's Heart. Item information. Name, Ancient Dragon's Heart. Rating, SS. Description, a heart containing the magic power of the ancient dragon, Ignitus. It possesses near-infinite magic power, and the attribute, Hellfire, will be acquired if a heart transplant is successful. Price, 1,500,000 C. Stock, just sold out. As expected, it was out of stock. From beyond the catalog, Baihyung, who was dealing with the constellations, looked at me with his jaw dropped. Crazy. How do you know the information about the ancient dragon? I just called out a nice name. It seems like a lie. I shrugged. In the original ways of survival, the owner of the ancient dragon's heart was already determined. If I remember correctly, the owner of the heart was currently in Italy. A person with good luck. They got such a diamond sponsor. I called out several more product names. The related product search is completed. Asterisk Great Demon's Eyes, stock, 0. Asterisk White Pure Star Energy, stock, 1. The Great Demon's Eyes was sold out. The hands of the constellations were really quick. Well, I couldn't buy it since the selling price was 1 million coins. At any rate, it was good to have a sponsor. Now the incarnation with the Great Demon's Eyes would grow and destroy the beginner scenarios. What are you really? What type of cheat are you using? How do you know about items that can only be found in the search? I just said plausible names. Among the 3 items that I searched for, only the White Pure Star Energy was in stock. Furthermore, the price was 10,000 coins, so I couldn't buy it now. I put it in the shopping cart for now. What, are you buying it? Not right now. I am just window shopping. Sheesh, what a waste of time. I am going to buy something else, so bring up the items I call out from now on. I called out several item names. After a moment, a list of items emerged in front of me. Asterisk Mucus of the Hammer Seahorse, stock, 124. Asterisk Stone Hog's Pointed Thorn, stock, 17. I compared it to the list in my memories. The food of the ichthyosaur, the hammer seahorse, and the stone hog, the nemesis of sea species. There was no doubt. This combination was the best when it came to attacking an ichthyosaur. 4 mucus, 4 thorns. It is 800 coins. Yes, but, where are you going to use these miscellaneous items? You don't need to know. I don't want to be nosy, but why don't you buy something else? For example, this Wuryang sword technique. It is originally 8,000 coins, but I will now sell it for 4,000 coins. Wouldn't buying this be more helpful to clear the scenario? Thank you, but I will just buy this. Baihyung wasn't satisfied but received the payment. 800 coins have been consumed. In the darkness, a sparkling powder gathered and 4 elongated thorns and 4 pockets of black mucus appeared. I can't give a refund if you regret it now. Do you understand? I know. I briefly nodded and started working. I took off my top, tied it around my waist and stuck the thorns in the gap, while the pockets were hung from my waist. The stone hog's thorn was stumpy but became sharp at the end. It was approximately 1 meter in length. It was a reasonable size to pierce something. Then I'll be going. I can't stay with you. There is something fun going on in another place. Do it. Hoo-hoo, then hang in there. I hope the story will bless you. Baihyung disappeared in a flash of light and the surroundings became dark again. I could use the light on my smartphone, but I wanted to save the battery as much as possible. In the darkness, the stone hog thorn was emitting a bluish light. It was a feeble light, but for the moment, it would be sufficient. I pulled out a thorn and swung it. Maybe it was because I didn't have a skill such as weapons training or incarnation of all soldiers. I couldn't get used to holding the thorn. A few constellations are bored. The impatient constellations left the channel. I couldn't see it, but Baihyung was probably fretting right now. Then an hour passed. Right, left, up and down. I didn't like it, but I no longer had a problem handling the thorn. The surface finish was rough and didn't seem like it would slip easily from the hand. It was time to begin. I used the proper force and stabbed at the ichthyosaur wall above me. Tying. It was like poking a rubber elastic wall as the thorn bounced off. My current strength wasn't high enough to tear at the stomach of the ichthyosaur. It would probably be the same if I used a skill. Coo 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 coo. At that moment, the small holes at the top of the stomach wall opened simultaneously. Then an absolutely disgusting liquid poured out. Kaweek. One of the demonic people floating on something in the stomach started shrieking. Chu-chu-chu. The skin of the demonic person started burning. The digestion of the ichthyosaur had begun. The ichthyosaur's digestive juices quickly mixed in the river water and started to melt away at the concrete and other floating products. Chew-chew-chew-chew. There was no time. It was going as planned. I jumped from the floating object and gripped a bump on the wall of the stomach. Then I started climbing up the wall like I was rock climbing. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The outlet of the digestive juices was right above. I put the thorn in my mouth and grabbed a pocket of mucus. The mucus of the hammer seahorse. I poured the mysterious dark blue liquid onto my hand and applied the mucus carefully from the tip to the end of the thorn. It was with precision and care, as if applying shaving cream to an area to be shaved. If the shaving cream protected the skin from the razor, the mucus protected the thorn from the digestive juices. Go. I swung the thorn towards where the digestive juices were coming from. The angle was correct and I used my maximum strength. Quang. The digestive juices flowed down the thorn and dissolved the skin on my forearm. I experienced a terrible pain but didn't stop. If I made a mistake here, then everything was over. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, has relieved some of the pain. Gurgle, gurgle, chururuk. Before long, the thorn jammed up the emission point. Just one. After a deep sigh, I pulled out another thorn from my waist. I applied the mucus of the hammer seahorse, found another opening and blocked it. A few constellations admire your calmness. The constellations have sponsored you 200 coins. I used this method to block 3 opening points. There were some left, but the small openings didn't release large amounts of digestive fluids. There was one thorn left in the top tightly tied around me. All that was left was one thorn and 2 pockets of mucus. I used the remaining mucus on my skin and clothes, then poured what was remaining down my throat. Cup. The fishy taste on my tongue was sickening, but it was better than dying. The bitterness was nothing compared to the disaster that would occur from now on. It was around 5 minutes afterwards that the entire stomach started trembling. It had started. Keek dash. The ichthyosaur let out a painful scream. The blood vessels on the wall of the stomach were squirming. The thorns were visibly expanding into the blood vessels. The thorns in the openings had started their aggressive growth activity. The stone hog's thorn grew in response to the body fluids of seawater species. Gaduduk, gaduduk. The thorn that became immune to the digestive juices due to the applied mucus absorbed the surrounding fluids and started to take root in the body of the ichthyosaur. The stone hog's thorns wouldn't stop expanding until the ichthyosaur was completely dead. Ki. As I watched the liquid swirling under my feet, I grabbed the thorn tightly. I did everything I could. From now on, it was a mental fight. Either I died or this guy would die. Only one of us would survive. I didn't know how much time passed. My breathing was often interrupted and all my muscles were so stiff that I could barely move them. A few constellations admire your will to survive. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. But I persisted. I persisted because I believed I could hold on. The light emitted from the thorn in the darkness confirmed that I was alive. After confirming the falling temperature of the stomach wall, I was convinced that he was dying. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, admires your spirit. The constellation has sponsored you 100 coins. When I was hungry, I placed my tongue to the end of the thorn. The condensed fluid that flowed out contained the life force absorbed from the ichthyosaur. The reason I drank the mucus in advance was to absorb this concentrate. Your stamina has slightly increased due to absorbing the power of the ichthyosaur. There wasn't an immediate effect of my stats level increasing, but by the time I escaped from the ichthyosaur, I would gain at least 2 levels in stamina. It wouldn't work at a higher level, but this was one of the few tricks I could use to raise my stamina without using coins. Indeed, this wasn't a dream. This was all I could do. I was just an ordinary reader. I wasn't a protagonist. It felt like I would wake up screaming in bed at any moment, but no such miracle happened no matter how much I blinked. Mother would be fine. She was okay. This wasn't anybody else, it was Mother. I fell asleep whenever the liquid on the floor drained away and woke up every time the cold river water entered my mouth. Finally, the ichthyosaur's digestion stopped. The warmth of the viscera suddenly cooled down and the elastic stomach lining gradually solidified. Thus, I could be sure. He died. You are really great. A bright light in the darkness. Bai Hyung's dim figure was floating in the air. Using the stone hog's thorn like this. I never even thought about it. Constellations, isn't it the same for you? Bai Hyung looked at the stone hog's thorn emitting a faint light. The stone hog is a guy who mainly lives on the coast and feeds on small sea species. They insert the thorn into the skin of the prey, but I didn't think it would be used to plug up the openings for the digestive juices. Bai Hyung's shining eyes weren't looking at me. The words weren't an explanation for me either. A few constellations are smiling as if they already know. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. A few constellations belatedly understand your judgment. The constellations complain that you should tell them by talking to yourself from now on. I ignored the messages from the constellations and drank the last of the condensed fluid. Your stamina has slightly increased due to absorbing the power of the ichthyosaur. Your stamina level has risen. Stamina LV 11 - Stamina LV 12. I accomplished my intended purpose. Bai Hyung came down to me and looked at my burnt arm. Furthermore, the mucus, I didn't know the mucus of the hammer seahorse was so potent. Originally, my skin should have melted from the ichthyosaur's digestive juices. I opened my mouth to stop Bai Hyung's nonsense. The mucus of the hammer seahorse is immune to digestive fluids. They evolved in this way after often being eaten by the ichthyosaurs. A few constellations admire your knowledge. Then Bai Hyung looked at me with a betrayed expression. Excuse me, I should be the one explaining. I did it because you don't know. Now is the explanation over? Yes. Then give me the reward. Cheeky bastard. Bai Hyung grumbled while at the same time, a reward message appeared in front of my eyes. The hidden scenario has ended. You have obtained 9,000 coins in compensation. You are the first to have successfully hunted a grade 7 species. You have earned 1,000 coins as an achievement reward. 9,000 coins plus an additional 1,000 coins. It was a very huge income. Coins possessed, 14,800 C. If I added the 500 donated coins from filming my survival, the total income was 10,500 coins. It was over my target. Constellations. Did you see it well? Let's quickly watch an advertisement before going straight to the next scenario. I could hear the faint sounds of an ad somewhere. New scenario opening featured package, 8,800 coins. Once the eyes of the constellations disappeared, Baihyung started speaking to me in a friendly manner. Sigh, it was a great survival. The response from the constellations was amazing. How much time passed? 4 days. I was in suspense the whole time I was watching. Were you unaware of the time? My smartphone died. It took more time than I thought. The original goal was 2 days. Well, Yu Jong-hyuk took 4 days in the 4th round to catch this, so the speed wasn't slow. Anyway, I did it. A pleasant feeling of fulfillment covered my whole body and made me confident. I was an ordinary person with ordinary skills. But even so, this didn't mean I could only do ordinary things. How funny. It was strange. A novel that hadn't been helpful for 28 years was now making me extraordinary. Oh, you are already talking to yourself? Isn't it good? For an incarnation, talking to yourself is essential. Of course, there are constellations who dislike it, but usually. Shut up and open the Dokja bag. Why? Are you going to buy something? I'm not buying but selling. Damn, I'll have to cut the ad short. Constellations, hold on a second. I'll adjust the volume. As Baihyung opened the Dokja bag, I looked at the thorns embedded in the wall. The upper barrier was hardened and deep cracks formed around the thorns. I could now smash through the upper barrier with my strength. I broke the wall little by little with the one remaining thorn. Shortly afterwards, I encountered the core of the ichthyosaur that was glowing blue. Ichthyosaur's core. It was an ether core found in monster species grade 7 or higher. I could raise my magic power level without coins if I ingested them. It was good quality because it was a Sea Commander grade ichthyosaur. I carefully cut at the flesh around the core while Baihyung looked at me with a dumbfounded expression. I'll sell this. You really? Of course, I don't mean to sell it to you. I'll put it on the Dokja auction. Baihyung accepted it like he was tired of asking me anything. Sigh, do what you want. How much are you going to charge? I won't sell it for coins. I'll sell it by barter. Damn, you know all sorts of things. Baihyung grumbled while uploaded the item to the Dokja auction. His desires were simple. This guy might listen better than I thought. Someone will show up to buy it. And the item exchanged must be broken faith. Broken faith? There is a person with it, in any case, it is registered. Yes. And I will buy this. I saw white pure star energy in the shopping cart. Indeed, nobody bought it yet. Most constellations weren't well aware of the value of coin items. The expensive items in the Dokja bag weren't unconditionally good. Wait a minute, can I talk to you for a moment? At Baihyung's words, the advertising volume increased again. The constellations are complaining about the long advertisement. Once I saw that one more advertisement had appeared, I had a hunch about what Baihyung wanted to say. Is it the contract? Advertising was the only way to hide the eyes and ears of the constellations without turning off the broadcast. From now on, it wasn't a story for the constellations. Yes. I wasn't certain, but I became convinced after this scenario. Well, let's try it once. I can help you a little bit. Won't this violate the streamer's pledge? Ah, of course, I can't really help you. I'm just saying that. Will you sign the contract? What are the conditions? Take a look. The Dokja pulled out an extravagant contract that had been prepared. I read the contract that emerged as a transparent window in the air. Stream contract agreement. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Gap, will sign an exclusive contract with Baihyung, Yul, until all scenarios are completed or until his death. TL, Gap and Yul are based on the 10 celestial/heavenly stems, link. In Korea, they are consistently used to denote the smaller and larger contractor in a legal contract. I am the gap. Don't humans like this? It doesn't mean anything. Keep reading. Incarnation Kim Dokja, gap, will never choose a sponsor until all scenarios have ended or his death. This was also as expected. Incarnation Kim Dokja, gap, should only be active on the channel of Dakibi Baihyang, Yul. Incarnation Kim Dokja, gap, and Dakibi Baihyang, Yul, will distribute the revenue from stream contracts, and this ratio will be determined through mutual consultation. Incarnation Kim Dokja, gap, and Dakibi Baihyang, Yul, will be subject to destruction in accordance to the laws of Star Stream if they break this contract. I read the contract carefully to the last item. I thought he might play an unknown joke, but I didn't see that part. Except for one thing. There is the most important part. What do you mean? You can just say that you agree. The stream contract is a sole pledge. I'm talking about the pay ratio. Right. As if this bastard didn't know. This was the most important part. How about 5:5? Instead, I'll get rid of my channel fee. Do you know how to calculate it? I will accurately divide your future donations in this ratio. For example, if you get 100 coins, you will receive 50 coins and I will receive 50 coins. All stream contracts were like this. The constellations had incarnations appear on the Dakibi's channel, and the contributions received from other constellations would be divided by a percentage. This was normal. Are you taking me for a pushover? I won't accept. What? But this is the industry's default settlement ratio. I'm an incarnation without a sponsor. When donating to an incarnation without a sponsor, the constellations must pay a huge fee to the Dakibi. Haven't you already enjoyed a lot thanks to me? Baihyang's jaw slowly dropped open. But there was no point making that expression. 10 o'clock, you will only get the commission. I won't pay you a single penny. What? That is ridiculous. How about 7:3? The ratio changed greatly. But I wasn't going to concede. 10 o'clock. What is this fucking bullshit? It is a ridiculous rate. Then don't accept. I will just go to another channel. Gildal is doing well these days. I should ask him. 8:2. I can't concede anymore. 10 o'clock. Baihyang's expression changed to a threatening one. He looked at my head like it would explode at any minute. But I knew. He would never give up the contract. My existence was his last chance. The advertisement is coming to an end. Don't you see the constellations complaining? In the end, Baihyang gave up. Shit, I understand. Then will you sign the contract? He surrendered easier than I thought. In fact, I was going to give up at 9:1. Maybe he earned more money than I expected. It was a bit disgusting. Yes. And one more thing. What? What now? You have to give a separate down payment. Give me 5,000 coins. Baihyang's expression tightened. You really? I laughed. Why was a gap, and why did humans dwell on it? I would let that damn Dakibi know. The stream contract is concluded. You have received 5,000 coins as a down payment. The advertisement finished and the constellations came back. I patted the Dakibi on the shoulder and said, let's get out of here. Now was the real start. A meteor shower was pouring down in the starry sky. It was a sight that anyone would admire, but not Yu Jonghyuk. It is starting. The meteor shower was the precursor to the third main scenario starting. Now Seoul would be destroyed one by one according to the scenario. Yu Jonghyuk looked up at the sky before bowing his head and looking at the Han River. The landscape around Dongo Bridge was quite desolate since the large group of ichthyosaurs had recently moved downstream. It was too much. It had already been 3 days since Kim Dokja entered Han River. It might have been too much to demand that he catch the ichthyosaur at the first level. Indeed, it would be hard for me to catch an ichthyosaur in 3 days. But it would be impossible to take him if he couldn't do this much. If he couldn't even do this much, it would only hinder Yu Jonghyuk. A prophet isn't a big deal. Yu Jonghyuk closed his eyes with disappointment. He would go on his own again. Without any companions. It wasn't a big deal. He had been alone all this time. This time I will definitely change it. Yu Jonghyuk turned around. But maybe he had turned away too soon. Wait. What? I blinked several times but could only see a gray-white ceiling. I was still inside the ichthyosaur. I turned my head and saw the surprised Baihyung. I had a dream. Ohu, are you trying to raise curiosity? It isn't bad. I didn't mean to do such a thing, but I didn't mind the misunderstanding. A few constellations want you to move to a new place quickly. I used 500 coins to buy the Elaine Forest's vital force to help me sleep. I thought it was too dangerous to move while exhausted. The Elaine Forest's vital force quickly recovered fatigue and wounds in exchange for 2 hours of sleep. In other words, it was an expensive item. I really want to go out. I talked to myself while stretching my body. The dream I just had was still clear. Maybe it wasn't a dream. Kwajijijik. I heard the sound of an electric current scattering and Baihyung disappeared without a word. Maybe he went to do his job. I sighed with relief. The stream contract with the Takibi. It was a gamble that I never would have attempted if I hadn't known about Baihyung from Ways of Survival. But I did it with surprising calm. I never succeeded in any contracts in real life. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is in use. This was real. I inserted strength to my right hand holding the thorn. I really thought this world was reality. A few constellations want you to act. Well, there was no time to worry about it. I swung the thorn as hard as I could at the stomach wall that lost its elasticity. At the same time, there was the sound of something collapsed and water pouring out. I plunged into Han River. Pwah! Fortunately, I didn't see any other ichthyosaurs. Small seawater species approached with curiosity but no hostility was felt. Not all creatures would attack humans. Dongo Bridge was over there. I used a piece of the ichthyosaur corpse as a flotation device and made my way towards dry land. My skin was cold from the cold water but I couldn't worry about it. After 30 minutes of swimming, my hand reached land. A few constellations are nervous looking at you. Normally, danger would immediately come after this message popped up. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is making an insidious smile. It was a pity for the constellations but something bad wouldn't happen to me. It was because I already knew the dangers. You have entered the region of the second main scenario. The land in the scenario area is deeply polluted. Be careful about your breathing and move underground as quickly as possible. The message said this, but in fact, I shouldn't be on the ground from the moment this scenario started. Why? Look at my skin now. You have been exposed to poisonous fog. The skin touched by the violet fog turned black. Kaya. Once I followed the source of the fog with my eyes, I saw a monster making terrible cries. It was a massive monster over 30 meters big. This fog was the fart of the Grade 7 monster, Great Poisonous Rhinoceros. The rhino snorted and confronted a monster in the fog, which seemed to be an insect king species based on the shadow. Qua. The struggle in this new world wasn't just for humans. The monsters were also fighting for their homes. I moved while holding my breath as much as possible. They were Grade 7 monsters like the ichthyosaur, but I couldn't do with them right now. In the first place, I could kill the sea commander because I was prepared. You have used the Elaine monkey's lungs. The monkey's lungs was an item I bought in advance that could be used as a substitute for an air purifier for 20 minutes. A few constellations admire your readiness. The above-ground station, Oksu Station, had already been destroyed. The nearest underground station from here was Gumho Station. Maybe the others had moved there. I moved quickly while avoided the small species that were eating the corpses. I only had 20 minutes, so I needed to move as quickly as possible while securing supplies. The first thing I needed was clothes. My outerwear was melted by the ichthyosaur's fluids, so it was necessary. Of course, there were many of them all around, but I felt uncomfortable. It couldn't be helped. I searched some bodies and grabbed clothes that roughly fit. Then I headed to a nearby convenience store. I grabbed a few plastic bags and swept in food randomly. Food would be a valuable trading item after going underground. I filled 3 or 4 bags like this. It seemed that the color of the monkey's lungs was becoming increasingly darker. There wasn't much time left. Then I heard someone's voice. "Help, help me." There was someone still alive. A young woman was lying down in a corner. The poisoning was progressing on the surface of the skin, but the toxic condition wasn't severe due to the mask she was wearing. Her jacket was half removed and a bit of her skirt was torn. "Are you okay? Can you stand?" Ah. Was there such an extra in ways of survival? I wanted to take a closer look, but I didn't have enough time. I picked up the woman and ran to Gumho Station. I turned and a side street appeared. Now the distance to Gumho Station was 100 meters in a straight line. I breathed in and started to run with all my strength. I could see the exit 3 sign in the distance. Closed. Then on the other side, there was a fire shutter down at every exit due to the disaster situation. I could break the shutter with his thorn, but if I did it wrong, the people inside might be damaged. Exit 4. Unexpectedly, the woman I was carrying was helpful. I ran towards exit 4. Then I found a fire shutter that was rolling down. I placed the thorn in the gap of the shutter that was trying to close. Somebody yelled out. "Shit, what is this? Open the door." And no. You can't come in. Go away. There is a wounded person. We are already in a full state. We don't need any more people. It was full of people. Strange. Was there such a development? I don't care about that. I used the thorn as a lever and lifted the shutter as hard as possible. Since I used the coins to increase my strength to level 10, I now had the strength of half a dozen adult males. Yuaak. There was a loud sound and the people on the other side of the shutter became nervous. Run away. The scared men escaped into the darkness of the underground passage. I entered the station safely, lowered the shutter and put the girl down on the floor. You have entered the safety zone. The poisonous fog didn't come down to the underground area. There was no possible scientific explanation. It was just because of the scenario. Put this in your mouth. I took off the woman's mask and handed over the monkey's lungs. It wouldn't completely cure her, but it would have a neutralizing effect. A faint groan emerged from the mouth of the woman. The woman who was abandoned. I suddenly wondered about her information. This woman, it was likely that she had died in the original development. A voice was heard as I was about to use character list. There he is. Light from a flashlight approached in the darkness. My eyes narrowed as I saw men holding metal pipes. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, frowns at the appearance of the uninvited people. A big man in the middle opened his mouth. His body was well balanced, so he must be a strong person. Who are you? At this moment, I was strangely struck dumb. What should I say when this happened? I thought for a moment before speaking like Yu Jonghyuk. Kim Dokja. Kim Dokja. That is your name? Yes. Who asked that? What is this bastard? It was a more difficult question. You that woman. One of the men found the woman beside me and shone the flashlight on her. What, isn't that woman from the marginalized group? Didn't you come back with her? That is. The man's flashlight moved in a harassing manner near the woman's waist. Ha, so it was like that. Cute guys. Why did you do that without Hyungnim's permission? Hee hee. I'm sorry. No, of course Kyeolsu Hyungnim should be first, hee hee, I was going to do that. Kyeolsu. Kyeolsu. Was there a character by that name? I couldn't remember. He must be nothing, as opposed to how he looked. Hey, hand that woman over to us, huh? What is that? The flashlight shone on the convenience store bags on the floor. It was okay to escape the crisis, but the flow was turning out bad. Leave that as well. Then you can live. To be exact, it wasn't good for these guys, not me. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is annoyed at these people. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is angry with the injustice occurring. A bounty scenario has occurred at the request of the constellations. Bounty scenario, remove the interference. Category, sub. Difficulty, F. Clear conditions, the constellations feel great anger at the disruptors who are obstructing your rapid movements. Neutralize them within the time limit. Time limit, 5 minutes. Compensation, unknown. Failure, unknown. I thought it would be like this. Poor bastards. I got up while holding the thorn. There weren't any minors in the constellations, right? I hoped so. It was because it was now the adult broadcasting time. I often thought about it. Why did so many predictable villains appear in post-apocalyptic stories? It must be the laziness of the authors to think that crimes such as rape or theft would occur indiscriminately in such a situation. If the real destruction came, wouldn't humans act more rationally than they thought? It looks like he won't give it. Hey, go ahead and kill him. The answer was now right in front of me. I observed the men coming towards me, as well as the man watching from the rear. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, expects a fair judgment. I once again realized it. The human imagination was cliché, yet real humans were more cliché than the imagination. Wyack. The trajectory of the iron pipe moved in a funny manner through the air. It wasn't a strike with the intent to kill. In fact, it didn't hurt that much. If you don't run away, then you really will die. Get lost. The 4 men surrounded me. One was trembling, but the others looked more relaxed than before. It was probably due to the advantage in numbers. What are these brats doing? Wah! Along with the shout, one man rushed forward. It was clearly a defenseless posture. I moved the thorn. Puke. Aya-ak. My leg. My leg. You bastard. Hit him together. The agitated men rushed simultaneously, but I wasn't afraid. Their strength level was just above 5. I endured the incoming attacks and silently stabbed the thorn. Tang, Kong. Puke, puke. The men had their thighs successively pierced and fell to their knees with a scream. But I didn't kill them. It was because the scenario clear condition was to neutralize them. The constellations of the absolute good system nod at your judgment. A few constellations laugh at your humanity. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. If I became a murderer, I might be able to attract the attention of the constellations for a while. However, it was only a while. Instantly raising the threshold of stimulation wasn't good in the long run. There are 3 minutes to the end of the scenario. 2 minutes had passed. Time calculation was important in time attack scenarios. What the hell is this bastard? Why won't you die? At this time, their leader, who was watching the situation from the back, came forward. You are a fairly tough guy. Everyone back off. I will deal with him. Kyeolsu Hyungnim. This guy seems to have a pretty strong sponsor. Good. It looks like he has a lot of coins. Knuckles shining with a black gloss. They weren't ordinary iron knuckles. Did he receive it from his sponsor? Crunch. There was the relaxed sound of bones cracking from the knuckled hands. The character, Kyolsu, has used Threaten. Threaten doesn't work because the overall capabilities gap is too big. Ho, aren't you quite good? You aren't getting scared at all. The man's fist moved before he finished talking. The attack was aimed exactly at my jaw. I quickly stepped back. That guy smiled. Aren't you quite good? Do you exercise? Even if I didn't have a footwork skill, anyone could do this if their agility exceeded level 10. Since I previously invested most of my remaining coins after buying items, the total sum of my body stats now reached 33. Should I look at this guy? The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Bang Kyolsu. Age, 34 years old. Constellation sponsor, Monarch of the Small Fries. Private attribute, Assault Force Captain, General. Exclusive skills, Dogfight LV2, Bluff LV2. Stigmata, Threaten LV.1. Overall stats, Stamina LV6, Strength LV7, Agility LV6, Magic Power LV2. Overall evaluation, a common small fry who was lucky to obtain a sponsor. He has a tendency to overstate his abilities compared to his actual combat strength. Ah, right. Now I remembered. Bang Kyolsu of the Kyoldo group. What, you know me? Let's see. My memory was dim because he disappeared like the wind at the beginning of the work, but I fuzzily recalled there was a character called Bang Kyolsu. He was the stupidest guy in the group at Gumho Station. As far as I knew, these guys should have been killed by Yu Jonghyuk. Why were they still alive? Ohu, perhaps you are of that category? You must have killed people. Isn't that right? Yes, I feel that we are somewhat alike. The character, Bang Kyolsu, has used Bluff. Bluff. It was a skill that anyone who was a thug possessed. It was a good debuff that could weaken the opponent's attack power, but this case was different. Fourth wall has blocked the bluff of the character Bang Kyolsu. The confidence of the character Bang Kyolsu is rapidly falling. Are you ignoring me? You really want to die? Bang Kyolsu took a threatening Greco-Roman wrestling posture and rushed towards me. But that was only a bluff. It was because he didn't have the wrestling skill. Stop beating around the bush and come on. Son of a bitch. The key skill that Bang Kyolsu had was Dogfight LV2. His combat power was insignificant unless he got into a melee. Die. The agility difference was so high that his attacks rarely hit me. I looked at him with a bit of sympathy. Not all constellations had a desire to raise their incarnations as the protagonist of the scenario. For example, his constellation Monarch of the Small Fries was famous for being thrifty with his incarnations. A masochist who enjoyed using idiots as his incarnation, enjoying watching them be crushed by other incarnations. That was the Monarch of the Small Fries. The constellation Monarch of the Small Fries is delighted. The constellation Monarch of the Small Fries has sponsored you 100 coins. Despite his incarnation being smashed, he was supporting the enemy. Originally, I was thinking about ending the time attack in one blow, but now the story was a bit different. There are 2 minutes to the end of the sub-scenario. Then I should make the most of the remaining time. You rat bastard. All of his lines were in the style of the Monarch of the Small Fries. How pitiful. Piak. Ha. I hit you. His attack luckily hit, but there was little damage. The spot where I was hit just stung a bit. How? How? My stamina was LVL 12. His strength was only LVL 7. The difference in the overall stats gap created a huge combat power gap. Is it my turn now? I touched the cheek of the stupefied Bang Kyolsu before hitting it as hard as I could. A few teeth flew out as Bang Kyolsu screamed. I didn't hesitate and pierced his arm precisely with the thorn. Aya! I fixed one of his arms to the wall with the thorn and started the indiscriminate assault. I chose the areas that were the most painful without knocking him out, such as the back, thigh, femur and side. The constellation Monarch of the Small Fries is delighted. The constellation Monarch of the Small Fries has requested an extension of the sub-scenario time. The sub-scenario is extended by 1 minute. I also paid attention to the parts where the woman had been injured. Cough. Kuhik. Kuhik. Blood and flesh were scattered. Broken teeth fell to the ground and the broken bones twisted abnormally. However, I didn't stop kicking. Stop. Please. Let Hyung Nim go. The men standing to the side exclaimed with panic. I looked over at them once in a while. Then he looked at the half-naked woman lying on the ground. Humans were weak. How could such weak humans do such cruel things? They used the excuse of the world being destroyed. They killed, raped women and stole from others. Was it because of instincts? I was suddenly curious as I saw Bang Kyolsu's eyes stained with fear in front of a stronger violence. Why did you do it? It was a question out of nowhere. In fact, I didn't expect an answer to this question. But the moment I was about to kick him again, Bang Kyolsu opened his eyes. Fuck, just kill me you son of a bitch. The moment I saw his eyes, I knew he had answered my question in his own way. A look that didn't show any lingering attachment to life. Yes. It wasn't because of instincts. Bang Kyolsu talked in a voice that was subsiding. Dog, this dog-like world. This guy was a human who had been despairing long before this world was destroyed. Just like me. There are 10 seconds left to the end of the sub-scenario. I didn't delay any further and gave a strong kick to his neck. The breath was knocked out of him and Bang Kyolsu finally fainted. You have met the conditions to clear the sub-scenario. You have earned 300 coins. I hope all of you are happy. The constellation Monarch of the Small Fries is satisfied and has sponsored you 100 coins. The other men crawled and approached me one by one. How cruel. They looked at Bang Kyolsu, who had been turned into a rag, and then up at me with fear. It was like they were dogs waiting to be disposed of at a slaughterhouse. I picked up the collapsed woman and the convenience store bags. In any case, the world had been destroyed and I had to live a new life. Take me to where the group is. Gumho Station was originally a place that would grow into the region's base after it was organized by Yu Jonghyuk. In his first regression, Yu Jonghyuk broke through the second main scenario with the Gumho Station group, allowing the people of the group to occupy a place in the new era. But that was the first story. By the third round of regression, Yu Jonghyuk was different. The third turn Yu Jonghyuk was a monster who monopolized everything. Even so, he was someone who would do the basic cleanup. Huh. The man guiding me was surprised. I'm just talking to myself. It is a habit. The constellation secretive plotter likes your monologues. Yes, anyway, this way. The men of the Kyoldo group, who were supporting each other, stopped moving. We descended to the bottom of the dark platform and found a place where there was still light. I heard the buzzing sound of people as we went down the stairs. The Kyoldo group. People are hurt. Some people rushed over to support Bang Kyolsu's group. There was more of a system than I thought since people were moving in an orderly fashion. In the meantime, I saw familiar faces run over. Oh my god. Dokja SSI. Dokja SSI. Fortunately, it looks like nothing happened. Usanga SSI. I'm glad. Really, I'm really glad. Usanga stood in front of me with a happy expression. I was startled and asked for an awkward handshake. There were a lot of scrapes on the back of Usanga's hand, showing she had suffered quite a hard time in the past 4 days. I heard a sound and something became attached to my leg. You're alive. It was Lee Gil-young. I stroked the boy's head. Have you been well? Lee Gil-young nodded. He must be hungry since his cheeks were really thin. I pulled out a chocolate bar from the bag and placed it in Lee Gil-young's hand. I knew you were alive, Dokja SSI. Ha. Finally, I looked at Lee Hyun-sung. The muscles of his upper half seemed to have become more solid. Maybe Lee Hyun-sung had protected these too. I'm really sorry. At that time, I left Dokja SSI. It was an unavoidable situation. Phew, I'm glad that Yu Jonghyuk SSI was right. Yu Jonghyuk. Why was that name heard here? Lee Hyun-sung noticed after a moment and said. That, Yu Jonghyuk said that Dokja SSI was probably alive. Where is Yu Jonghyuk now? He isn't here now. Not here. Yu Jonghyuk SSI left the station yesterday. So. I could determine many things before Lee Hyun-sung finished speaking. I see. It was truly like that. He was a person in a rush. That reminds me, there is one more person. Ah, the department head. Yu Sanga didn't finish speaking because a group of men suddenly intruded. But it was a good thing. Everybody, out of the way. I didn't have to hear the explanation to see what happened straight away. 3 or 4 men armed with a hammer or pipe started to surround me. There was a familiar face among them. Why you? Han Myung-go abandoned me on the even bridge and now he looked like he had seen a ghost. Han Myung-go must have joined this group. Gee, get rid of that guy. He is a very bad person. He shouldn't be here. A thief was always the one who felt pins and needles. Han Myung-go started exclaiming wildly. However, I noticed that the other men looked at each other and didn't easily move. There was something weird. Han Myung-go was placed in the center yet they didn't listen to him. Ha, Han Hyung. Everyone should get along so why don't you stop? Ah, that. You are a new person. The men split apart to the sides and a path was formed. A slim man appeared among them. I could tell just by looking in his eyes. This guy had a sponsor. Nice to meet you. Can I ask what your name is? Kim Dokja. Dokja SSI. I see. I am Cheon In-ho. Cheon In-ho. It felt like a name I should remember. I inserted strength to the hand holding the thorn. It looked like this guy was the leader of the Kyoto group. He lost half of his men to me so he came here to make trouble. I heard the story from those you came with. You fought a monster and saved my group members. What? Everyone, please gather. We have a brave new group member. After Cheon In-ho's words, people started to turn this way one by one. It was at this time that I knew. It was impossible for the charisma of Han Myung-go to gather this much power. Cheon In-ho was the real leader of this bunch. Wah! It is food. Hungry eyes fell on the convenience store bags. Then Cheon In-ho spoke as if he had been waiting. He delivered it exactly to us. He is a rare good person. The words made all the eyes look at me like I was a savior. The mother holding the child and the elderly man who hurt his leg were looking at me earnestly. Cheon In-ho, I seem to remember. Yes, there was this guy in the Gumho station group. The constellation, secretive plotter, is excited. In this ruined world, the real danger wasn't people like Bang Kyeolsu. Humans moving while feeling despair weren't the least bit dangerous to me. The really dangerous people were those who used the despair of others as a fertilizer for power. Just like this guy. Welcome to Gumho Station, Kim Dokja SSI. Cheon In-ho were laughing deeply while gazing at me. He inwardly laughed while shaking my hand. Cheon In-ho would never know. At this moment, his future had been decided. Despite the interference of Cheon In-ho, the constellations didn't ask for a bounty scenario. In other words, it wasn't the best time to deal with him. For around half a day, I focused on grasping the situation of Gumho Station. It was Lee Hyun-sung who mainly gave information. Currently, there are 86 people in Gumho Station. Ah, I guess it is 87 people now with Dokja SSI. It is less than I thought. Yes. When the scenario broke out, only those near the station and those on the train survived. Everyone didn't say it, but perhaps in the first scenario. I didn't need to be told the next words. I could see it from the expressions of the people. Those who survived had trampled on someone's life. All the humans here were murderers. Currently, Gumho Station is divided into two groups. Strictly speaking, it is one group and the rest. Lee Hyun-sung looked at the people with a dark expression. There were men armed with iron pipes or other instruments. It was clear which was the faction in power. Believe in me. The group president is working hard and everyone will soon be rescued. The youngest son of Hankyung Group, Han Myung-go. Hyung Nim is right, everyone. Don't lose hope. We will be able to lead. The one who embraced Han Myung-go and practically led the group was Cheon In-ho. They were the mainstream group. Mother, I'm bored, can't I play a game on the phone? Hold on for a moment. The rescue team will come soon. The government will act. It isn't that easy to collapse a country. And the people who were protected by the mainstream group and wanted to get on with their lives were the marginalized group. Their will was too weak to be killers. Even if 100 murderers were gathered together, they would be divided between the weak and the strong. Maybe they were thinking that they weren't murderers. They all believed it was unavoidable. Lee Hyun-sung watched the mainstream group inciting the people and said, "Food distribution is determined by the mainstream group. Convenience stores and restaurants in the region have already been robbed, the foods that can be eaten right now are almost gone." I see. It is the reason why some people from the mainstream group were sent above ground for food exploration. Hwon SSI, who you brought in, went with them. Hwon SSI. Ah, it is the name of the woman who Dokja SSI saved. I looked at the woman who lay on the subway bench. Under the bright light, her beauty could be seen. Her raised cheeks and gentle features meant she must have often heard she was attractive. Thanks to the monkey's lungs, her color was much brighter than it was this morning. Is Hwon SSI the only one who didn't come back? No. In fact, a few more people went out this morning, but only those from the marginalized group didn't return. They didn't come back. Yes. Lee Hyun-sung's expression became sad again. He thought he roughly knew what happened. I grabbed Lee Hyun-sung's shoulder. I knew for sure after actually touching him. He truly was the steel sword. His strength would soon exceed level 10. WIRU. Lee Hyun-sung SSI should have received a love call, but you didn't accept. Ah, that. Objectively, Lee Hyun-sung's combat power was higher than Bang Kyeol-soo. There was no way Cheon In-ho wouldn't aim for him. I can't explain it, but I thought I shouldn't accept. I don't know much about morals or ethics, but... Lee Hyun-sung scratched his head like he was embarrassed. I felt that something wasn't right. Not right. It wasn't an answer, but I felt it was true. Indeed, Lee Hyun-sung was Lee Hyun-sung. Don't forget this heart. That way, I could continue to believe in him. I heard a cute sound from somewhere and looked back, seeing Yu Sanga and Lee Gil-young looking up at me. Their faces were like baby birds waiting for the mother bird, making me laugh. That reminds me, it is already evening. Aren't you hungry? Take this one by one. I handed over the food from the convenience store one by one. Ah. Really? Can I? This time is free. But next time, you should pay for it. Huh? How much? Don't you all have coins? It is 10 coins for one. That. Confusion filled the faces of Yu Sanga and Lee Hyun-sung. They looked like they hadn't expected my words. Of course. I will pay right now. I don't need freebies. Surprisingly, the one who spoke was the woman who had been lying on the bench. She had regained consciousness. I am Young Hee-won. Thank you for your help this morning. It is nothing. I thought it was just a cute mask, but I could see that it was a prejudice. You Sangha SSI, Lee Hyunsung SSI. Everyone, please wake up. It isn't the time to be making this look. This food, he obtained it by risking his life. Do you expect to get it for free? There was almost no expression on the face that spoke without hesitation. Ah, Yu Sangha turned red like she had woken up. I was too short-sighted, I'm sorry. Of course we should pay, it is right. I don't like freebies either. I hate depending on other people. I also agree with you Sangha SSI. I will pay coins from now on. I was a little surprised by the unexpected reaction. Indeed, just because it was an apocalypse didn't mean there was only one type of person. If you insist, I understand. Does everyone know how to exchange coins? Yes. I learned a few days ago. Touch each other's index finger, and just state how many coins you want to exchange. Starting from Young Hee-won, Yu Sangha and Lee Hyunsung paid 10 coins in exchange for food. It was fortunate that their resistance wasn't bigger than what I thought. I didn't do this in order to get a few coins. At first, this judgment might seem harsh, but people would soon realize this choice was right. Lee Gil-young has paid you 20 coins. Huh? You gave me more than 10 coins. It is the price for the chocolate bar during the day. Lee Gil-young's expression while speaking was quite good. Maybe the fastest to adapt to a new world wasn't an adult but a child. It was easier for children to break common sense. Will Dokja SSI keep staying with us? Ah, that. Dokja SSI. It wasn't Lee Hyunsung who called out to me. I looked back and saw Cheon In-ho from the mainstream group. Yes, I thought he would be back soon. Can I talk with you for a while? Bang Ki-olsu was missing some teeth and glaring at me from behind Cheon In-ho. He stared at me before turning his head away. A foolish fellow. Okay, let's talk. I nodded and Cheon In-ho spoke with a satisfied expression. Then can the rest of you vacate this place for a moment? I want to talk to Dokja SSI alone. Ah, that. No, you don't have to go. You can listen. Cheon In-ho's eyes twitched at my words. Lee Hyunsung stopped as he was about to retreat. Is that so? Well, I don't care. He acted like they were free to listen. Cheon In-ho wiped the bench and sat down. Men from the Kyoto group appeared on both sides of him and handed him a cigarette and lighter. He had seen too many movies. You seem to have a nature that dislikes cumbersome things, so I will get to the point. Yes. Join our group. It was an expected offer. I can offer Dokja SSI a high position in our group. I want to lead the group together with you. Why me? Shouldn't you know why? Cheon In-ho glanced towards the injured Kyoto group members. Dokja SSI is a hero who saved people from monsters. A hero needs such a place. It was an interesting way of thinking. He would take advantage of my presence. And if I refuse? Refuse? How interesting. I never thought about that. Cheon In-ho blew out cigarette smoke towards me. Dokja SSI, this isn't a favor. You have a duty to do this. Can't you see the poor people here? People were looking this way with scruffy faces. There were crying children and tired elderly people. It isn't a big story. I am asking you to work together for survival. Dokja SSI, don't you have the strength? What exactly do you want? I need someone to be a hitman. Hitman? Until a few days ago, there was someone else doing the job. He procured food alone and hunted in the tunnels. To be exact, we took it one-sidedly. I didn't need to ask. This was the story of Yu Jonghyuk. But he suddenly left last night. So you need someone to replace him? I think your strength is proven with Kyosu SSI. Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won's eyes widened. Now they noticed what was going on. It isn't bad for Dokja SSI. You are the hero of the people and will be the leader of the group with us. Everyone will like you and also. I'm sorry but I can't be responsible for anyone. I don't want to join your group. HRMM. Is that so? Above all, the way you run the group doesn't fit me. I looked at the health members of the Kyoto group and the sickly-looking members of the marginalized group. In particular, Jung Hee-won was looking at the Cheon In-ho as if he was her mortal enemy. Is that so? It is fine. But if you change your mind, come back anytime. That will not happen. It remains to be seen. It didn't take long to find out what Cheon In-ho's words meant. As the members of the Kyoto group retreated, the other group members approached as if they had been waiting. It was the people of the marginalized group. They grabbed me and raised their voices. Hey, is the rumor true? Are you really monopolizing the food? Are you going to eat it all when there is enough to share with everyone? We are all staying here. Why are you the only one to have it? Leave the food to In-ho SSI. He will distribute it fairly. I knew what was going on. I could see the smiling face of Cheon In-ho in the rear of the people. His lips were moving. Choose. Would I give food and become the hero? Or would I be the villain and monopolize it alone? If I chose to be the hero, I would fall into Cheon In-ho's game. After the food was distributed, I would have to hunt for food with the group members and would someday get stabbed in the back. On the other hand, I would be isolated in a group in a moment if I monopolized the food alone. The eyes of a few constellations are shining. The constellation, secretive plotter, has snorted. As the people became heated up, Cheon In-ho came forward. Everyone. Calm down. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Kim Dokja SSI isn't such a person. What was this? A decoy? Kim Dokja SSI decided to work with us. The food he brought today will be left to the mainstream group and will be shared fairly. He also promised to continue to work with us. Of course, he believed I would choose him. It was hard to listen anymore. Stop. I worried about it for a short moment. What would you Jonghyuk do? That's it. The answer was that he wasn't here right now. But I wasn't Yoo Jong-hyuk. Of course I will give out food. I saw Cheon In-ho's lips curve upwards. But people should listen to the end. However, it isn't for free. Unlike Yoo Jong-hyuk, I wouldn't throw everything away to move forward. But I wouldn't be responsible for everyone. Food was given but it wouldn't be for free. People were puzzled as if they didn't understand the words. Wait a minute. It isn't free. I'll tell you. I don't intend to monopolize the food. But I won't give food to Cheon In-ho's group. I'm not UNICEF and I don't trust them. I smiled at Cheon In-ho. I will make a deal with you. I will sell you the food for a fair price. SL. What? How much money? In the distance, I could see Cheon In-ho's face stiffening. I laughed as I faced him. No, I only accept coins. After a while, only the people in the marginalized group with a relationship with me returned. That, Dokja SSI. Is this a good choice? Sheesh, is there anything free in life? Dokja SSI, you said it well. I feel refreshed. Jung Hee-won dismissed Lee Hyun-sung's concern. After I made the trade declaration, many citizens turned away from me. Maybe they were disappointed. I agree with Hee-won SSI. The people here are too tame to the mainstream group. That's right. The sons of bitches, Gumho Station is currently in their palms. People are treated as cattle and are sometimes taken to a slaughterhouse. Just like myself this morning. Jung Hee-won's body trembled. In fact, it wasn't me but the mainstream group monopolizing the food. They monopolized the food on the pretext of fair distribution and feed it to the tamed people. Humans were the weakest when they believed someone protected them. Once authority was established in a one-sided relationship, people started to depend on them. I agree. That's why I believe that Dokja SSI's declaration today was very meaningful. People need to have the will to do something on their own. However, Lee Hyunsung looked towards the food. Not even one was sold. 50 coins for one, isn't this price too expensive? Why don't you make it 10 coins like you did with us? It wasn't unreasonable to think so. People only paid attention to the mainstream group and showed no signs of looking this way. People still needed time. I responded calmly. Let's wait a little longer. Then night came. The sound of huge monsters was heard intermittently from the ground and people often had nightmares. Lee Gil-young and Yu Sanga fell asleep first while Young Hee-won was dozing off. Dokja SSI should sleep as well. I will stand vigil. Nope. It is okay. Lee Hyunsung SSI can sleep first. But you will be tired. I have work to do. Work to do. I pointed behind Lee Hyunsung. Surprisingly, there were the shadows of people. It wasn't just one. That, are you still trading the food? Finally, the people started to move. The next morning, I was almost out of supplies. Young Hee-won stared at the convenience store bags as if she couldn't believe it. Oh my god, it is sold out. Yes. Ha, really funny. Everyone was just watching in now. Nope, it isn't just the marginalized group. The guests who came in the middle of the night weren't just members of the marginalized group. Kim Dokja SSI, you are making the worst choice. Among them was Cheon In-ho. You will regret it. More than half the food I had was taken by the mainstream group. Of course, they paid the exact amount. Young Hee-won was in a rage after hearing the story. Wait a minute. Then the mainstream group will just monopolize the food again. Something like that. No, what is this? Weren't you going to weaken the power of the mainstream group by promoting transactions among the people? It was unexpected insight. I responded with a bit of admiration. That's correct. That was the intent. I wanted people to move voluntarily. Then why did you sell food to the mainstream group? The situation won't change. It has changed. I have obtained coins. Huh. It was 1,450 coins. It was a huge income for one night. No, what is Dokja SSI thinking? Sanga SSI, can we really trust this man? Yu Sanga flinched as attention suddenly turned to her, but then she smiled brightly. I believe in him. It was burdensome. Dokja SSI, did you leave enough food for yourself? Nope, I sold it. Young Hee-won's mouth fell open as if she was dumbfounded. At that time, someone poked my cheek. I turned my head and found a biscuit. Huh. You want me to eat it? Nod nod. The head moved cutely. I smiled, took the biscuit and put it in Lee Gil-young's mouth. I'm okay. You eat it. Ah, I should tell you something, everyone, do you still have the food you ate yesterday? Yes, I have it. I have a bit left. Why? Do you want to buy it back? I will sell it. Young Hee-won waved the biscuit in a playful manner. No, you should eat it now. Huh. Eat it all before today. You should do it. I repeatedly stressed. Or you will regret it. Why, no, wait a minute. Sanga SSI, what are you doing now? Why are you listening to him? There is a reason why Dokja SSI would say this. Yu Sanga smiled sweetly and opened a bag of biscuits. Lee Hyunsung was confused but ate the food. Meanwhile, Lee Gil-young had eaten it the moment I spoke. He was a good listener. Ah well, I will leave one back. I won't stop you. I shrugged at Young Heewon's words. It was up to her to regret it. At lunchtime, there was a major announcement from the mainstream group. Cheon In-ho stood on a platform surrounded by people and said, "We will limit the food ration from today. The allocation is 3 biscuits per person." And people became irritated before the speech was over. What? 3 biscuits? How can we live on that? That's right. Don't the scouts get more food? Do you think we don't know? Despite being cursed at, Cheon In-ho just laughed calmly. Your words are good. Yes. The scouts receive more rations. If you want food, please apply to be a scout. Very few people have come back after applying to be a scout. The Kyoto group members are the ones who always come back. Do you want us to die now? Cheon In-ho was nonchalant despite the violent reactions of the citizens. Those people were just unlucky. You know that it is terribly dangerous outside. Why don't you obtain food yourself if you are dissatisfied? That. The people closed their mouths dumbly. If they went out now, they would die. Everyone knew this. Cheon In-ho wasn't finished. There is a way to get food without being a scout. What is it? A deal. We will be happy to exchange food for anything we determine to be of value. Every person can give something different. Isn't that right? Cheon In-ho's cold gaze caused the people to tremble. It was mostly the people who came to me yesterday and bought food. The character, Cheon In-ho, has activated the Insight LV2 skill. Originally, I wasn't going to do this. But yesterday, Kim Dokja SSI told me something nice. That's right everyone. Is there anything free in the world? If you want food, you have to prove your worth. This is the way it is. Thank you for telling me something good. Kim Dokja SSI. Look at this. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on me. Their eyes were mostly filled with resentment. Because of that bastard. People wanted to be stupid and Cheon In-ho had the insight skill. It was a skill that most good group leaders would have. But this way, the hostility would turn towards me again. I looked at the back of Cheon In-ho. It was a cute level. At least compared to the people at Chungmuro and Seoul Station. The people gathered in front of the podium were already trying to bargain. I will buy it with coins. How much do you want? 200 coins. But I don't have that many coins. Then go away. 200 coins for 1 piece of food. Even the Dakibi was likely to pass out. One of the Kyoto group selling food saw my look and trembled. He had a bandage around his thigh and seemed to be one of the guys I beat up yesterday. Did I ever say thank you for yesterday? I suddenly turned my head and saw Young Hee-won standing nearby. I think I heard it. Still, I want to thank you again. I wanted to say something but Young Hee-won's eyes were fixed on the injured Kyoto member. The one with the injured leg, he was the one who tried to rape me yesterday. I see. Don't touch him because I will kill him myself. Understood? Her killing intent was impressive. Was she chosen by a sponsor or was it a late blooming attribute? The exclusive skill, character list is activated. I was a little worried about using this skill. This woman would have died if I hadn't saved her. Would she be registered as a character? Character information. Name, Young Hee-won. Age, 27 years old. Constellation sponsor, none. 3 constellations are currently showing interest in this person. Private attribute, crouching figure, general. Exclusive skills, Demon Slayer LV1, Kendo LV1. Stigmata, none. Overall stats, Stamina LV4, Strength LV4, Agility LV7, Magic Power LV4. Overall evaluation, she was a crouching figure with enormous potential. The attribute information wasn't verified yet because the attribute hadn't blossomed. Fortunately, her information appeared. It was different from Usanga, Lee Gil-young and Han Myung-go. Was she originally not abandoned? By the way, it was a very interesting exclusive attribute. Crouching figure. It didn't seem big based on the name, but it was one of the few, super-evolutionary, attributes in Ways of Destruction. Crouching figure was a general rated attribute, but it could reach a rare or legendary rating depending on the occasion. One of the 100 strongest people in Ways of Survival, the Crazy Butcher evolved from crouching figure. Young Hee-won. I thought she was just a passing person, but I might have to consider taking her as a colleague. It would take a while to grow her demon-slaying skill, but this woman could become a powerful hitman if she was raised well. By the way, Dokja SSI is very calm. Calm. It might seem like that. I am familiar with situations like this in the novel. Huh. Does that make sense? Wait a minute. Where are you going? I didn't answer and descended from the platform. Young Hee-won wanted to come with me and I reached out a hand to stop her. It's okay. Young Hee-won landed lightly below the platform. I walked along the railway tracks and watched the tunnel road to Yaksu Station. It was filled with thick darkness and the inside wasn't visible, but it smelt terrible. It was a bloody smell. You aren't going inside, are you? Young Hee-won asked. Everyone who went that way has died. The thugs or anyone else. Everyone who goes inside will unconditionally die. Her words were wrong. Not everyone died. At least one person had already gone down this road and moved on to the next station. We climbed onto the platform again. We had been gone for quite a time, but the line of people to trade food was still long. Some people who protested against the mainstream group were beaten up and others paid unusual prices for the food. Shortly afterwards, Young Hee-won saw a few young women from the marginalized group sneak into the back of a tarp and she became furious. Ah, really annoying. Did you see that? I saw it. Cheon In-ho had said it. Anything could be exchanged for food. But the girls who just entered weren't carrying anything. Young Hee-won sprang to her feet. I can't just watch this. What will you do? Stop it. I have to tell them not to do it, no matter the circumstances. Then those women will starve. Are you just going to watch? Yes, I think you should just watch this time. What do you mean by that? I silently received Young Hee-won's contemptuous gaze. Young Hee-won SSI, stopping those women won't solve the current problem. Even if you stop them now, something similar will occur late at night. Then I will stop them again. I will stop it and stop it. Then what about their food? Among those who just entered the tarp, there is a mother with a child. If that child starves to death, will Young Hee-won SSI be responsible for the child's death? Young Hee-won's eyes shook. She bowed her head as if to hide her expression. Then what can I do? The alternative. I looked up at Young Hee-won. With this, Young Hee-won wouldn't do anything unexpected. She was a crouching figure with demon slaying. Depending on how she acted, Young Hee-won might evolve into an indiscriminate murderer. Young Hee-won SSI, the key to this problem is food. Isn't that right? That's right. Then we need to remove the cause of the problem. Huh. I looked at my watch instead of answering. It was time. Kwajijijik. Yes, he showed up. The air split apart and a familiar figure was revealed. Screams came from everywhere. The nightmare of humanity that opened up this tragedy. How are you all doing? Haven't you been free for a while? The Dakibi. The people panicked at the appearance of the Dakibi. It was never a good thing when this guy showed up. Even Young Hee-won, who was full of energy, flinched momentarily. By the way, it wasn't Baehyung. Originally, Baehyung was the Dakibi responsible for all nearby channels. But this guy was different. Unlike the pure white fur of Baehyung, this Dakibi had black fur. My friend who was originally in charge of this channel is undergoing disciplinary action. So, I am responsible for this scenario. The Dakibi's timid tone was very memorable. Then everyone. Don't you look very peaceful? That Baihyung, he pretended to be pretentious only to set this level of scenario difficulty. What are you saying? Tell us what you want. Hick. Don't be angry. Everyone. Anyway, I came for you guys. For us? Then give us food. Food? Aha, if you want food. After his words ended, the Dakibi moved his hand. A scenario penalty has been added. From now on, food stockpiling is limited. All existing stockpiled food has disappeared. What? The people with emergency food screamed. Whether it was from the mainstream group or marginalized group, everything that was called food floated in the air. He. Then everyone. You can't. Why you have to think about how to break the scenario. Susuk. The canned food, biscuits, calorie bars, etc. The emergency food gathered by the people were destroyed with one gesture from the Dakibi. The people's expressions became grim when they saw the food disappearing. Why you want to eat? In any case, earth trash. His tone suddenly changed. I seem to remember his name. According to the original setting, there was one Dakibi like this. His tone was timid but he was crueler than any Dakibi. In the distance, Cheon Inho was watching me with confused eyes. Everyone, let's have fun from now on. It was followed by system messages. A scenario penalty has been added. The survival cost clause has been added. From now on, 100 coins will be deducted every night for the survival cost. If you can't pay the survival cost, you will die. The survival cost penalty will be maintained until the second main scenario is cleared. I laughed as I read the rising messages. Yes, now it was like ways of survival. Then I will let everyone take care of it. The Dakibi said these words and disappeared. A food penalty and survival penalty. I already knew about the former penalty. However, the latter wasn't in the original ways of survival. Maybe my contract with Baihyung caused this development. Young Hee-won confirmed that the biscuit in her pocket had disappeared and asked in a soft voice. Dokja SSI, did you perhaps know something like this would happen? I did expect it. I thought about what the Dakibis would do first to harass humans. Aren't you really good at making predictions? I called Lee Hyun-sung and the others over. The situation was created and now it was time to move. Give back our food. How did this happen? The people of the marginalized group were crying. Cheon Inho and the mainstream group were also devastated by the sudden food shortage. My eyes met Cheon Inho's, who bit his lip. Perhaps, were you aware of it? No, that is impossible. If I could read his thoughts then that's what he would be thinking. You have accurately read the thoughts of character, Cheon Inho. Your understanding of the character, Cheon Inho, has increased. My understanding rose from this sort of thing. I looked at other people's expressions and tried to guess what they were thinking. But the previous messages didn't pop up. Meanwhile, Cheon Inho quickly gathered the people together in order to organize the chaos. Everyone, gather together. I will give you an emergency notice. The contents of the notice were simple. The situation had become worse, so more scouts from the marginalized group was needed. They had to hurry. Now there was no food underground. We won't distribute food to people who don't participate as scouts. Despite the hardline declaration, there was no backlash from the citizens. No, they couldn't. It was an inevitable result in this situation. The people noticed it and volunteered to be scouts one by one. Despite the disappearance of the food, hope remained on Cheon Inho's face. As the situation became worse, more control was passed on to the mainstream group. Lee Hyun-sung became anxious when he saw this and opened his mouth. Dokja SSI, what now? Of course, we have to go and get food. The expressions of the party members became tense at these words. Obtain food. This meant only one thing. Then we have to be scouts. There is still food remaining above ground. Nope, we won't go above ground. If we go there, we will unconditionally die. I looked at a gas mask on the floor. This tattered gas mask couldn't stop the poisonous fog. But we need to obtain food above ground. Lee Hyunsung SSI. The world has changed. Then the food needs to change. I looked at the tunnel to Yaksu Station. Wait a minute. Dokja SSI, don't tell me. That's right. In this world, humans were no longer the top predators. Even if we weren't predators, we didn't necessarily have to be prey. We will hunt monsters. After a while, several people from the marginalized group, including myself, were standing in front of the tunnel towards Yaksu Station. I see. You are going to enter the railway track. I thought Cheon Inho would challenge us when we refused to join the scouting group, but he seemed relieved that I was out of the group. He might think I was a threat to his own power. Well, looking at it in the long run, a team dedicated to attacking the scenario is required. Come back safely. He was a funny guy. He spoke like he was the captain. But the time for him to be finished wasn't far off. Your understanding of the character, Cheon Inho, has increased. Your understanding of the character, Cheon Inho, has reached a certain level. I see, I got it now. There were two major cases of character understanding rising. One was when I got the liking or trust of the character. The second was when I accurately guessed what the character was thinking. Maybe now was the latter case. The character, Cheon Inho, is suspicious of you. According to the accumulated understanding value, a vague idea of the person's emotions could be obtained. Oh, can one of my group members join? I'd like to get some information on the attack. Indeed, Cheon Inho wouldn't let us go so easily. I stared at the man behind him. It was the person who would go with us and an unlucky fellow. I have to go with them. Why else are you here, Han Hyung? Didn't you want to reconcile with Dokja SSI last night? That. Cheon Inho's party member who joined us was department head Han Myung-go. Dokja SSI. If you don't mind, I will go. I understand. Let's go together. Han Myung-go was surprised when I responded readily. He thought I would refuse. Lee Hyunsung had a worried face, but I had an idea. In any case, the survivors' party of 5 people from carriage 3807, consisting of me, Lee Hyunsung, Lee Gil-young, Yu Sanga and Han Myung-go was reformed. Can I come as well? Is it okay even if your body isn't fully healed? This much is fine. There was one more. Including Young Hee-won, there was a total of 6 people in the party. It was a lot for a small number. Of course, the number of people wasn't much in front of the upcoming crisis. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Second scenario, food acquisition. Category, sub. Difficulty, E. Clear conditions, directly hunt the monsters that can be used as food and cook them. Time limit, none. Compensation, 500 coins. Failure. As soon as they stepped foot in the tunnel, a sub-scenario flew in. Food acquisition. It was a sub-scenario we had to go through before entering the second main scenario. A few constellations are anticipating your performance. The darkness of the tunnel became apparent before we even moved 10 steps. I lit up the tunnel with a flashlight, but the outline of the surrounding area wasn't visible at all. It was proof of a curtain that was blocking the light. The real thing would be beyond this curtain. Dokja SSI, wait a minute. It is really dangerous from here on. Young Hee-won, who walked beside me, stopped first. Are we really going this way? No matter how I look, it seems like suicide. There is also Gil-young. In fact, I was concerned from the beginning. It isn't too late, so how about we leave Gil-young behind? And if possible, the women. Lee Hyunsung SSI, I'm not as good as you, but I know how to fight. I took some kendo lessons. But an unnecessary controversy was about to heat up the atmosphere, so I interrupted. Lee Hyunsung SSI. I told you before. The world has changed. It is biased that a woman is physically weak. Right now, everyone can become stronger by raising their stats. But Jung Heewon SSI, there is also a problem with your words. What is it? Just as a woman isn't weak, a child also isn't weak. Gil-young, show them. Lee Gil-young came forward. He looked around for a while before sitting on the tunnel floor and reaching out his hand. Jung Heewon's eyes widened. Oh my god, what is that? Shit. Cockroaches. Han Myung-go cried out with fear. The cockroach that appeared in the distance was connected to Lee Gil-young's fingertips with a faint solid line. The cockroach listened to Lee Gil-young's words like a well-behaved dog and disappeared into the darkness. My attribute is Insect Collector. Insect Collector. Lee Gil-young possessed the rare ability to communicate simply with insects through his diverse communication skill. This is nothing in front of us. It is safe for 100 steps forward. Lee Gil-young showed an overwhelming scouting power and the other people made a stunned expression. Lee Gil-young spoke to them with a bold expression. Thank you for your concern. But I didn't follow all of you for you to take care of me. Ah, yes. Jung Hee-won nodded with a sour expression. Lee Gil-young came to my side and I stroked his hair. Lee Gil-young's attribute hadn't been seen in the original ways of survival. It wasn't a wrong choice to save Lee Gil-young in the beginning. We passed a clear barrier and entered the full-fledged darkness. You have entered a dangerous area. Why use Sangha SSI? It is dangerous to hold my hand while walking. Aren't you more afraid than I am? And no. The air inside the curtain was sticky from the humidity. Reduce the light. Use Sangha immediate covered the flashlight. Since this model didn't have a light control function, she had to adjust the light with her hand. Ouch. Don't shine it downwards. Jung Hee-won felt nauseous when she checked the ground. There were torn bodies. The bodies of those who tried to move through here were arranged at their feet. Yu Sangha closed her eyes tightly, Han Myung-go shook and even the bold Lee Hyunsung started sweating. Lee Gil-young was surprisingly calm, with not the slightest bit of fear on his face. I felt a bit worried. This guy, did he think it was all a game? There is something that isn't human. As Lee Gil-young said, it wasn't only the bodies of humans on the ground. There was something the size of a fully grown wolf. The bodies of the mole-like creatures were scattered all over the place. The 9th-grade underground species, the ground rat. It was a name reminiscent of bug on Earth, but a name was just a name. They were underground piranhas. The ground rats were persistent hunters who burrowed through the ground in groups and aimed at their prey. However, the ground rats collapsed like they had received a bombardment. Jung Hee-won sighed. Who the hell did this? Obviously, there was only one human who could turn the ground rats into this. Yu Jong-hyuk. He proceeded to the next station through this path alone. But I couldn't help wondering. Originally, it was supposed to be tonight or tomorrow when the third turn Yu Jong-hyuk moved to the next station. Why was he so hasty? Did he become impatient? What was the reason? Dokja SSI, can we use this for food? The scenario said that we have to hunt it ourselves, so maybe it isn't possible. Well, it is kind of uncomfortable. What about cooking? Do you want to bake it on a fire? It could be baked. The problem was that it must be a special fire. Heewon SSI, you said you were good at kendo. It is a bit much to say I am good, but what are you doing now? I stabbed the body of the ground rat and started to cut it with a knife. I didn't know when I read it in the novel, but it didn't go as well as I thought. After somehow getting rid of the tough skin, I managed to remove the spine bones. This was the first time, so I left many scratches, but it was usable. Why are you taking that? You need a weapon for kendo. The stone hog's thorn wasn't enough, but the spine of the ground rat consisted of a single bone, making it a pretty good weapon at the beginning of the scenario. After cutting the cartilage leading to the leg and shaping it, the bone actually took the shape of a knife. I gave it to Young Hee-won. Thank you. Suddenly I feel like I'm back to the Paleolithic age. You need to grind it a bit more for it to be useful. There are rocks around, so skillfully grind the blade. Ho-ho, understood. Captain. Young Hee-won started to grind the blade with a slightly excited voice. I looked up and saw Lee Hyun-sung watching the scene with a bit of envy. Do you want one? You will make me one. All of you come closer. It is better if you learn how to do it. Let's make it together. In fact, this was also my first time trying it. I wouldn't have been able to do it if the details hadn't been included in Ways of Survival. Why wasn't Ways of Survival popular? It was simple. The author wrote too much of the setting. Dokja SSI, you are a beginner but you are good at it. We sat down and made weapons together. This time it was a spear, not a sword. They didn't have the kendo skill, so I decided it was more stable to make a long spear. Lee Hyun-sung's spear was made with the spine of the largest ground rat, while Usanga and Han Myung-go's weapons were made with the spine of average-sized ground rats. Finally, Lee Gil-young's weapon was made with the head bone of a young ground rat. You have succeeded in acquiring weapons by yourself. A very small number of constellations are interested in the primitive nature of humanity. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. Everyone received these messages. We receive coins even for this type of thing. I don't want you to die. You have your own coins. Yes, we do. Whenever possible, leave enough coins for the survival cost and invest the rest in your strength, stamina, and agility. Otherwise, you won't survive. I'll keep that in mind. We finished the preparations and started to move forward again. The 100 steps that Lee Gil-young mentioned was right in front of us now. The sub-scenario, food acquisition, has begun. The ground rats crawled out from the ground. I quickly counted the numbers. 1, 2, 3, there were exactly 13. It was more than I thought. Grr. The group of land rats drew a line and started threatening us. The moment we crossed the line, the fight would begin. There is no plan. We are beginners. It might sound cruel, but honestly, I don't expect you to survive. That. Still, all of you survive. Please. Han Myung-go was the only upset one in the party. Everyone else was nervous but looked determined. In particular, Young Hee-won's eyes were very impressive. Okay, let's try it. Everybody, please live. Just as Yu Jong-hyuk tested me, I also had expectations for them. No matter how good a mentor, a person who wasn't determined couldn't survive in this world. In the end, it was up to a person to save themselves. Everyone should use this opportunity to realize it clearly. Then let's go. I also knew who I must take among these people. As we took one more step, the ground rats moved. The battle began. The party fought well. It was actually a little bit surprising. In particular, Lee Hyun-sung and Young Hee-won, who stepped forward with me, were very influential. The battle composition naturally became the three of us in front with the other three in the rear. Less than a minute after the battle began, a few ground rats were stuck on the ground with their necks pierced. Lee Hyun-sung overpowered another ground rat, wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "I think I can live." Once they raised their overall stats, the human race wasn't that weak. Even so, Lee Hyun-sung's mentality was very special in this world. A normal human couldn't be so nonchalant when encountering monsters. There was a reason why he got the name of Steel Sword in the future. However, the more amazing person was Young Hee-won. The pattern is simpler than I thought. Maybe it was due to the kendo skill, but every time her sword stretched out, the ground rat was cut somewhere on their legs or tail. Hap. It was a case where Young Hee-won invested most of her coins into strength. Her endurance declined due to it, but the power of one blow was better than I thought. Wike. Her sword moved in a terrifying manner through the air. Damn, I lost one. Please. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Her only weakness was that her stamina was low, so her endurance fell. Grr. The ground rats who moved between the party members were moderately smart. After succeeding in scattering the ranks, they ran towards the opponent who seemed the weakest, using a hunter's instincts. Leave it to me. However, the ground rats didn't know that they had picked the wrong opponent. Piak. A blunt instrument thrown by Li Giliang's hand struck the head of a ground rat. The impact was lacking because he was a child, but it was enough. The others could help him finish it. Pyuk. Yusanga's spear pierced the body of the ground rat. The ground rat twisted several times. Yusanga made a confused expression, but she didn't remove her hand from the spear. The ground rat lost its energy and fell down. I honestly thought it would be difficult for Yusanga to adapt, but I was really surprised. Usually, it was normal to panic like Han Myungo standing over here. As the people were struggling, one person was hiding in the rear. He couldn't even hide properly and was bleeding near the shins. I pierced the last ground rat with the thorn and the surroundings became quiet. I shook the blood off the thorn and looked at everyone. Everyone suffered from minor abrasions except for Han Myungo, but there were no major injuries. It was a great first victory. Yusanga and Li Gilyang relaxed and sat down, while Li Hyunsung stabbed his spear into the ground and wiped at the sweat on his forehead. Young Hee-won lamented as she counted the number of ground rats in the vicinity. Dokja SSI, how many did you take care of? 4 of them. Che, I killed 2. I got 3. My pride was somehow hurt when I heard Li Hyunsung's proud declaration. There was only one difference despite my stats. I used a skill and looked at Li Hyunsung's attributes window. Character information. Name, Li Hyunsung. Age, 28 years old. Constellation sponsor, Master of Steel. Private attribute, soldier who turned a blind eye to injustice, General. Exclusive skills, bayonet skills LVL, 2, camouflage LV, 1, patience LV, 1, sense of justice LVL, 1, weapons training LVL, 2. Stigma, Great Mountain Push LVL, 1. Overall stats, stamina LVL, 12, strength LVL, 9, agility LVL, 9, magic power LVL, 6. Overall evaluation, the moment of the attribute evolution is gradually approaching. The person's trust in you is considerable. The sponsor behind him is wary towards you. Starter pack is currently applied. Ha, the starter pack. This was why he was strong. The Master of Steel seemed to quite like Li Hyunsung. The starter pack was a coin package that could be used when the average overall stats of the incarnation was less than level 10. It was a good item that allowed you to learn weapons training, a useful skill in the beginning, while raising the level of the overall stats by 1. Considering the fact that most incarnations were being exploited for nothing, Li Hyunsung was lucky to receive the starter pack. Dokja SSI, your complexion doesn't look good. Ah, no. I was just thinking for a moment. Now I was a little bit envious. Well, I had the money to buy it. I didn't buy it. My average stats exceeded level 10, so buying it would only damage me. Damn, I opened the Dakibi bag a bit early. Let's gather up the ground rats. We need to prepare today's food. By the way, how will we cook it? We can't eat it like this. We can't eat it now, but there will be a way. I guessed, I answered too calmly. There was silence among my party members. Li Hyunsung was the first one to open his mouth. Excuse me, I would like to ask you one thing. Yes. Dokja SSI, perhaps, do you know something about this situation? Whoops, I made a mistake. That. Suddenly, I remembered the regressors in the novel I read, followed by Yu Jonghyuk's words. It was like this. The feeling of a regressor. Usually, these types of things happen to a regressor. Some replies came to mind. I could shamelessly say that it was a hunch, or I could lie like Yu Jonghyuk. The constellation secretive plotter is anticipating your choice. A few constellations are anticipating your answer. But from a reader's point of view, the best answer was. It was to create a situation where I didn't need to say anything. The constellation, secretive plotter, nods at your choice. There is still one left. Jung Hee-won shouted and Lee Hyun-sung ran. However, the action of the hidden ground rats was faster than anyone else. It was much bigger than the other creatures. Save me. It dragged Han Myung-go into a tunnel by one of his legs. The nearest Yu Sanga swung her spear, but the situation got worse because Han Myung-go held on to her. Grab this. Lee Hyun-sung stretched out the handle of his spear, but it only hit the ground. The ground rat and the two people had already disappeared into the ground. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, resents this frustrating person. Jung Hee-won burst out. Ah, I knew I was going to get cancer because of that uncle. I'm sorry. I was too late. Lee Hyun-sung spoke in a sad voice. I tapped his shoulder to show it was okay. No one could have done anything. Should we chase after them? I looked at the hole where they had disappeared. It wasn't an ordinary hole. There was a touch of energy around it. The darkness gave off a gloomy feeling. I retreated to the back and turned on my smartphone. There was only 5% battery remaining. At dawn, I exchanged one battery charge for food with a person from the marginalized group. Your reading speed has increased due to the effect of the exclusive attribute. Shortly afterwards, I was able to find the desired passage. The edge of darkness is the habitat of the ground rats and is a type of subspace emitted from the dark root. The ground rats that breathe in black ether instead of oxygen don't grow naturally unless they are near the edge of darkness. It was a fact that I knew roughly, but it was meaningful to review it. That's right. This was the entrance to the edge of darkness. I read about it and put the smartphone in my pocket. Dokja SSI. Lee Hyun-sung was looking at me with a frustrated expression. I nodded. We will enter. Ah, then. But it's very dangerous to enter with a lot of people. Lee Hyun-sung SSI and Jung Hee-won SSI will wait here at the boundary. If something happens, I will give you a signal. The startled Jung Hee-won asked. Surely, you don't intend to go with only Gil-young? Gil-young's ability will be helpful in pursuing them. The moment she tried to strongly resist, I raised a hand and called to Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung SSI. Jung Hee-won SSI isn't in a good condition, so please take care of her. Lee Hyun-sung seemed to realize something. I understand. Wait a minute. I am fine. Jung Hee-won, confidence is good, but don't be reckless. Jung Hee-won's breathing was uneven. She wasn't completely healed from the poisonous fog. I left the two people and entered the hole with Lee Gil-young. It was obviously a hole that was dug down in a vertical slope. But as soon as we entered, we could stand as if gravity was in effect. It was due to the magic power emitted by the edge of darkness. This way. The darkness was so deep that I couldn't see anything, so I could only move forward with Lee Gil-young. Black ether had the property of absorbing light, making a flashlight meaningless. If Lee Gil-young's ability diverse communication wasn't available, I might have to use coins again. Excuse me, Hyung. Lee Gil-young called out to me. Did you do it on purpose? What? When that uncle grabbed Nuna and Ajusi, you let it go. I had a moment of hesitation. In the darkness, Lee Gil-young's fingertips were strange. Before I could ask how he knew, Lee Gil-young spoke. At that time, I was looking at Hyung's face. He was watching me even in those short moments. A very scary kid. It was no good hiding from a person who was so quick. Yes, that's right. The answer was terrible and a message bomb was set off in my head. Indeed, this was a spectacle for the constellations. The constellations of absolute good frown at your cruelty. The constellation secretive plotter is pressing you with shining eyes. Why did you do that? Because of the habit of the ground rats. I decided to answer honestly. The ground rats have a habit of keeping their catches in the same place as their treasure. It isn't just food. Many things that seem rare are gathered. For example, an item. However, the paths are so complicated that it can't be found unless I follow their path directly. Lee Gil-young was silent for a moment. I continued speaking. I expected them to take Han Myung-go. I didn't expect him to grab onto you Sangha. Then your purpose isn't to save Nuna or Ajusi, it is the items? Yes. Are you disappointed? Nope. Lee Gil-young's small hand gripped my finger tightly. Hyung shouldn't lie. If Hyung was such a person, you wouldn't have saved me on the subway. I believe in you. Lee Gil-young didn't act like a child, but he was still a child. Lee Gil-young didn't know. To be mature and to be an adult were completely different things. Some constellations are touched to tears. 200 coins have been sponsored. In this world, there were mean adults who would take advantage of such maturity. The hole was longer than I thought and we had to go downwards for quite a long time. Hyung. Yes. Hyung, are you a god? What? Or the main character? Children sometimes asked sharp questions. It was because they lived in a world where stories and reality weren't clearly distinguished. Lee Gil-young didn't know exactly what his question meant. I'm not a main character. Rather, I always envy the main character. But you still know something about this world? I thought for a moment before replying. That's right. Then I'll ask you one thing. I will answer it if I can. Once we clear all these scenarios, can we make a wish? Wish? I was a bit confused. Usually there is a reward at the end of these stories. At the end of this story, is there something like that? In the darkness, Lee Gil-young's breathing was trembling. Lee Gil-young's expression when he saw his dead mother suddenly came to mind. Those who adapted to this world suffered from it in different ways. Some were crazy, some were fanatics and some had irrational optimism. Yes, there is. I was grateful that this place was dark. It was because Lee Gil-young couldn't see my face right now. We are almost there, Hyung. The surrounding black ether was shrinking rapidly. It was evidence that dark root was nearby. I tensed up and gripped the thorn. A few constellations are holding their breaths. I heard the sound of the ground rat somewhere in the ground. As the sound got closer, the sense of space expanded rapidly. I saw a light in the darkness, as if someone had lit a fire. Then I saw a tattered box beyond that light. The moment I was convinced that I had come to the right place, messages rang in my ears. The sub-scenario has been updated. You have entered the ground rat's treasure trove. TL note, some of Lee Hyun-sung's skill levels are less than the first time his attribute window was checked. Probably an author mistake. Hyung. This. Right after Lee Gil-young discovered the treasure box, I blocked his little mouth. Shoo, wait. The world of ways of survival was relentless. The constellations enjoyed the adversity of the characters and added obstacles in the scenarios just to fuck with humans. Things saying, "Catch me," usually contained traps and even system messages couldn't be trusted. The treasure trove doesn't just contain treasures. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is disappointed. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. He had wanted me to die for a while. Anyway, I waited. Shortly afterwards, shadows started to emerge around the treasure chest. Grr. It was the ground rats. They brought something through the tunnel, through it and exchanged information. Wararek. Once a certain number of ground rats gathered, the number of lights illuminating the surroundings increased. It was black fire, flames made with black ether. It was said that this place was the core of Dark Root, which was why it had so much black ether to burn. At that time, someone's voice was heard. It is all because of you, Sangha SSI. There was no need to say who he was. It was a voice I would know at once. I gripped the shoulder of the surprised Lee Gil-young tightly. It wasn't time yet. Because of me, what do you mean by that? In the dim light, there were two people captured by the ground rats. They were tied up tightly by branches that came up from the ground. If you Sangha hadn't taken the subway, the situation wouldn't be like this. Why does the subway matter now? How could she accept all this nonsense? Maybe you Sangha was a saintly person. Or maybe the sponsor behind her was a saintly person. That, you Sangha SSI, you ride a bicycle all the time. Han Myungo's voice shook as he wrote gibberish. You Sangha's tone was cold. Wait a minute. Were you the one who stole my bike? What is this person? I clearly told you that I would drive you in my car. You should know how to accept favors. Answer me. Did you steal my bike? All of a sudden, the situation made sense. This was it. It was why a person who drove a Mercedes-Benz S-Class took the subway line 3. Well, it wasn't strange. There were quite a few men who had their eyes on you Sangha, not just at the company but at Gumho Station as well. In fact, you Sangha was a worthy person. Her atmosphere was warm and she knew how to flatter people. The constellation demon-like judge of fire hates the character, Han Myungo. Han Myungo's face was so red that it could clearly be seen in the dim lighting. It looked dangerous. Yes, shit. I did it. So what? Why are you talking like it isn't a big deal? You took someone else's things, it is theft. Theft? Shit, don't talk bullshit. You should have just got on my car from the beginning. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, hates this trivial argument. I didn't mean to do this but there was no other way now. I quietly gripped the thorn. I didn't ask you just one thing. I continuously asked to take you home but you kept fucking rejecting me. I threw the thorn as hard as I could. The thorn scratched the corner of Han Myungo's mouth and continued into the darkness. Yuaak. What? The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is pleased. 100 coins have been sponsored. Dokja SSI. You Sangha called out to me. But I wasn't looking at them. Cool. Across the habitat of the ground rats, the darkness was split apart by the thorn. Then that damned guy came. There was no way it wouldn't be in Dark Root. Dark Keeper could appear. The sub-scenario has been updated. Sub-scenario, Kill the Guard, has begun. Like slaves surrendering to a king, the terrified ground rats fell to the ground. A dark figure appeared in the dim light. A tentacled monster reminiscent of a god of death. Lee Gil-young's complexion deteriorated sharply. Oof, Hyung, that. It is okay. Eventually, Lee Gil-young fell to the ground and started retching. It wasn't strange. A lot of pressure was felt just looking at it from afar. The cockroaches crawling around Long had their stomachs exploded. Lee Gil-young, who was connected to the cockroaches, would have suffered considerable mental damage. Gil-young. How many more times can you use diverse communication? I think I can do it 1 or 2 more times. I understand. Then rest here for a while. I left Gil-young leaning against the side and approached you Sangha and Han Myungo. The panicked Han Myungo was struggling. Oh huck. What is this? I took the Swiss knife and cut the branches binding the two of them. I only moved the knife a few times. Then the part of the branch that it touched abruptly corroded and the blade melted away. Yes, this was the power of a demonic species. Stay back. I said while raising a weapon made of the spine of a ground rat. The Grade 7 Demon-type species, Dark Keeper. Among the many monsters that appeared since the start of the destruction, the demon species were toxic. In fact, the treasures of the ground rats were close to tributes to the demon. Even if it was the same grade, the demon species were different from other monster species. The Dark Keeper has received the favor of the Demon King. It follows. Kamyun. Derivative Yitter. The demon species had their own language, worshipped different demon kings and inherited some of the power of the Demon King through Dark Root. The Dark Keeper has emitted fear. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall has neutralized most of the fear effect. Therefore, killing one demon meant becoming the adversary of their Demon King. Yitter. I didn't know what it was saying, but the situation didn't look good. I didn't want to fight if possible. Mother? You Sangha. She still hadn't left. I told you to stay back. That monster just said, Mother. I thought for a moment about what this meant. No, wait a minute. I think, Kekarid, Yemiren. This is the pronunciation. Akatu. For a moment, I thought I was mistaken. But I didn't hear wrong. Kalatu. Surprisingly, the Dark Keeper nodded at the end. The character, Usanga, has activated the Interpreter LV3 skill. Oh my god, she wasn't only good at Spanish. Let's see what would happen. What is he saying? That, it keeps saying, become mother. Become mother? The Dark Keeper cried out again and pointed to Usanga. Kalatu. Usanga had a tearful face. Mother? I'm not married yet. The Dark Keeper pointed at Han Myungo this time. Kalatu. Han Myungo turned pale as he wiped his mouth. Why am I the mother? Father. The Dark Keeper's tentacles rose. Pushu. Oof. One of the tentacles entered his mouth and Han Myungo turned black. There was the sound of something moving down Han Myungo's throat. That's right. This was what it meant to become the mother. I belatedly recalled that the demon species conceived their young in the body of other species. Usanga SSI, you don't plan to have a child yet, right? Of course. Usanga immediately understood the words and stepped back quickly. I swung the ground rat spear and tore at the tentacles attached to Han Myungo. The Dark Keeper roared angrily. Kalichuo. Fushu, Tiang. The tentacles of the demon species were gradually breaking the ground rat spear. Even the stone hog thorn, which broke through the stomach of an ichthyosaur, would have been destroyed the moment it was stuck in a demon's body. Before I knew it, Han Myungo was far away while Usanga looked at me. Is there a chance? Her eyes seemed to be asking me. To tell the truth, I didn't have a chance. Pushu, Tiang. After a few strikes, the ground rat spear was almost destroyed. The hand holding the spear was in pain. The monster guarding the treasure chest couldn't be caught, just like the ichthyosaur of Dongo Bridge. That's why the original plan wasn't to deal with this monster but to obtain the treasure chest after it disappeared. But as always, plans existed for things to go wrong. Dakibi. Are you watching? You knew. The Dakibi showed up in the darkness. I didn't know his name, but he seemed to be a cousin of Baihyung. There should be some mail for me by now. I want you to hand it over quickly. Hyatt. It isn't my responsibility. It is Baihyung's thing. Right now, you are taking Baihyung's place. Don't you see the constellations complaining? The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, wants to scold the Dakibi, Biryu. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, threatens the Dakibi, Biryu. The Dakibi Biryu gulped. Oh okay. Instead, it is just this once. I think it will be interesting. The Dakibi muttered something and the summoning began. The item has arrived from the exchange. The item, Broken Faith, has been acquired. The brokerage fee was exempted due to the effect of the contract. Broken Faith. The item bartered for the ichthyosaur core, which was registered on the Dakibi bag exchange, had finally arrived. Kick. The Dark Keeper saw the item coming out of thin air and laughed. No wonder it was laughing. All I received was a D-grade item. It was a knife broken in half. The item is too old to use. The durability will be poor and it will be difficult to achieve any performance. Even the Dakibi who gave him the item was giggling. How can you fight with that old thing? And it can't be used if you don't have a special skill. I knew that much. I wouldn't have bought it if I didn't know. Sigh. I sucked in a breath and concentrated my mind. Keying. The hilt started trembling greatly. Biryu shouted with shock. How? It was natural to be surprised. It was because this was a skill I bought from his friend for a huge 10,000 coins. Blue ether started to settle slowly on the surface of the broken blade. White pure star energy. After killing the ichthyosaur, I bought this skill from Baihyung. There were a few flaws compared to other superior energy techniques, but they weren't something that could be obtained for the time being. Broken Faith has responded to your star energy. Blade of Faith is activated. Shortly afterwards, a brilliant white virtual blade sprang up from the edge of the broken blade. Broken Faith. Its real performance was revealed when star energy was injected into it. Pushuk. The number of tentacles increased by dozens and covered my field of view. I wouldn't be safe from these attacks with my current stamina level. It was scary. But now there was a chance. Keying. It was because the Blade of Faith was the best quality weapon when it came to demon species. Pachachuchikutchit. The tentacles touched by the blade were oxidized and cut off. The Dark Keeper let out a terrible scream as its tentacles were destroyed. I felt magic power draining out, but I wasn't in a hurry. Sukikak. I calmly moved the blade. I missed the tentacles many times because he didn't have the fighting senses skill and I didn't have the swordsmanship training skill, so the way I wielded the blade was terrible. It was natural. I was a reader, not a swordsman. And a reader fought in the manner of a reader. The attribute effect has improved your memories of the pages already read. The pages of Ways of Destruction flashed in my head. The Dark Keeper's attack pattern is simple. Unconditionally, the tentacle on the upper right will first. After the attack, a single tentacle at the bottom. Its tentacles regenerate, but it will take a few minutes. I read diligently and used what I had read. Qua. The Dark Keeper shrieked as its tentacles were cut. On the other side of my field of view was Li Gilyung. The young boy looked at me with odd eyes. Unfortunately, unlike his wishes, I wasn't the main character in this world. But I was confident of at least one thing. Car. Mean. Derivative. The Dark Keeper muttered as it barely managed to pull itself together from its shock. I didn't ask, but Yusanga muttered from behind me in a quivering voice. How do you know all my weaknesses? This was what it meant. I gave an answer in a light manner. I usually read a lot of books. I knew more about this world than anyone else. Maybe we would have fought for a long time. The exclusive skill, bookmark, can now be activated. The number 2 bookmark has been activated. The level of the bookmark skill is low, shortening the activation time. Activation time, 1 minute. Well, I had this. Otherwise my bones might be torn off my bones or my blood might clot. Your understanding of the character is low, so only a part of the character's skill is activated. Weapons Training LV.1 has been activated. But it didn't. To be exact, I couldn't afford it. I used all the powers I had. I squeezed out all my strength and ran through the tentacles. Sukak. The landscape around me flashed by. The only thing left was the afterimage of a sharp white light and the sense of cutting something. Your understanding of the character, Lee Hyun-sung, has increased. The number 2 bookmark has been disabled. I felt like I had lost strength. I had poured everything out in one blow. Then after a while, I heard a trembling voice in the air. See constellations. Did you all see it? I didn't see wrong. It was the appearance of Dakibi Biryu, who had forgotten his duties. In fact, it wasn't strange to be surprised. A few constellations are doubting their eyes. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is flaring fiercely. It was a powerful grade 7 demon lying down with damaged tentacles in front of me. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband pulls his hair as if he is pleased. 500 coins have been sponsored. The severed tentacles lay on the ground and the surrounding ground rats had long been killed or fled in the aftermath of the fight. Only the Dark Keeper lay breathing roughly on the ground, its lips twitching. Key. 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 Originally, the grade 7 demon was an enemy that I couldn't cope with. Thus, I was prepared. I wasn't as strong as Yu Zhonghyuk and I didn't have a good sponsor like Li Hyunsung. The obsessive-compulsive constellations praise your readiness. 200 coins have been sponsored. It was just that the information I had was more advantageous than others. But sometimes, information was more powerful than anything in the world. Keying. The very result of that information was the white light sword now in my hand. An ether blade in the beginning scenarios, see constellations. Is this a true story? Fortunately, I didn't have to explain it as the Dakibi was in full swing. Ether blade. It was the flagship technique of the incarnation supported by the highest level sponsor. The technique was often called energy blade in Murim novels. To be exact, it isn't a real ether blade. The real one is much stronger than this. That's right. Strictly speaking, it is broken faith that has absorbed the white pure star energy and made the blade. Looking at the Dakibi, he wasn't a complete idiot. Amazing. There is this guy in that brat Baihyung's channel. As if waiting for this, the blade of faith turned off. Broken faith's durability has run out. This item is no longer available. It was a pity but it did its part. Give me the compensation for finishing the sub-scenario. Ah, that's right. W8. Biryu hurriedly entered something in the air and a message soon popped up. You have met the conditions to clear the sub-scenario. You have earned 500 coins. A handful of constellations admire your scenario. The reward was smaller than I thought. It was natural. It was because I haven't killed the Dark Keeper. By the way, are you not going to kill that guy? Biryu looked at me with expectant eyes. I let out an exhausted breath and glanced at the Dark Keeper on the ground. Then I kindly said. I have a non-killing ideology. Non-killing. I'm not someone who kills easily. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, admires it. 100 coins have been sponsored. Of course, it was a lie. The constellation secretive plotter is smiling slyly at you. 100 coins have been sponsored. The bewildered Biryu stammered. But won't the reward be great if you kill this guy? You will be the first to kill a grade 7 demon and I will give you 7,000 coins. Do you know how big 7,000 coins is? I won't kill it. I need to open the compensation box so please step aside. I removed the irritating Biryu from in front of me. The Dark Keeper wasn't the real reason I came here. So. Puke. The grade 7 demon, Dark Keeper, was killed. What? The Dakibi who looked like it was so funny he would die and the Dark Keeper who died with a knife in his chest. Then. Ha 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 ha. And now I can be strong. Kim Dokja, you son of a bitch. You didn't know this. Han Myungo was the one holding the knife. I had a rough idea of what happened. Then explosive messages were heard in my ears. A grade 7 demon has been hunted for the first time. An impossible feat has been accomplished. You have earned 8,000 coins. Contribution, Kim Dokja, Han Myungo. Perhaps these messages were also shared with Han Myungo. I only received a few coins because I didn't deal the finishing blow, but I could see Han Myungo dying with happiness at the messages. Non-killing ideology. Stupid guy. What is killing in this burning world? There can't be a person like you. You know. Then Han Myungo stopped. Now he knew what he had done. The grade 7 demon Dark Keeper has been killed and the demon king, Asmodeus, has noticed the murderer's presence. The demon king Asmodeus will chase the one who dealt the finishing blow until they are dead. The demon king Asmodeus has put a terrible curse on the person who dealt the final blow. Final blow, Han Myungo. What? What is this message? Han Myungo cried out fearfully. The constellation, secretive plotter, admires your wickedness. Ah, didn't I tell you? I intentionally didn't kill it. The constellation, secretive plotter, has recommended your scenario to Star Stream. Han Myungo stared into the air like he had lost his soul. The curse of the demon king, Asmodeus, was the most terrible thing for a killer. I didn't know what it was, but it was surely terrible. I looked back and saw Lee Gil-young and Yu Sanga looking this way with bemused expressions. I smiled as if nothing had happened. We'll open the rewards together. After a while, we searched through the treasures and pulled out one each. I got this. I have this. Yu Sanga and Lee Gil-young found a small bracelet and old shield respectively. Magic Power Recovery Bracelet. Old Iron Shield. They were both D-grade items, but it was better than nothing. The Magic Power Recovery Bracelet was a useful item for everyone and the Old Iron Shield would be good for Lee Hyun-sung. It was difficult to ignore the iron in the name. This iron was much harder than Earth's iron. Yu Sanga spoke with slight disappointment. It is less than I thought. Less. Her words weren't wrong. It was too shameful to call this a treasure trove. Yu Jonghyuk. The guy who left yesterday had probably gone through this place. He knew he would be tired fighting the demon, so he took a chance and stole the treasure. In the end, we were robbing a place that was already robbed. It is okay because the main thing is still left. I looked at a black box in the center of the warehouse. We didn't waste any more time and opened the box. The thing in the box was a stove. It was small enough to fit into a pocket and it was shameful to call it a stove. Magic Power Stove. As expected, it was still here. This item was in fact the key item in this sub-scenario. Magic Power Stove can only be used once per person. Obviously, Yu Jonghyuk had taken one, so there were 2 Magic Power Stoves in total. What is that thing? Well, I think I know a bit about its purpose. I purposely trembled, activated the stove with magic power and raised a dead ground rat's leg. It was funny since it didn't fit the size of a plate of food, but in 5 seconds, a remarkable change happened to the leg of the ground rat. Wow! A delicious smell. There was a sweet smell and the leg of the ground rat changed to a golden color. Meat! Lee Gil-young cried out excitedly. Yu Sanga asked urgently. See, can we eat this? I'll try it first. I grabbed the greasy hind leg and dug into the flesh. The juices ran from the flesh, I forgot to chew and closed my eyes. Tasting it was different from reading it in the book. A few constellations are drooling. The constellations have sponsored you 100 coins. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon has swallowed his saliva. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is biting his nails. The messages continuously popped up. Indeed, eating broadcasts were the best. Everyone was united in front of food. Eat it. I think it is okay. The 2 people rushed towards the meat as soon as I spoke. They hadn't had a proper meal for 3 days, so they would be quite hungry. Han Myungo recovered and came over hesitantly. Dokja SSI, I went crazy for a second. Eat. Don't worry about the other thing. Thank you. You will become a ghost after eating. What? Han Myungo's complexion turned as white as death. I said it like a joke, but Han Myungo really would die. Asmodeus' pursuit was hard for even Yu Jonghyuk to overcome. We each took one leg and started to eat. We were eating meat together because we were hungry after everything that started. Humans couldn't help it. Everyone ate the meal in silence. Was it due to the light spreading gently from the magic power stove? I was feeling a bit sentimental. Killing something and eating it in order to live. This was the life of a human. It had been like this so far, but I wondered why it felt so fresh. Suddenly, I looked up and met Yusanga's eyes. Ha! Yusanga came to her senses and suddenly cried out. I'm pathetic. Ha! Dokja SSI worked so hard and I am just eating like a pig. I was no help at all. No, Yusanga SSI. That. But how does Dokja SSI know all this? You know how to cook a beast and... Ah, that. Indeed. It must be because you read fantasy novels, right? Really, I didn't know the world was going to be like this. My silly self was just memorizing Spanish. I felt somewhat strange when I heard Yusanga say this. I opened my mouth to comfort her. It is because Yusanga SSI studied foreign languages that you learned the language of the demon species. Of course, it wasn't very helpful. I see. Thank you, Dokja SSI. I smiled at Yusanga and got up from where I was sitting. The party was immersed in eating again. I took a break and headed for the back of the party. In fact, the magic power stove was important, but my real purpose was a separate item. I looked closely at the black box that contained the magic power stove. It was this. There was no doubt about it. Yu Jonghyuk, who took the magic power stove, probably didn't know about it. The real treasure of the warehouse was this black box. In the original story, Yu Jonghyuk only knew about this after the 6th round of regression. Who was the first to discover this? Was it Heavenly Maid Hori? Well, it was hard to remember. It wasn't accurate, but it was probably something like this. Over there. There are strange boxes in the early areas. If you put something in there. At this time, I met Yusanga's eyes. What is the box for? Ha! Ah, this. Yusanga said as she looked at the box. There were unknown characters written on the box. Could she read them? Random item box. Damn. This was why foreign language proficiency was important. So that is what it means. I was a bit embarrassed. Yusanga cried out. Quickly use it, Dokja SSI. Is it okay? Nod. Lee Gil-young nodded vigorously. You don't need to worry about us. All the items obtained here are yours. That is obvious. Yes, I was caught, so let's do it quickly. Then I will use it well. A few constellations are nodding at your decision. I took the nucleus of the grade 7 demon from my pocket. I had cut it from the dead body of the Dark Keeper. In addition, I took out Broken Faith, which had run out of durability. According to the original plot, the use of this box was simple. Who knew? There would be a limited edition coin item. I placed the demon core and Broken Faith into the box. Ha, you can't believe me words. Is it real? Put sub-items in there and close the box. In fact, I didn't know what would happen when I put in these 2 items. But I was certain that something huge would come out. A top item will unconditionally come out. A moment later, a dazzling light burst out from the closed box. The limited random items box. According to the setting of Ways of Survival, this was a coin item that was sold as a limited edition in a past scenario. Ah, no, why is this thing here? The alarmed Biryu shouted belatedly. It was banned immediately after release. According to the original Ways of Survival, the setting of this item was quite complicated. This coin item was released long before the 8612 planetary scenarios began. It was a product that was forced to be banned by the Star Stream Administration Bureau. If sub-items were put it would unconditionally spit out a top item. This would have a tremendous impact on the balance of the scenarios. In addition, the price of one item box was a huge 1 million coins. The constellations were angry at this ridiculous billing policy, and the stupid Dakibi who invented this item was fired from the Administration Bureau. See constellations. It is like this. I don't know why it is here. High hit. Broadcast end. Hashtag BI 7623 channel has temporarily closed. The delirious sounding Biryu closed the channel and the voices of the constellations disappeared. I regretted not being able to see the reactions of the constellations, but it couldn't be helped. Do. I looked down at the vibrating box. The random draw was about to start in earnest. A sword-type item will be awarded for putting in the same type of items. The random draw has started. The limited edition random item box randomly spat out items of a higher rank related to the item you put in. There was a chance for anything from AC grade to a SSS grade item to come out. In the end, it was all up to chance. The offered items are related to a certain constellation. The probability that an item associated with this constellation will appear is greatly increased. It was an unexpected message. But it didn't seem to be a disadvantage for me. Both my hands were sweating. I hadn't been so nervous when I bought a random chance item in an online game. Please let it be an A rating. A top-rated item has appeared. The number of available random item boxes is 0. The box soon stopped trembling and the faint light subsided. I looked around at Usanga and Lee Gil-young, whose eyes were shining. Shall we open it? Yes. We opened the box. Wow. Lee Gil-young was so surprised that he screamed. By the way, it really was amazing. A luxurious silver guard and a white blade, the shape was somewhat similar to Broken Faith. I immediately checked the item information. Item information. Name, Unbroken Faith. Rating, Star Relic. Description, in the past, it was the sword of the hero, Kaizenix, who led the Gruziad during the Great Demon Age. The great ether dominance of Kaizenix allowed him to create a blade of faith that contained fire, darkness and divine power respectively. As an additional option, it increases strength and stamina level by 2. I was speechless. No, was this real? It wasn't a simple alphabet rating but a star relic item. Dokja SSI. Doesn't it look like a huge item? It really was a huge item. In the world of ways of survival, the star relics were the only items excluded from the ratings table. It wasn't just because they had a strong performance but because these items were special. Every star relic contained the power of a living constellation. The difference in performance varied depending on whether the constellation was the hero of a certain world and how much awareness they had. However, they contained the power of a constellation, so the relics had tremendous value. In addition, it raised the level of his strength and stamina by 2. When taking into account that a grade items increased the total stats value by 1, it must be at least a S grade item. Yu Jonghyuk hadn't obtained an item like this yet. I looked around at Usanga and Lee Gil-young. I can really have it? Of course. It naturally belongs to Dokja SSI. Usanga responded in advance to his repeat question. Lee Gil-young also nodded eagerly. I looked at Han Myung-go, but he was just eating the leg of a ground rat with a stupid expression. He was muttering unknown things to himself. I thought he would insist on having the item. It was strange. You have acquired a star relic. The owner of the star relic is curious about you. The message showed that the constellation existed somewhere. Later, I would open up ways of destruction and look for it. Then we should go back. There are plenty of ground rats out there, so we can go back with just the magic power stove. But how do we get back? It won't be a problem to leave with Gil-young's power. Use diverse communication and. However, Li Giliang's expression wasn't bright. Hyung, Huh. There aren't any insects nearby. Come to think of it, the insects around here had burst from the pressure when I was fighting the Dark Keeper. It was a problem I hadn't thought about. There really isn't one. Some of them should still be alive. If we move for a bit and use the ability. There were so many insects in the world that I didn't have any sympathy for the few who died. But Li Gilyang still had a dark expression. Well, there is one I can actually call. Li Gilyang closed his eyes and started concentrating. Dokja SSI, isn't this a big strange? Li Gilyang's eyes were gradually losing focus. Then blood flowed down from his nose. Gilyang. All of a sudden, there was a loud vibration from above them. Dust started falling down. The vibration was coming from above ground. At this moment, goosebumps appeared on my skin. Kwong. Gilyang. Li Gilyang. Wake up. Yi, Hyung. Li Gilyang's eyes returned to normal. Gilyang, stop the skill. Quickly. The surprised Li Gilyang stopped the skill and the vibration subsided. I sighed with relief. There were incredibly dangerous monsters running around above ground. There were numerous high-rated monsters, including the Grade 7 rhinoceros. Among these monsters was the Insect King. It was obvious a type of insect just based on the name. You really? I placed my hand on Li Gilyang's head and didn't say anything. He was about to call an insect king from above ground, was he Fabre? We almost got buried here. For the time being, seal this skill. Don't use it unless I tell you to. Understood? Yes. Li Gilyang replied in a sad manner. Now there was no choice but to wait. We will get lost in the darkness. Let's wait a bit longer and move when small insects appear in the vicinity. It was easy to enter, but the edge of darkness was a very dangerous place. It was a place where someone could disappear for a day or two if a little mistake was made. Then Yusanga raised her hand. If it is just going back, I think I can fill in for Gilyang. How? I was going to ask if she would converse with the edge of darkness but stopped because it seemed sarcastic. Yusanga replied in a slightly uncertain tone. I have a similar skill. When I thought about it, I still didn't know Yusanga's attribute and sponsor. What is the skill? That, it is a complicated skill to untangle. Untangle? Excuse me, can I ask what Yusanga SSI's attribute is? Yusanga wasn't a character in the novel, so I didn't know her attribute. It was like Li Gilyang and Han Myungo. That. Yusanga made a difficult expression. It wouldn't have been so frustrating if I could use character list on Yusanga. I tried to use character list once again as a test. The exclusive skill, character list, is activated. This person isn't registered in character list. Indeed. But there was one more message. Currently collecting information about the corresponding figure. It was a message that never existed before. Come to think of it, I heard a system message when Yusanga used the interpreter skill. It wasn't something that was originally heard. Was it possible for the character list to be updated after some time? Perhaps. I organized my thoughts and decided to let Yusanga go. Forget that I asked. By the way, nice work. In the future, don't let other people know about your personal attribute. That's not it. I trust Dokja SSI. Well, Yusanga's appearance said otherwise. At the moment, I got an idea. Can Yusanga tell me about the nature of your sponsor? Yusanga bowed her head. I'm sorry. The words barely escaped from her trembling lips. Based on this level, it was possible that she made some type of promise in the contract with her sponsor. Perhaps there was a life constraint in respect with the spilling of information. I didn't know what sponsor they were, but it seemed they had decided to raise Yusanga in earnest. It is okay. I understand. Thank you, really. There was no need to thank me. She couldn't tell me her sponsor, it made my heart tense. It was the desire of a reader who wanted to fill the space between empty lines. Then try using your skill. Soon, a faintly shining thread emerged from Usanga's fingertips and started to stretch out. In fact, I tied up a thread when I got kidnapped. One branch of the thread was connected to me and the other one was connected outside. Maybe it was bound to Lee Hyun-sung or Jung Hee-won. Let's go. There was no reason for Usanga to have such a skill from the beginning. This was definitely the stigma provided by her sponsor. By the way, it was a thread to escape the labyrinth. This, somehow, I thought it was a constellation I knew. #BI 7623 channel is open. I started hearing messages from the constellations again. A number of constellations have put a claim on the channel's transmission system. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is curious about what came out of the random item box. Ah, they haven't seen it? What a pity. Damn. That bastard messed with my channel, ha ha ha. Did you stay well while I was away? And the nice, no, a familiar voice was heard. Bai Hyung. You did such great things while I was gone. Was it because of me that you couldn't come back? Yes, it isn't unrelated. I got a warning from the administration bureau because the advertisement went on for too long. Now Bai Hyung's voice was only audible to me. It was the Dakibi communication that only the Dakibi could use. Of course, it was an obvious violation of the rules to allow me to use it. I have decided not to care about small things now. And I can go back and forth to the administration bureau. Rather, how do you know about the random box? I found it by chance. Damn it. There are still remnants of the Black history left. Why is that box there? Black history? Wait. Surely that absurd coin item wasn't planned by you. As a reader of Ways of Survival, I didn't know this. Damn. If I wasn't greedy at that time. Wow, it really is delicious. What a surprise. Bai Hyung's grumbling was cut off by Jung Hee-won's cry of admiration. 10 minutes ago, we safely encountered the rest of the party thanks to Usanga's guidance. Fortunately, Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung kept the boundary until we came back. You will recover a bit after eating. Well, I really think that my better is getting better. Jung Hee-won seemed much better as she swung her shoulders in a test. The meat of the underground species actually contained detoxification components. Did you get a lot of things in there? In addition to the magic power stove. I got a few things. I looked at Lee Hyun-sung and said. Lee Hyun-sung put on and removed the old steel shield that he received from me several times. Now he was polishing the surface again and again. It was like someone with a new car. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, feels a faint loyalty to you. Jung Hee-won seemed envious of the scene and asked. Is there anything I can use? No. What is that blade? It is mine. Will you distribute the meat to the people? If they have coins. But, you are really stingy. Kim Dokja. Let's say that I have a strong sense of survival. As we were passing around a piece of cooked ground rat, the tunnel ended. The surroundings suddenly brightened and people started to be seen. But the atmosphere was weird. What was this urgent and bustling mood? There are 20 minutes left until the paid settlement. Prepare the survival fee. I belatedly noticed the time. That's right. It was already that time. It was amazing that the word paid sounded so scary. Coins please. I don't have enough coins. Please, a few coins. 100 coins wouldn't be a problem if they faithfully participated in the scenario, but such humans were rare. I'll give you 1 million won, no, 10 million won. Who will sell 100 coins? The price of the coins was soaring. It was funny. There was a ridiculous premium on money that had no value until the beginning of the destruction. And there were people smiling as they watched from afar. These guys already had enough coins. It was Cheon In-ho and the Kyoldoo group. A few women flocked towards the gang members and cried out. Why, you said you would give me 100 coins before. Is that so? I don't remember. What? I will think again if you will let me put it in one more time. How about it? Young Hee-won pulled out her blade and stared at them. Those sons of a bitches. The attribute of character, Young Hee-won, is about to blossom. The time had come for Young Hee-won. It wasn't bad if her attribute blossomed now, yet. She needed some patience in order to get the attribute I was thinking about. Then a system message emerged. After a while, the survival settlement will begin. Save me. Save me. The expressions of the party changed. Lee Hyun-sung bowed his head sadly while Young Hee-won bit her lip while holding her blade. Everyone knew what the price of the paid settlement was. There was no one here who hadn't experienced it. Dokja SSI. Then Yu Sangha looked at me. Yes. In this world, coins were power. A person with coins could obtain good items or good stats. Coins were everything. Several constellations with scenario recommendations have been added to the channel. The constellation Secretive Plotter is watching your choice. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is watching your choice. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is watching your choice. And I was current the person with the highest number of coins in the station. Just as I was about to open my mouth, I heard Cheon In-ho's voice. Oh, Dokja SSI. You came just in time. Cheon In-ho smiled as he found us. I had a foreboding feeling as Cheon In-ho spoke in a loud voice. Dokja SSI has a lot of coins. How much? You are probably the richest one among us, right? The character, Cheon In-ho, has activated the Insight LV2 skill. The crowd looked my way. See coins? Who has a lot of coins? It didn't take long for all eyes to turn to me. Cheon In-ho, he was a really great guy. Why, you are Dokja SSI? Please save me. People panted as they approached. The number of people flocking was estimated to be at least 20. If I gave all these people coins, I would lose 2,000 coins. But if I didn't give them coins, I would become a big villain of Gumho Station. Your understanding of the character, Cheon In-ho, has increased. Huh, Dokja SSI. I don't have the coins to help all these poor people, but isn't Dokja SSI different? Will you just wait and watch? I sighed quietly. I had seen this trick one or twice. The constellations of the absolute good system have defined Cheon In-ho as wicked. I had enough of putting up with him. Save me. Please save me. People burst into tears with the most pitiful expression in the world. Ha ha ha. This story is becoming fun. For reference, there are 10 minutes left. Bai-hyung spoke in a voice that was full of joy and the party looked at me with strange expressions. I let out a short sigh and slowly closed my eyes before opening them again. I see. You want coins? Then I laughed. Why should I? I looked around at the people. The first scenario was original sin. Thus, none of the people here were innocent. That made it more disgusting. Those who trampled on someone else to survive, who couldn't even bear responsibility for their own life. Why? You have a lot of coins. Can't you give us a few? In the midst of the confusion, Cheon In-ho burst out laughing. I expected this from Dokja SSI. From the very first moment Dokja SSI showed up here. Didn't you sell food for coins? If you didn't make them buy food at that time, do you know how many people can survive now? Yes. He is right. Shit. Give me back my coins. Suddenly the atmosphere was flowing against me. Maybe this was what Cheon In-ho wanted. Just a minute everyone. Your actions right now. Dokja SSI isn't such a person. Yu Sangha and Lee Hyun-sung tried to defuse the crowd but they had already lost their sense of reason. Then Cheon In-ho drove in the last wedge. Dokja SSI. I will give you one last chance. Give the coins back to the people. What if I don't want to? Then the worst will happen. The crowd of 20 people started to approach step by step. Come. Give me your coins. Nevertheless, no one attacked first. Eventually, a member of the Kyodo group came forward. You scum. What are you doing? Kill him. Why are you hesitating when you can snatch the coins after killing him? The man who shouted had a very sturdy physique. I triggered character list and confirmed his information. Character summary. Name, Han Min-sung. Private attribute, Bully, General. Overall stats, Stamina LV 8, Strength LV 8, Agility LV 8, Magic Power LV 2. He was the owner of abilities that fit a bully. He wasn't originally at this level, this guy did it. Yes, he acted rashly because he believed in his stats. Kill that bastard. The metal pipe in his hand moved. A steel pipe containing a LV8 strength. The former, Kim Dokja, might be scared by this threat but for the current me, it was just ridiculous. Sukak. The man's arm was cut off and rolled across the ground with the iron pipe. Quackak. The blood-covered unbroken faith was emitting a white light. I swept a glance over the quiet people. Everyone turned pale when they saw a Kyodo group member being overwhelmed with one blow. Now that I had shown off a bit, it was time to start. Pathetic, do you really believe this situation is because of me? I looked left and right at each face in the crowd. On the other side, Cheon In-ho was looking confused. In fact, you know very well that it isn't me. Like a sick goldfish, the mouths of the crowd dropped open. I spoke like I was disseminating food to them. You guys are doing this because you are scared. In fact, even though you knew what was wrong and are in a crisis, you are trembling in fear because of them. Look at this, Dokja SSI. What are you saying? It is because they are stronger than you. Their overall stats are higher than you and they have a lot of coins. But everyone, you know what? I took a step towards the crowd and asked. The entire crowd retreated like surprised goldfish. However, they were already in my fish tank. Why are they stronger than you? I took one more step. More than anything, why do they have more coins than you? Is it because they are gangsters? Perhaps. The characters around you are shaken. Even in fear, there were some emotions that could be conveyed with certainty. Questions passed over their faces. Cheon In-ho SSI, how many coins do you have? Don't you know? Well, I have sold a few and... Do you think it is possible to get that many stats with just that? Really? Cheon In-ho closed his mouth. I turned from left to right, looking at the crowd's faces one by one. When I came to Gumho Station a few days ago, there were 87 people here. But how many people are left now? I don't think there is more than 50 people. Do you know why? They went out as scouts and the monsters. Monsters? Do you still believe that? Then. You fools. Think about it with your brains. Did those people really die because of the monsters? Then why haven't any of the Kyodo group bastards died? The area became quiet in an instant. Why is it that they come back stronger? The constellation, secretive plotter, nods at your reasoning. Don't tell me. The people turned to look at Cheon In-ho. The Kyodo group members hesitated. Now it was my turn to drive in the wedge. They said it before. If you kill me, you will get coins. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband pulls his hair in excitement. But how do they know that killing a person will give coins? Why you, Inho SSI? Don't tell me. Shut up. I'm being framed. As Cheon Inho moved back, the men of the Kyodo group pulled out their weapons. The frightened people were weeping. Ha ha ha. There are 7 minutes left. I stepped forward towards the people. If you have any last self-respect left, fight with your own hands. The blade of faith cried out violently. Anger filled the eyes of the people. At least get back what was taken from you. As I waited, the people of the Kyodo group rushed towards me simultaneously. I also ran towards them. Now this world is such a place. The white light moved and people screamed. Then someone shouted. Yes, shit. Sons of a bitches. The people started to move. All in all, they were people who had already killed. Mother. Daeyoung, come here. Do this. Just like what you did on the subway with mother. Children and mothers. This fucking bastards. There was a middle-aged Indian man. These scum. But they weren't a match. The number of people left in the Kyodo group was high and their fighting power was overwhelming due to all the coins they obtained through human hunting. Or this would be the case if it wasn't for me. Sukakak. The arms and legs of the Kyodo group members who rushed for me flew off. The eerie sensation of cutting off a person's limbs filled my hands. The incapacitated Kyodo group members looked up at me. Spare me. At that moment, someone moved ahead of me and stuck their blade in the fallen Kyodo group members. I said I would kill him. All evolution conditions of the attribute, crouching figure, have been met. The attribute of character, Young Hee-won, is blossoming. A dazzling brilliance was rising from her body. I nodded. It was now time. The attribute of Young Hee-won has blossomed to Judge of Destruction, Hero. A judge to wipe out evil. The best of the 3 judge attributes woke up from a crouching figure. You have contributed greatly to the attribute of crouching figure. The character, Young Hee-won, won't hesitate to be your sword in the future. Rest from now on. Young Hee-won's eyes were pale blue as she declared. These guys are my share. The character, Young Hee-won, has activated the exclusive skill, Judgment Time. The absolute good constellations have agreed to the use of this skill. Judgment Time has been activated. Young Hee-won had a bloody aura around her body as her blade painted an eerie trail. It was a light and precise kendo that moved between the Kyodo group members. Blood spurted everywhere. Quiet. It was a scene of a complete massacre. Of course, Young Hee-won wasn't the only one fighting. Yu Sanga, Lee Hyun-sung and even Lee Gil-young were protecting their respective positions. But no one was as active as Young Hee-won. Like a person who was born for murder, Young Hee-won killed and killed. If I cut off a man's arm, Young Hee-won stabbed his heart. If I cut off his leg, Young Hee-won cut his throat. Young Hee-won took care of all those I left behind. She moved without hesitation, like a person who had been longing for this moment. The area was filled with blood. The only person left from the Kyodo group was Cheon Inho. However, many parts of his body were injured by the citizens. Young Hee-won looked at me and I nodded. Cheon Inho laughed as he looked at me. Why you? He never stopped speaking. Young Hee-won appeared behind Cheon Inho and cut him from top to bottom. All constellations in the channel feel intense joy. Finally, everyone stopped moving. The fight was over. However, they couldn't feel it. The times when they ate grilled meat, felt the meaning of life, joked while walking and enjoyed moments of peace all seemed like a lie. This damn scenario. Yu Sanga was crying. Lee Gil-young closed his eyes. Lee Hyun-sung bit his lip so hard he was bleeding. Young Hee-won exhausted her physical strength and was sitting in a pool of blood. Yes, this was the truth of the world. The survival value will be settled. There was the sound of popping all around us. Those who had coins survived. Those who failed to get coins were now dead. And no one was able to save each other. I said to the people. Wake up, everybody. Even if I raised my head, the sky couldn't be seen. I stared at the unseen sky for a while, resisting some great fate. The noisy constellations had no answer this time. This scenario has just begun. While everyone was in deep thought, I was thinking about the next scenario alone. My mind was calm as pages flipped one after another. I have obtained everything I needed from Gumho Station. The next stage was Chungmuro. The following morning, there were a few changes to Gumho Station. First of all, Han Myungo had disappeared. He had hidden once the fighting started and disappeared after it ended. I didn't know if he was hiding somewhere in the station or was moving to the next station. Let's not worry about him now. I didn't like him from the beginning. In addition, he isn't the only one who disappeared. It was as Jung Hee-won said. After the fight yesterday, the number of people remaining in Gumho Station was almost non-existent. It wasn't that there were few survivors. Rather, more people survived compared to the original plot. However, most of those who survived left the station last night. Perhaps they had their own reasons. Will the remaining people be okay? Yusanga asked as she looked at the survivors. Me, Yusanga, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Gil-young and Jung Hee-won. Apart from us five, there were only 5 people left in this station. Jung Hee-won spoke first. Hey everyone. Are you coming with us? The casual words caused a stir among the people. The representative was a young woman holding a child's hand. We will go separately. We have some coins left. I honestly admired that the mother and child survived the bloody fight. If she had that much strength, they might be able to survive without going with us. Jung Hee-won nodded. Yes. I wish you luck. Once Jung Hee-won turned around, relief appeared on the people's faces. In fact, this response wasn't strange. Certainly, yesterday's situation was a bit shocking. It was understandable. One refused to give out charity while another one brutally killed people, even if there was a reason. To them, Jung Hee-won might not be much different from the Kyodo group. I touched Lee Hyun-sung, who was making a stupid expression next to me. Lee Hyun-sung SSI. Ah, yes. Lee Hyun-sung, who was staring at Jung Hee-won with a blank expression, looked at me with surprise. I think I knew what he was thinking. He wondered if she was the woman struck by madness yesterday and killed all the Kyodo group. Are the preparations finished? Yep. It is a big rough but it is finished. There are plastic bottles to be used as water containers, goods to protect from the cold and emergency supplies. Indeed, a soldier was useful in situations like this. It is up to here. If you need anything else. There was nothing else I needed, I wanted to say, but I suddenly thought about something. Oh, can you find me any portable secondary batteries? You are talking about a battery? Why? It was natural to wonder. A smartphone was useless because no signal was available. I replied roughly. I have a place to use it. Lee Hyun-sung said he would look for it and started to search through the things left behind by the Kyodo group. Lee Gil-young and Yusanga also said they would help. Jung Hee-won looked at me and asked. Are we going now? We're going. She asked naturally, as if there was no question that we would go together. This was Jung Hee-won. It was welcome from my viewpoint. The Judge of Destruction was a talented person who even Yu Jong-hyuk would pay attention to. I have many questions. Not now. Ah really, you are an iron wall. Jung Hee-won lightly punched me and laughed. You have received 1,500 coins from the character, Jung Hee-won. This. I am dividing it. I feel too sorry to eat it all alone. I will give it to other people. I understood what she was saying. Yesterday, Jung Hee-won alone killed most of the Kyodo group members. In other words, she obtained most of their coins. By the way, I was a bit nervous about this. You don't need to do this. Young Hee-won didn't know. In fact, I had a lot more coins. I'm not Dokja SSI, you know. She punched my arms a few more times before walking towards the tunnel with her backpack. Finish this off. I'll go ahead and make some arrangements. Don't go too far ahead. There are dangerous sections to go alone. Young Hee-won waved her hands as if not to worry while wandering away. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, likes your comradeship. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, smiles slyly. I watched the messages in the air blankly and said. Did you make a lot yesterday? It must be good. There was no answer. I spoke once again. Don't keep pretending and tell me. I know you are watching. Ah, haha, you caught me. It was Bai-hyung's voice. How much did you earn? That. I stared silently. Sigh, right. How did you know again? I just can't get over it. Take this. Dakibi, Bai-hyung, has given you 4,500 coins. I thought so. This damn Dakibi. The constellations don't use the sponsorship system and send it directly to me. I don't know why. I'll give it to you later. Ah, there are these messages as well. Messages suddenly popped up. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is satisfied with your scenario. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is convinced of your judgment. The constellation, secretive plotter, is satisfied with your plan. This was why I didn't get the support messages yesterday. I had been curious because such a great thing happened and I received less income than I thought. Coins possessed, 23,050 C. I invested a lot of the coins I obtained last time into stats and now I had a lot of coins again. It was once again time to improve my stats. Then let's do it moderately. I couldn't open the attributes window so I had to remember the exact level of my stats. First, stamina was important. 1,200 coins have been invested in stamina. Stamina LV 12-Stamina LV 15. The durability of your body has greatly increased. I had no separate passive attack skill so I also raised my strength. 1,600 coins have been invested in strength. Strength LV 11-Strength LV 15. A stronger force will come from your muscles. For agility, it was enough to be able to evade. 400 coins have been invested in agility. Agility LV 10-Agility LV 11. Now you can more a bit faster. I needed to maintain white pure star energy so magic power must be over level 10. 1,200 coins have been invested in magic power. Magic power LV 6-Magic power LV 10. A mysterious energy lives in your soul. I could invest more than this but I purposefully didn't. Once I arrived in Chungmuro, there was another place where I would have to use a lot of coins. Besides, I had spent 4,400 coins just now. It was both easy and difficult to use. If I had been born with decent stats, I wouldn't have to spend so many coins. Someone born with level 1 stamina, in Ways of Destruction, even Lee Giliang's stamina would be higher than that. By the way, I forgot, 2 more scenarios are recommended. You are really great. It seems that I will soon be able to upgrade my channel level. I see. I couldn't get the support of a sponsor like other incarnations, so I needed to collect more coins. But the reason why I didn't see the effect of contracting with Bai-hyung was because his channel was small. The minor constellations weren't enough. In order to gather more coins, it would take more constellations to configure the channel. Once I went to Chungmuro, the environment would be ready soon. If everybody is ready, we will leave. You aren't missing anything. My companions gathered together and nodded. Looking at their nervous faces, all of them seemed to have been enlightened by yesterday. Finally, the journey to Chungmuro began. They had crossed half the railroad lines when the system message popped up. The second main scenario is enabled. Main scenario number 1, meeting. Category, main. Difficulty, E. Clear conditions, cross the tunnel and meet the survivors in the first main base. Time limit, none. Compensation, 500 coins. Failure. The message made me realize that it was really starting. Unlike the first main scenario, the second scenario had a main base. Jung Hee-won asked. The main base? Where is that? An answer wasn't required. Another message immediately appeared. The next main base is Chungmuro. Is it Chungmuro? It is only 3 more stops. It was originally like that. Coo 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 coo. The ground rats appeared. There were around 30 ground rats. Jung Hee-won stiffened. Go 3 stops through this. It was Lee Hyun-sung who came forward. I'll take the vanguard. Thanks to the support of his sponsor, Lee Hyun-sung's total stats were now 37. He had earned less coins than me, but he was chasing me. This was the advantage of being born with high stats. If I knew this, I would have done regular push-ups. I'll take the rear, Hyung. Lee Giliang's total stats were still low, but he was able to use diverse communication more flexibly through steady skill training. Please leave it to me. Yu Senga made a thread with magic power to block the movements of the ground rats. Her attack ability was low, but her overall stats were similar to Jung Hee-won. Kwajik. Isn't it just a lot of numbers? Finally, there was no need to talk about Jung Hee-won. Compared to Lee Hyun-sung, her total stats were low, but her skills were sufficient. There was the exclusive skill, Judgment Time, that belonged to the Judge of Destruction. As long as the opponent in front of her was wicked, according to the absolute good constellations, Jung Hee-won wouldn't lose. The last ground rat fell down. Lee Hyun-sung held the shield by his side and started sweating. Sigh, this seems to be enough. In fact, this shouldn't have been cleared so easily. No matter how simple the pattern of the ground rats was, fighting 30 of them was tough. I wouldn't be able to annihilate them myself without activating Bookmark. The party had become stronger. They advanced further through the tunnel. Finally, a new platform appeared in front of me. Yaksu Station. By the way, there is nobody. No, that's not it. Yaksu Station was filled with dead bodies and ground rat corpses. Based on the injuries, some of the people were killed by Yu Jonghyuk, not the ground rats. Keep going. There are 2 stops left. We continued to advance. Anyway, the distance from Yaksu to Dongdae was less than 1 kilometer in a straight line. Once we arrived at the entrance of Dongdae Station, we encountered another group of ground rats and repelled them. We only moved a total of 2 kilometers along a simple path, but the fighting was so tough that the party's fitness dropped quickly. We will take a break here. Sigh, there is 1 stop left. We should just go there and relax. Nobody knows if we can rest or not once we arrive there. Everyone was silent at my words. Certainly, monsters weren't the only dangerous things in this world. I looked around for a moment and said. It seems that the people in this station moved quickly. Some basic necessities might remain. Ah, right. Then. After hearing basic necessities, Yu Sanga gently raised her hand. Yu Sanga and Jung Hee-won's eyes met. No words were exchanged, but both of them nodded at the same time. Jung Hee-won saw my look and asked me. What is it? Does Dokja SSI want to know? Yu Sanga paled. Hee-won SSI. Ahaha, I'm just joking. Of course, I won't tell anyone. A secret only between women. It would be strange if I didn't know what they were talking about. Human physiology didn't stop even in a world like this. Lee Hyun-sung also opened his mouth. Ah, then I will go to the bathroom. I was surprised for a moment, but there was no reason not to use well-built facilities. This was why the subway was convenient. I'll go with you. It was Lee Gil-young. The two people walked side by side. I looked at their rear view and thought they looked like affectionate brothers with a large age difference. Yu Sangha asked me. Will Dokja SSI be alone? I will go above ground for a bit. Huh. There will be poisonous fog if you go out, will it be okay? I'm only going for a bit. Jung Hee-won narrowed her eyes at my words. Something is suspicious. Dokja SSI, are you going to eat something good alone? I looked at Jung Hee-won for a moment. It is a man's secret. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a while, I stood in front of exit 6 of Dongdae Station. According to the information I read beforehand, this place was surely. You have been exposed to poisonous fog. The effect of the poisonous rhinos was still visible. This time I didn't buy the Elaine monkey's lung, so I had to work quickly. I jumped up the escalator to the east while holding my breath. Not long after that, a bronze-colored shining statue appeared. A constellation wearing a straw mat is filled with expectations at your actions. The statue was based on the appearance of a monk who lived in the mid-Joseon dynasty. I felt an unknown nobility coming from the fact of the monk holding a bamboo stick. I confirmed the name written vertically under the statue. Yujong Samyangdang, Wiki link. Okay, good. There were no signs of anyone yet. I stood in front of the statue, holding my hands together. A constellation wearing a straw mat is delighted with your actions. 100 coins have been sponsored. I didn't hesitate to use white pure star energy to activate the blade of faith. A constellation wearing a straw mat is puzzled by your actions. Then I struck the statue of Samyangdang. A constellation wearing a straw mat is appalled by your actions. A few minutes later, I once again entered Dongdae Station and ate a ground rat. It was in order to heal the skin contaminated by the poisonous fog. It took a little time, but the contamination could be recovered by eating the meat of an underground species. Hey! Are you crazy? What did you do just now? I was eating when I heard Bai-hyung's voice furiously berating me. Shut up. No, this isn't an issue you can dismiss. You destroyed a constellation's idol. Do you want to see my channel fail? Once the bald general of justice begins to talk. The idol of a constellation. Every world had their own constellations, South Korea as well. By the way, Bai-hyung said it was the bald general of justice. He was a great person in South Korea, but actually, I wasn't the type of person to say that. A constellation wearing a straw mat is furious at your atrocious actions. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is laughing. There was a difference in the degree of all idols, but they had the power of a constellation sealed in them. If I released the seal of the idol in the right way, I could gain a certain amount of power, such as an item or skill that the constellation used in their lifetime. However, unlocking the seal took a long time and I wasn't sure if I could get the skill I wanted. I looked at ways of survival on my smartphone. But if it is sealed in the bronze statue of Samyangdang, how did you get the skill? There is a saying that if you meet Buddha, kill Buddha. What? Don't tell me. I was just trying it out, but it is true. All the statues aren't just for worship. Hey! This jerk, you should watch your mouth. You might be cursed by the constellation. At the last gateway to enter Chungmuro, the skill of Samyangdang was essential. And the most surefire way to get the skill was to destroy the idol. Of course, I could buy something similar from the Dakibi bag, but the more coins I saved, the better. Then did you resolve the man's secret well? I quickly turned off my smartphone screen. My companions, including Jung Hee-won, had gathered. Yes. And I have something for you. I pulled out the items I gained from the idol. As luck would have it, the Samyangdang idol contained items and skills. Samyangdang's beads. Samyangdang's straw mat. Rags and old beads. There were questions in the eyes of everyone present. I knew what they were thinking. But I also knew this. In this world, old was more likely to be good. They seem like good items. Because they are souvenirs of a great person. Great person. Do you know Samyangdang? A constellation wearing a straw mat has paused at your actions. Young Hee-won asked with a stupid expression. Who is that? A constellation wearing a straw mat wishes to appear before character, Young Hee-won. Ah. I know. Fortunately, someone knew. Needless to say, it was Yu Sanga. I remember seeing it when I was studying Korean history. Isn't he a monk from the Joseon dynasty? Yes, that's right. When the Korean military was struggling to defend against the Japanese invasion, he fought in the Nowongpyong battle and Wakwandong battle. As expected from Yu Sanga. I also studied Korean history, but I didn't know this. A constellation wearing a straw mat is touched by character, Yu Sanga. I nodded and said. Anyway, these items have his strength. Really? Wow, it is real. Young Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung were surprised when they confirmed the item information. But how did Dokja SSI know to get this? I put my hands together in front of the Samyangdang statue and, they fell from the sky. Huh. No way. I thought it was ridiculous, but there was a reason people said such ridiculous words. I put on a mock solemn expression as I watched the party. I think, it was sent by Samyangdang for South Korea. Ah. Their were filled with many meanings. I ignored them and kept talking. It wasn't like I was asking for them to listen. He might have left his belongings to save the country, just like during the Japanese invasion of South Korea. Anyway, now South Korea is a country undergoing turmoil. A constellation wearing a straw mat is moved by your words. In times of turmoil, scammers always gained power. In this strange world, it isn't weird if something like this happens. Maybe Samyangdang is one of the constellations. Isn't that right? Surprisingly, Yu Sanga seemed convinced first. Maybe she didn't want me to be embarrassed. The funny thing was that once Yu Sanga agreed, Lee Hyun-sung was immediately convinced. Indeed, Samyangdang. Lee Hyun-sung grew up with patriotism for a long time and looked like he was reminiscing on the principle of military service. Lee Gil-young also seemed curious. It was only Young Hee-won who was watching me like it was nonsense. A constellation wearing a straw mat likes your revealing words. The constellation, bald general of justice, forgives your sins. Bai-hyung looked at the sky with a, "Is this okay?" expression before looking dumbfounded. The power of a constellation was directly linked to their fame. Thus, the constellations loved it when their stories were spread this way. Where was a constellation that hated being praised? I will give Samyangdang's beads to you Sanga, since you know him well. Really? Can I accept it? I think Samyangdang will be delighted if Samyangdang uses it. In fact, the performance of Samyangdang's beads wasn't good compared to what the sponsor used it for. It wasn't a sponsor's star relic, so maybe the fact that the Samyangdang wasn't a world-recognized figure had an effect. It was still a B-class item, so it had a secondary option of boosting magic power to increase magic power recovery. Young Hee-won watched Yu Sanga like she was envious and said. Yu Sanga knows a lot of things. I didn't know about Samyangdang because I didn't do very well at school. That. I'm joking. Don't make such an expression. I spoke to the sulky Young Hee-won. I also have something for Young Hee-won SSI. For me? Is it that straw mat? Yes. It's okay. No matter how urgent, I don't want to wear such a thing. Just try it. You won't regret it. Young Hee-won hesitated for a moment before throwing on the straw mat. She was trying to be fashionable, but she just looked like a beggar. A constellation who likes comradeship condemns your actions. A constellation who praises friendship likes your actions. It would be different if the star relic Samyangdang's bamboo stick and straw sandals came out, but the other two items weren't necessary for me right now. Young Hee-won saw her reflection on the screen door of the subway and made a slightly complicated expression. It is hard to explain, but I suddenly feel like I can harness the power of justice. Samyangdang's straw mat was an item that enhanced the justice and willpower of the incarnation. I didn't need it, but it was a pretty good item for Young Hee-won. You said Samyangdang. I feel sorry for some reason. I should study harder. The constellation, Bald General of Justice, is happy at this situation. 100 coins have been sponsored. I jokingly said. Then let's put our hands together and pray. It was a joke, but Young Hee-won really went to pray. Young Hee-won was contaminated by the poisonous fog and spoke while eating a ground rat. But who broke it? Surely it wasn't Dokja SSI. Dokja SSI. Be prepared. We will be at Chungmuro soon. I looked at the dark tunnel. It had been 20 minutes since Lee Gil-young used diverse communication, allowing them to safely move forward. Considering the fact that Dongdae to Chungmuro was 1 kilometer in a straight line, it was time for that to appear. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Indeed, as soon as I thought about it. Everybody step back. Sub-scenario, Welcome Prison. Category, Sub. Difficulty, DF. Clear conditions, escape from Welcome Prison within the time limit. Time limit, 1 hour. Compensation, 300 coins. Failure. Sub-scenario, Welcome Prison has begun. Perhaps Yu Jonghyuk had suffered quite a bit in this scenario. This scenario was one of the most painful traps for a regressor. Yu Sanga asked. Welcome Prison? What is this? She would know without asking. It is coming. Everyone, please keep your mind straight. Before my words were over, a haze overcame me. The fog that instantly occupied the tunnel blocked their field of view. The party members in the immediate vicinity couldn't be seen. When I looked around, I could only see a distorted scenery, as if I was on drugs. Yua, I feel bad. Young Hee-won screamed. Maybe Young Hee-won was seeing something different from what I saw now. Dokja. The voice I didn't want to hear. That forgotten voice was heard in a drug-like landscape. If I was this way, my other party members would be worse. Something feels strange. Dokja SSI. Are you there? Dokja SSI. Dokja SSI. In this distorted vision, the voices of my party members were gradually fading. Welcome Prison. A space that led to madness by touching a person's trauma. Dokja, you didn't see anything. Understood? The landscape disappeared and the face of a person popped up. I smiled bitterly as I stared into the air. I wanted to deny reality. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is activated. Due to the skill effect, immunity to Welcome Prison has occurred. The moment his mind relaxed, the uncomfortable feeling diminished. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, admires your spirit. 100 coins have been sponsored. The curious constellations are sorry that they can't peek at your memories. As the power of Welcome Prison weakened, I felt a sense of alarm. Everyone, calm down and take deep breaths. Those trapped in Welcome Prison would lose their minds and unleash their madness around them. Thus, the most dangerous thing in Welcome Prison was the companions around you. Yu Jonghyuk's solo behavior might be because he was worried about this prison. Soldier Lee Hyun-sung. Did you hear wrong? I was wrong. I was wrong, mother. This dog bastard. I was too late. I heard the screams of people filled with madness. But it wasn't everyone. Dokja SSI. At this moment, Yu Sanga's appearance was revealed in Welcome Prison. Samyangdang's beads around her wrist was glowing brightly. Fortunately, it worked. I approached Yu Sanga and said. Cover the surroundings. From now on, I will destroy this space. Yu Sanga nodded with a nervous expression. The exclusive skill, Destroy Evil LV1 is activated. Destroy Evil. It was one level higher than the Repel Evil skill that could be bought with coins. It was a skill that I obtained after breaking the bronze statue of Samyangdang. The exclusive skill, Destroy Evil LV1, has turned off, Welcome Prison. Indeed, it was a skill used by Samyangdang. If I had bought Repel Evil, it would have taken a minute to release it. Sururuk. As the fog retreated and Welcome Prison disappeared, his companions started to appear one by one. Our resolve. We are the South Korean army, loyal to the nation and the people. Mother. The trauma could be seen with one glance. Lee Hyun-sung was bowing with his head on the ground, while Lee Gil-young had his head on his knees and was shaking. Yu Sanga came forward first. Lee Hyun-sung SSI. Gil-young. Please wake up. At this moment, a blade flew from the rear. Fortunately, the blade wasn't fast and it wasn't difficult to avoid. I will kill all of you. Young Hee-won was waving her sword through the air like a madman. My heart ached as I watched Young Hee-won's eyes became gradually redder. This was dangerous. It was a sign of demon slaying. Peek. I stunned Young Hee-won by strongly hitting her in the back of the neck. Luckily, Young Hee-won was intact. I thought it wouldn't be like this with Samyangdang's straw mat, but Young Hee-won's mental state was more fragile than I expected. Yu Sanga, please look after Young Hee-won SSI. Yes. It isn't over yet. You have met the conditions to clear the sub-scenario. You have earned 300 coins. Monsters appeared as soon as the clear message showed up. They were a mass of liquid, reminiscent of ectoplasm. The 8th-grade Spectre. It was the Spectres who made Welcome Prison. I used white pure star energy to invoke Blade of Faith. Sukakak. Fortunately, the battle itself wasn't difficult. In the first place, the Spectres weren't difficult if Welcome Prison was destroyed. The creepy and weird Spectres were destroyed. Spectre's Stone. I put the fallen stones into my pocket. This needed to be picked up. Thanks to Yu Sanga, the others were recovering quickly. Are you okay? The one who recovered the fastest was Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung heard the story and bowed his head with surprise. Thank you. I almost got into big trouble. I also want to thank Dokja SSI. It is nothing. I have a headache. Lee Gil-young's head was pounding. I stroked Lee Gil-young's hair. He pretended to be okay, but perhaps the one with the most terrible trauma in this place was this child. I saw a pale light in the distance. Yu Sanga said. Dokja SSI, I think it is over. I worried about it for a short moment. Young Hee-won was stunned and it was difficult for others to exercise their power. Would we be okay to enter Chungmuro at this rate? But my concerns were resolved by another person. A blade loomed in the darkness. But it was a pure threat, without the intent to harm. Who are you? Don't you know that this area is our hunting ground? In the faint light of the entrance, a girl holding a long sword stood. She looked to be 17 and was wearing a school uniform. She was wearing a hood like she was trying to hide her name tag, but her appearance was noticeable. Ah, this girl. Yu Sanga had keen eyes and recognized her first. I also knew her. It was because she was one of the main characters of Ways of Survival. The only survivor of Daepong Girls' High School, Lee Jae-hai. She was one of the reasons why Yu Jong-hyuk went straight to Chungmuro in the shortest time. Did you guys beat the Spectres? Lee Jae-hai discovered the stone in my hand and was surprised. How did you? Only Master can catch them. I immediately used a skill. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Lee Jae-hai. Age, 17 years old. Constellation sponsor, Maritime War God. Private attribute, Scarred Sword Demon, rare. Exclusive skills, Sword Training LV, 3, Demon Slaying LV, 1, Absolute Sense LV, 2, Ghost Walk LV, 1. Stigma, Sea Battle LV, 1, Large Army Command LV, 1. Overall stats, Stamina LV, 13, Strength LV, 12, Agility LV, 13, Magic Power LV, 9. Overall evaluation, a person who evolved into a Scarred Sword Demon after killing her closest friend. The sponsor behind her has an affinity for you and your colleagues. Asterisk Starter Pack is currently applied. There was nothing unusual. Maritime War God. As scheduled, it was the sponsor behind Lee Jai-hai. She was a must in future maritime wars. The constellation, Bald General of Justice, is touched at meeting an old comrade. Lee Jai-hai's sponsor welcomes the Bald General of Justice. I felt a faint breeze in the subway tunnel where no trains were running. Looking at Lee Jai-hai's hair fluttering in the wind, I realized again. Main scenario number 2, meeting has ended. The compensation will be settled. Yes, we finally arrived. This was Chungmuro. We followed Lee Jai-hai and entered Chungmuro. Usanga saw the shattered screen door of the platform and said, "It is a chaotic atmosphere." As they climbed up from the tracks of Railway Line 3, they saw some people sitting down. You have entered Chungmuro. The third scenario is currently in progress. Hashtag JR8761 channel is active. Hashtag BR3642 channel is active. From Chungmuro onwards, the size of the scenario grew and the Dakibi channels increased. From now on, that naive Baihyung would have a hard time. Some middle-aged people saw us and waved their hands. Oh, little samurai. You brought new people. Yes. A samurai. I guess Lee Jai-hai could be called that if the sponsor behind her wasn't known. Sooner or later, they would be punished. Lee Jai-hai frowned at the middle-aged people. Are you drunk again? Ha ha ha. What is there to do other than drink when the world has become like this? The middle-aged people seemed relaxed, unlike those who were experiencing a disaster. It was natural since they were wearing the uniform of soldiers. It was definitely different from Gumho Station. Now was the true beginning. But did your friends come through the tunnel? How great, won't they have a lot of coins? Then one of the middle-aged men turned to Usanga. Young lady over there, what is your name? Would you like to rent a room for cheap? Room? Huh, you don't know the system here yet. This place. Lee Jai-hai cut off the middle-aged man's words. Ajushis. Don't try to trick the newcomers. Boha, they must know anyway. This is what everyone is doing to live. If you don't want to be injured then get lost. The middle-aged man paled at Lee Jai-hai's words. This, young children have already learned something bad to eat. Hey, Kong SSI. Stop it. The middle-aged people turned away. They disappeared into Transit Line 4 and Lee Jai-hai put away her sword. I brought you here so take care from now on. I'm not a babysitter. This child was speaking so indifferently. I looked around. Chungmuro. This was the stage of the third scenario, where completely different rules were in play. Shit. I'll kill you if you come close. A man was in the middle of the platform for Subway Line 3, waving a knife around and threatening people. At this feet was a tile that was 1 pyong, 3.306 square meters, in size, emitting a green light that stretched into the air. Usanga asked, why is he doing that? I don't know. I could guess but there was no need to scare her just now. There were many people sitting down with a knife on Subway Line 3. Unlike the previous middle-aged men, their faces were filled with despair. I glanced at them and asked Lee Jai-hai. Is Yu Jonghyuk here? Lee Jai-hai, who was about to leave, turned her head at Yu Jonghyuk. There was vigilance in her eyes. Who are you? Yu Jonghyuk had already ruined this child. Well, I could understand. It was difficult to find a constellation on the level of maritime war god, even if he searched through all of South Korea. If I was in Yu Jonghyuk's position, I would have found her soon after coming to Cheongmuro. I am a companion of Yu Jonghyuk who came back alive. Companion? How is that possible? Lee Jae-hai stared at me with suspicious eyes. I shrugged shamelessly. That guy will understand if you tell him. Where is Yu Jonghyuk now? Master isn't here right now. Really? This is difficult. I have something I need to say. Lee Jae-hai's expression distorted as she stared at me with something like betrayal. Ah, I knew very well what she thought of Yu Jonghyuk. Moreover, it was already master, it will be difficult to gain her this way. Lee Jae-hai called out to a boy squatting in the corner. Hey, over there. Yes, yes. Watch over these people right here. I'm going to find master. The boy looked at us with puzzled eyes. Who are they? I don't know. Master's friends? At Lee Jae-hai's words, the eyes of the people on the platform became bigger. They looked at us with amazement and awe. Yu Jonghyuk SSI's friends? The boy ran up to us and exclaimed. It was a boy who looked roughly around Lee Jae-hai's age. Are you really Yu Jonghyuk SSI's friends? I couldn't lie when I saw the boy's clear eyes. At least, if I was an ordinary person. He is a good friend. Recently, I didn't seem to be an ordinary person. At least, it was the case here. While taking care of the unconscious Young Hee-won, I heard about Cheongmuro from the boy. Along with Lee Jae-hai, this boy was one of Yu Jonghyuk's followers. Thus, we followed Yu Jonghyuk SSI. Are you listening to me? Yes. Of course, I wasn't listening properly. The story of psychopath Yu Jonghyuk's heroism wasn't interesting. The short summary was something like this. 3 days ago, Yu Jonghyuk appeared and saved some of you, including Lee Jae-hai, from the monsters. Isn't that the story? The boy frowned at his story be summarized so simply. The story isn't that simple. He was surely spellbound by Yu Jonghyuk. Suddenly, a presence with overwhelming force rescued them. It would be strange if they didn't follow him. But the boy didn't know. The boy survived not because Yu Jonghyuk was a good guy, but because the boy was luckily with Lee Jae-hai. Now can I ask you a few things I am curious about? Lee Hyun-sung started asking politely while I was locked in my thoughts. Yes. Just ask. How is the food supply here? That, it is a bit embarrassing to say, some people, including me, are dependent on Jae-hai. Jae-hai hunts and asks Yu Jonghyuk SSI to cook. It was unknown when he made a checklist, but Lee Hyun-sung took out his notes and started to write something. He really was a soldier. Then how is your drinking water? We give food or coins to the Landlord Alliance upstairs in exchange. Landlord Alliance? I sat straight up. Now the story was becoming interesting. The boy hesitantly opened his mouth. They are the landlords in charge of the Cheongmuro area. They occupy the upper floors and we call them the Landlord Alliance. Cheongmuro's Landlord Alliance. It was a name that appeared in Ways of Survival. What type of people are they? Well, what should I say? In fact, there was no need for me to ask. Perhaps, according to my expectations, one of the 10 evils was in Cheongmuro right now. They are just landlords. This answer was the correct answer in a sense. They were landlords. Building owners who received fixed taxes. At this moment, the quiet Lee Gil-young opened his mouth. Excuse me, Hyung. Yes. I want to go to the toilet. Is it urgent? Yes. The timing was a bit unexpected. It was even more puzzling because Lee Gil-young normally didn't say something like this. Then I noticed that Lee Gil-young was standing next to a blushing Yu Sanga. Excuse me, can I also go with you? At the moment, the image of Yu Sanga and Young Hee-won securing secret necessities at Yaksu Station came to mind. I thought I knew what was going on. That kid Lee Gil-young, he quickly noticed it first. The boy overheard the conversation and said. You need to go up to the second underground floor for the toilet, but it won't be easy to enter. Has something happened? Yes. I think it is better to see directly. I'm going up too. Would you like to go with me? Let's go. I was the one who said it. Of course, it wasn't to go to the bathroom. I had to go up and check a few things. Recently, Yu Jong-hyuk's movements were different from the third regression that I knew. If so, I needed to be clear about the gap. I went up to the third underground level with my friends, carrying Young Hee-won who was still unconscious. Oh, I heard that there were new faces. Have you come to see the rooms? A middle-aged man standing near the escalator for line 4 whistled. The boy shook his head and replied. Ah, I'm sorry. We are going upstairs. Too bad. Be careful. The middle-aged man waved his hands without hesitation. Yu Sanga watched the middle-aged man moving away and asked. That, by the way, what exactly is the room? I don't think it is the rooms that I know. It is easy. The boy pointed to a square tile. The tiles were also present on the platform of line 3. Green tiles that were 1 pyong in size. Looking at the details, I saw something written in the air above the tile. Green Zone 0 out of 1. The scenario name is Green Zone and these tiles are called rooms. Near the tile, 2 men were fighting each other. They were fighting over the tile. It was Lee Hyun-sung who asked this time. What is that? Why are those people fighting over it? The boy looked a bit reluctant. It was like talking to us would be a threat to his survival. You will know once you arrive at the second underground floor. As we climbed up to the higher floors, there were more fights over rooms. The room numbers were different. There were small rooms labeled 0/1 and large rooms labeled 0/7. The latter number was probably the capacity of the room. I looked around carefully and asked, the third underground floor to the first underground floor is all the area of the Landlord Association? Yes. There are small forces but the Landlord Association has obtained most of it. All the infrastructure of Chungnyeoro was located on the second and first underground floors, yet a single alliance occupied all of it. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't take any action. Didn't he save you? That. The boy's face became noticeably darker at my question. The boy looked sullen for a while before barely being able to speak. He told us to stand on our own. I knew. Of course Yu Jong-hyuk would say something like this. Perhaps Yu Jong-hyuk never told them to follow him. They were fascinated by the overwhelming force that Yu Jong-hyuk showed and had hopeful dreams. How pitiful. Not long after, we arrived at the second underground floor. There was tension on the boy's face. We have to be careful from here onwards. There were much more rooms on B2 than the lower levels. The group of people fighting couldn't be seen. Instead, people were guarding the green zones with scary eyes. Green Zone 7 out of 7. We passed by the people and headed towards the bathrooms. Why stop here? Our pace stopped as we approached the last passage to the bathroom. Like a bottleneck, dozens of people were gathered in the passage. Let's go forward. I spoke while pushing people out of the way. Pildu SSI. Please accept it. I won't do it again. Please, please. Please let me stay one more day. I'll go into debt to get the coins. The leader at the head of the line was facing the heated up people. Now, back off. Back off. On the opposite side, people who seemed to be from the Landlord Association were gathered. I could instinctively feel it. One of the 10 evils was here. I tried to find the 10 evils member through the novel's description but it wasn't easy since all of them seemed to fit. Did their impressions become similar after becoming landlords? I was shaking my head when someone grabbed my leg. It was Lee Gil-young. I sensed something danger and was about to grab his shoulder when someone pushed Lee Gil-young. Ah! Lee Gil-young lost his balance and fell down. The character, Lee Gil-young, has invaded private property. Suddenly, the atmosphere became cold and some of the Landlord Association members in the front looked at Lee Gil-young. What is this child? At almost the same time, the crowd of people screamed and withdrew. Crazy! Be back! Quickly! As if they were never there, the crowd of people rushed back like the tide. The people disappeared and red lines shone where they used to be standing. One man looked between the boundary and Lee Gil-young in turn. HRMM. You seem to be lost. Do you know where this is? The way to the bathroom? The bathroom? Huh, at one time. By the way, that kid, where are your parents? Huh. Didn't you learn that you shouldn't intrude on other people's land? Other people's land. Oh, it must be true. The man stroked Lee Gil-young's head with an unknown look. You don't know. From now on, I will teach you. The character, Gong Pildu, has activated Armed Zone LV-3. There was a whirring sound and mini turrets resembling Gatling guns rose from the ground. The character, Gong Pildu, demands 500 coins for invading his private land. If you don't follow the recommendations, all nearby turrets will fire immediately. The man spoke. Give me money. The loaded turrets were all aiming at the same point. The confused Lee Gil-young stood up and moved to my side. The man saw me and laughed. Ah, you are his guardian. Then shouldn't the guardian pay 500 coins instead? I smiled at the hand that the man brazenly stretched out. How funny, you Jonghyuk. You let these jerks go. The list and rankings were often changed according to Yu Jonghyuk's regression cycle, but they were the 10 people in charge of being the main villains in this world of ways of survival. Chungmuro's armed fortress master, Gong Pildu, was one of the 10 evils. Thus, a person wouldn't be aware of Gong Pildu unless they read to the end of Ways of Survival, like me. Green Zone 56 to 70. Indeed, the size of his room was different. The size of the room couldn't be easily measured. This whole green zone was Gong Pildu's area. Let's do the standard procedure. I hid Lee Gil-young behind me and opened my mouth. Why should we pay you coins? Chungmuro Station is a public place. It was until 8 days ago. But not anymore. For ordinary humans, 500 coins wasn't a small sum. But giving 500 coins just for stepping on his land, what a crook. Okay, I'll give it. But I'll give it to you directly. What? You aren't Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu might be a villain, but right now, the person in front of me was just extra one of the Landlord Alliance. Where are you, Gong Pildu? I quickly looked around. Not him, not him. I wondered where Gong Pildu was. You are a funny guy. Hey, playing with me now. Gong Pildu SSI. Where are you? Take the fine. I ignored them and kept walking. You have invaded private property. The turrets aimed straight at me, but I didn't stop. Honestly, there was no guarantee that I would be safe if the turret started shooting. But there was a need to show off my combat power here. That way Gong Pildu wouldn't underestimate me. It is up to here. I will give you if you come closer. Finally, Gong Pildu moved. A bench covered with various supplies. A middle-aged man sitting on top of it and reading a magazine was staring at me. Indeed, this was how he was described in the novel. His belly was half revealed and I could see the hair on it. This was Gong Pildu, the representative of the Landlord Alliance. This is a face I've never seen before, but you are great. Isn't it unfair that I need to pay to see you? The character, Gong Pildu, is interested in you. In any case, I seem to be the type that was popular with the bad guys. It was the same with Kim Namwon. You are fairly good at talking. But it isn't good to be too cocky. Tadak. I heard magic bullets being loaded in the turrets. Damn bastard. Gong Pildu smiled like an ordinary neighborhood ajusi. But I knew. Gong Pildu could never be an ordinary neighborhood ajusi. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. Character information. Name, Gong Pildu. Age, 48 years old. Constellation sponsor, Defense Master. Private attribute, Landlord, rare, Great Landowner, rare. Exclusive skills, Private Property LV, 3, Patience LV, 1, Profit Calculation LV, 2, Leadership LV, 2, Insight LV, 1, Weapons Training LV, 1. Stigma, Arms Zone LV, 3. Overall stats, Stamina LV, 9, Strength LV, 11, Agility LV, 10, Magic Power LV, 19. Overall evaluation, Gong Pildu, the representative of the Chungmuro Landlord Alliance. His skill, Private Property and Stigma, Armed Zone has the best effect in a battle against many. It is advisable not to make him an enemy. Asterisk Starter Pack is currently applied. Asterisk a growth package is currently applied. There were numerous gap in this world, but few of them were as stable as a landowner of Landlord. However, there were those who posted both characteristics, and the Armed Fortress Master Gong Pildu in front of him was one of them. I realized it when I saw this explanation. His magic power was already at level 19. Indeed, this would be enough for him to be one of the 10 evils in the future. By the way, what did you come here for? I don't think your goal is paying the fine. He was also very sensitive. I pondered over it for a while. Should I negotiate here or overpower Gong Pildu? It might be possible if I used all my power, but it wasn't easy to break through Gong Pildu's arm zone. I needed to prepare for a big injury if I wanted to defeat the turrets. What should I do? There was a separate place where I had to use coins, so it was impossible to increase my stats. I'm warning you that you shouldn't think of anything. Gong Pildu smiled at me. His troops were surrounding Li Hyunsung. He really moved quickly. I laughed and raised both hands. Please calm down. Isn't it obvious for a tenant to come to the landlord? Is it for a room? Yes. Please let my companions and I sat in your green zone. This was a must. In order to clear the third scenario safely, we had to stay in Gong Pildu's green zone. However, Gong Pildu's answer was as expected. No. The Alliance doesn't accept outsiders. I'll think about it if every person pays 500 coins a day. 500 coins a day. It was like selling coins. It was more than the Dakibi bag. It is a bit tough, so I will give you information instead. What information? Information about Yu Zhonghyuk. Yu Zhonghyuk. The complexion of the landlords changed with one name. Yu Zhonghyuk. Yu Zhonghyuk caused such an uproar not long ago. You bastard. What is your relationship with that guy? Pildu SSI. Isn't this bastard suspicious? There was a reaction. I thought that Yu Zhonghyuk would have already caused a problem with the Landlord Alliance. In fact, this point I was a bit unsure about. According to the original story, Yu Zhonghyuk of the third regression should be fighting against the Landlord Alliance by now. What was he doing? Gong Pildu stared at me with suspicious eyes. What is your relationship with Yu Zhonghyuk? We are companions separated by life and death. I don't think it is like that. Anyway, we are friendly. How can I believe that? Don't believe me. Don't you have nothing to lose? I threw out the bait. Perhaps Gong Pildu would have to accept my suggestion. It was because right now, Yu Zhonghyuk was the only person who could threaten the power balance in Chungmuro. The character, Gong Pildu, has activated Profit Calculation LV, 2. Why won't I receive any loss? There is no guarantee that you aren't a scammer. I can't ignore my years of experience. In my experience, people like you run away to avoid paying the rent at the end of the month. It was so accurate that I felt wronged. However, it was difficult to push it here. If you don't believe me, it can't be helped. Maybe there will be damages. Gong Pildu's expression became complicated. I turned around without hesitation. It was important not to show any regret. That way, he would regret it even more. Wait a minute. Indeed. You have to pay the fine for intruding. Where are you trying to flee? It was another regret. Damn it. I turned around and smiled awkwardly. How much? 100 coins. No, you and that kid are 1,000 coins. The vein on my head bulged. Did this bastard think that 1,000 coins was 1,001? That is too much. The Dakibi still hadn't given me the cut of the coins, but I couldn't give 1,000 coins to a jerk like Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu grinned. Then you are disqualified as tenants. Die. I instinctively pushed through the men around me and ran to where my party members were. Kwang. There was the first firing sound and Lee Hyunsung held up a metal shield, blocking my back. He was really reliable. Dokja SSI. Lee Hyunsung's strength and stamina were level 14, but he spoke very nervously. I could clearly see his trembling arm muscles. Lee Hyunsung hadn't obtained his second stigma yet, meaning he couldn't hold on against the turrets. Moreover, there was no Young Hee-won. If I started a head-to-head fight, someone in this party would surely die. Gong Pildu SSI, wait a moment. If we fight, then you won't escape any damages. What? It is better not to fight us now. Why? The damage had to be shown. If we fight now, you will die here. Gong Pildu's expression hardened. Even if I didn't add anything, Gong Pildu would have noticed. The presence of the guy coming down the escalator from B1. It would be strange if he didn't know when the guy was giving off such a huge momentum. My best companion is coming. Yu Jonghyuk. I didn't expect that damn regressor to be happy. Master, it is that person. He pretended to be Master's companion. Lee Jai-hai cried out shrilly as she pointed to me. The main character, the lone hero of a drama, was walking by her side. He looked at me with impressively fierce eyes. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, is greatly disturbed. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. There was a brief moment of dizziness and I started to hear his thoughts. How, already? I waved to him and said casually. Hi Jonghyuk. Have you been well? Your face looks good. Lee Jai-hai and Gong Pildu looked between us like they couldn't believe it. They never thought I would be a companion of Yu Jonghyuk. There was a tight tension in the air. These people don't believe I am your companion. Can you tell them? But I knew Yu Jonghyuk. This bastard killed easily, but he kept his promises. A few constellations are paying attention to character Yu Jonghyuk's answer. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is observing the loyalty of Yu Jonghyuk. Moreover, the constellations were paying a lot of attention. Yu Jonghyuk watched me and slowly opened his mouth. However, my words were faster. Alright, it would be better if you let me use the bathroom. Finally, Yu Jonghyuk pulled out a blade. After a while, we safely used the bathroom and came down to the platform of line 3. It was thanks to the fellow regressor companion. I smiled widely. It's nice to see you, you rascal. You are alive. In conclusion, Yu Jonghyuk didn't call me his companion. He just pointed his blade at Gong Pildu as his answer. Fortunately, Gong Pildu didn't want to clash with us and let us go. Were you hoping I would be killed? I thought it would be good. This rotten companion. I became angrier when I saw that cheeky face. I wanted to run over and strike him in the jaw, but I couldn't. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Full version. Converting the character information of Yu Jonghyuk into the full version. Character list. Name, Yu Jonghyuk. Age, 28 years old. Constellation sponsor. Private attribute, regressor, third turn, myth, pro gamer, rare. Exclusive skills, Sage's Eyes LV8, hand-to-hand combat LV8, advanced weapons training LV5, strong self-defense LV5, mental barrier LV5, crowd control LV5, reasoning LV5, lie detection LV4, omitted. Stigma, regression LV3. Overall stats, stamina LV24, strength LV24, agility LV25, magic power LV23. Comprehensive evaluation. The comprehensive evaluation of this person is too long to load. It didn't seem that great in the novel. But now that I saw it myself, I knew how extraordinary it was. We were about to enter the third scenario and his physical body stats were just over 70. This crazy bastard. Damn it, this was the main character buff. Do you have anything to say? Yu Jonghyuk's growth rate was steeper than it was in the original 3 regression. The fact that his growth was so fast meant he was taking great risks. What the hell was the person who only returned 3 times doing? Something was making me uneasy. I would have to dig it out sooner or later. I asked if you had anything to say. No, I was just looking. He is more tenacious than I thought. What tenacity? He had a serious Chuyuni disease. However, being cheeky isn't good. Should I just kill him now? I'm joking. I hurriedly laughed. Yu Jonghyuk turned his head like he wasn't interested. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is disappointed in you. Anyway, I didn't want to alienate Yu Jonghyuk right now. In order to clear the multiple scenarios, Yu Jonghyuk was a necessary person. Even if we weren't real companions, it was worth using him thoroughly. Why did it sound like I was making excuses? It looks like you've obtained companions. Yu Jonghyuk looked at the people behind me with emotionless eyes. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, is a bit disappointed in you. What? Why? The answer became clear. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used Sage's Eyes LV8. He picked up Lee Hyun-sung but was only to raise him to this level. I was at a loss for a moment because it was true. Certainly, Lee Hyun-sung's growth would be better if he had moved with Yu Jonghyuk. Still, this bastard. I was just an ordinary reader who luckily got to know the future. It is below expectations. It seemed worse because I was hearing the words in my mind. At that moment, Yu Jonghyuk's eyes stopped as he was looking around. For the first time, confusion could be seen in his eyes. What is that? Yu Jonghyuk was looking at everyone except for Lee Hyun-sung. The 3 remaining people were standing together and I couldn't figure out exactly who Yu Jonghyuk was looking at. How is this possible? Who was he looking at? I wanted to ask but I was afraid that my skill would be exposed. Yu Jonghyuk still didn't know that I knew him. However, I guessed that he might have seen the information of Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won saw Yu Jonghyuk's gaze and confronted him. What are you looking at? Good job, Jung Hee-won. Kill Yu Jonghyuk. I quickly opened my mouth. I was wondering about one thing. He turned to look at me. His eyes were questioning. Why are you leaving Gong Pildu alone? If you are a prophet, you should know. I don't know everything. To be exact, I didn't remember everything. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used the lie detection skill. The character Yu Jonghyuk has confirmed that your words are true. He was thorough. Indeed, I see. A prophet whose level of future sight is low. Think what you want. Yu Jonghyuk continued speaking. I need Gong Pildu alive. Is it because of a future scenario? Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. It was like he was trying to gauge the information I knew. I know that you need Gong Pildu for future scenarios. But you only need Gong Pildu. You don't need the entire group that follows him. Isn't it your style to remove what you don't need? Why are you just leaving them? How annoying. What? I have a lot to do. Yu Jonghyuk stared at me quietly and said, "You will never understand." Wait. That isn't the problem. If you don't move now, most of the humans in Chungmuro will. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were cold. It doesn't matter. I wasn't a humanist. I didn't believe that everyone in this world was worth living. The thing that was making me angry right now was Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk. Can I hit you? If you have confidence. I angrily formed a fist as I heard a message. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used strong self-defense LV 5. I dropped my fist. Cowardly bastard. Are you finished? Let's go. Lee Jae-hai flinched at Yu Jonghyuk's call. Lee Jae-hai, who belated followed Yu Jonghyuk, looked at me with confused eyes. The constellation, bald general of justice, is impressed by your chivalrous spirit. 100 coins have been sponsored. Of course, it was completely misleading. There are 1 hour and 30 minutes before the third scenario is activated. There wasn't much time left and my mind was complicated. The constellation, bald general of justice, is angry that people's lives must be risked. The constellation, bald general of justice, wants an uprising. Samyangdang spoke loudly in my head but I couldn't think of a good way. The third scenario lasted exactly 1 week. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk was planning to gain some other advantage during the duration of the third scenario. Of course, I couldn't let it go. I couldn't let it go. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering what you are thinking. That jerk Yu Jonghyuk. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is satisfied. 100 coins have been sponsored. In fact, the problem in front of me wasn't Yu Jonghyuk but Gong Pildu. In order to break through the third scenario, Gong Pildu's help was absolutely necessary. But if I couldn't get his help? Suddenly, Young Hee-won looked up and smiled. Who is it? Huh? You know, that person. The one you were talking to Yu Jonghyuk about. I immediately explained about Gong Pildu. Young Hee-won was unconscious so she hadn't been able to see Gong Pildu. I didn't mean to change the subject. Young Hee-won immediately reacted. What are these scum? Taking the public facilities and making people pay to use them? The scum are upstairs. I'll go and throw them out. Young Hee-won picked up the ground rat blade. That reminded me, I should change their weapons. There was a lot to be done. It is absurd. We can win if we join forces. Don't you remember Gumho Station? Young Hee-won's expression was confident. It was natural. Young Hee-won had the judgment time skill as a trump card. She had good senses and was quick to adapt, so she would have already figured out her attribute and skills. Don't dawdle. Let's go and kill them. As long as her opponents were wicked, her judgment time boasted the highest power. The character, Young Hee-won, has activated the exclusive skill, Judgment Time. The constellations of the Absolute Good system are silent at Young Hee-won's request. The skill has been cancelled. Young Hee-won's face filled with confusion. No, what? Is it broken? Young Hee-won tried to activate the skill again. However, the skill wasn't triggered. No, why isn't it activated? Aren't they obviously wicked? I laughed at Young Hee-won's question. That is what we humans think. What are you talking about? The constellations might be different. There is no guarantee that the good and evil they know is like what we know. Justice is always decided by the majority. Right now, the majority of constellations have decided that they are good. Humans no longer had the right to decide on justice. Humans were just the puppets of their sponsors. I looked at the party members. Everyone didn't say anything but they thought in a similar way to Young Hee-won. Lee Hyun-sung wiped the iron shield that was scratched by the magic bullets, while Yu Sanga and Lee Gil-young sat next to each other on the ground, looking at cockroaches. This sense of despair, I could understand. They thought they understood after getting rid of the gang at Gumho Station. However, there was an incomparable monster just 3 stations away. It was time to start the torture of hope. That doesn't mean there is no way. Huh. It might be difficult, but there is a way to defeat them. They simultaneously looked at me. Lee Hyun-sung asked. Do you really have a way? What is it? I looked around and lowered my voice. Get Gong Pildu out of the arm zone. What is the arm zone? His stigma. It is optimized to defend an area. Arm zone. The reason why it was difficult to go against Gong Pildu was this stigma. It was a fraudulent ability that could build turrets in an area. Right now, it was just arm zone. Once the stigma evolved in the future, it would become armed fortress and a siege needed to be prepared to catch him. But Gong Pildu had an obvious weakness. His arm zone will be released as soon as he leaves his designated area. His mini-turrets will also become useless. Usually, there are many restrictions on such a wide defense skill. At the same time, Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won looked at me with admiration. Ah, I see. You figured this out after seeing it once. Is this Dokja SSI's attribute? The same thing was repeated, but I saw that the people had adapted to me to some extent. Yu Sangda asked. But how will you make him move? We have to think about that for now. Ah, I hate thinking. Jung Hee-won complained. Then everyone was silent for a while. It was Lee Hyun-sung who gave his idea first. Attack when he goes to the bathroom. Didn't you see the things next to the bench? Gong Pildu never moved out of his arm zone. His bench had everything he needed. There was a sleeping bag, blanket, food, basic with water to eat and sleep, and even a place to piss. Of course, the tenants provided him with them. Crazy. He is a complete shut-in. No, is he not moving because he is hiding something good on the land? It is the biggest room in Chungmuro. Room? That reminds me, Jung Hee-won still didn't know about the rooms. But there was no need for me to explain. There is 1 hour before the 3rd scenario is activated. She would soon find out. We also need to find a room. The moment our party got up, the people around us flinched. Don't come closer. In particularly, the man with a knife who was protecting a single-person room on the number 3 line platform showed high vigilance. However, other people rushed towards him before we could approach. Get out, you fucker. They attacked indiscriminately. As soon as the man was pushed out, the mark of the green zone changed. The owner had changed. Green zone 1/1 - green zone 0 to 1. The people were engaging in a bloody fight over the room. Someone was stabbed in the thigh while someone had their nose broken. Jung Hee-won frowned. Shouldn't we stop that? Even if we intervene, the result will be the same. In the end, somebody will die. Why does someone have to die? It isn't possible to avoid in this scenario. I had just finished speaking while Baihyung emerged in the air. Now no, shall we start the 3rd day of the main scenario? New faces have arrived today, so won't it be fun? Ha ha ha. Baihyung glanced my way. There were 3 Dakibis in charge of the Chungmuro scenario. It seemed that Baihyung was temporarily the representative. It was a natural consequence of being the smallest of the 3 channels. Then the 3rd scenario arrived in front of us. Main scenario number 3, Green Zone, Day 3. Category, Main. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions. Occupy the green zone in the station and survive the monsters that emerge every night at midnight. This scenario will last 7 days. Duration, 8 hours. Compensation, 1,000 coins. Failure. Lee Hyun-sung's eyes widened. This. It is simple. Occupy the green zone before other people. Of course, you can take away the green zone of others. By the way, you should hurry. If you don't have a green zone after the scenario starts, you will have a terrible experience. Then everyone should try it. People's expressions hardened as they heard Baihyung's words. In the meantime, the screams of the people continued. Peek, peek, peek. Die. Die. I am not doing this because I have a grudge. I must survive. Maybe this was what everyone realized. The struggle in front of us was no longer a story. Usanga asked in a trembling voice. Surely we don't have to fight like these people. We don't need to fight. Just find a room that can accommodate a large number of people. The size of the green zones vary by type. It ranged from fitting only one person to fitting 70 people like Gong Pilda's area. Of course, if there are any rooms left. Young Hee-won opened her mouth at my words. Dokja SSI is really talented at making people uneasy, then let's move right away. Maybe there are some rooms left. It might be faster to split up. Divide the team. Hyunsung SSI will move with Sangha SSI, while Heewon SSI should take Gilyoung. Dokja SSI. I'm fine on my own. I didn't have to say anything else. Everyone trusted me. Lee Gilyoung spoke first. Hyung, what if we can't find one? If we can't find a room 20 minutes before the scenario starts, we will gather here again. I understand. Then I'm going. The team scattered in an orderly fashion. Young Hee-won and Lee Gilyoung went to be 2 while Yu Sangha and Lee Hyunsung went to be 3. I watched my companions leave before turning on the smartphone. As soon as I opened Ways of Survival, a sentence immediately popped up. There were no rooms left in Chungmuro. This fact was written clearly. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to find any rooms. Then they could only choose one way. In order to survive, kill someone else and take their room. But could Lee Hyunsung and Young Hee-won do it? Not everyone here was wicked. There were some who exploited others, like Gong Pildu. But in fact, most of them bared their teeth in order to protect themselves. Could Yu Sangha and Lee Gilyoung bare their teeth to people like that? I would know the answer very soon. After the Dakibi disappeared, dozens of casualties appeared on the platform of Line 3. Currently, there was only one room on the Line 3 platform. There was no one strong here, so the weak didn't back down and attacked each other. Die. Die. There are 30 minutes before the third scenario is activated. As pandemonium occurred around me, I was quietly reading Ways of Survival. Perhaps today's scenario would flow as I thought. In order to survive, I couldn't miss a single word. What are you doing now? Along with Baihyung's words, I could hear the messages of the constellations. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is wondering what you are doing. I reflexively turned off my smartphone. There was something I hadn't thought of until now. Why didn't the constellations respond when I read Ways of Survival? In the original Ways of Survival, the constellations discovered that Yu Jonghyuk was a regressor and raised questions about fairness. It was normal for them to say something about the text I was reading. What are you doing right now with a blank notepad? All the constellations are going crazy with frustration because of you. Blank notepad. I turned on the smartphone again. Ways of Destruction appeared on the screen. Is this what you are referring to? Yes. What are you going to do with that notepad? You will die if you stay still. I believed in a guy like this and signed a contract. I got goosebumps. The Dakibi couldn't read this text. If even the Dakibis, which managed the system, couldn't read it, then the constellations were the same. Then the writer who gave me the text, what type of existence was he? Quack. The last scream rang out. Finally, the owner of the room on platform line 3 was determined. Green zone 1 out of 1. Don't come any closer. A boy was pointing a knife at me. Surprisingly, the winner was the boy who guided us earlier. I still didn't know his name. Don't worry, I won't take your room. I spoke in order to reassure the boy. The moment I had this thought. Really? You are quite relaxed, Ajusi. Do you want to die? I didn't need to look back to see who was talking. It looks like you are quite free. Nobody touches my room. I will send everyone who touches it to hell. Li Jihai twirled a deep blue blade round and round. In regards to specs, there was no one who could match Li Jihai apart from Yu Zhonghyuk or people from the Landlord Alliance. Li Jihai watched me carefully and opened her mouth. I don't want Ajusi to die. You were quite impressive against Master earlier. Don't worry, I won't die. It won't die even if I don't find a room. It was true. I wouldn't necessarily die if I couldn't find a room. There was an impossible man in this station who proved this. It was only 3 days ago. Li Jihai's eyes narrowed. Ajusi, do you know what you are saying right now? Yes. Ajusi, are you strong? As strong as Master. Then Yu Zhonghyuk appeared behind Li Jihai. Stop and go back to your room. Ah, yup. Master. Li Jihai obediently left and Yu Zhonghyuk turned towards me. Are you going to fight the monsters? I shrugged. You will die. Your 4 companions as well. That remains to be seen. There was an unknown emotion in Yu Zhonghyuk's eyes as he glanced at me and left. I didn't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. It wasn't always possible to express emotions with words. There are 20 minutes before the 3rd scenario is activated. There was the sound of people coming down the stairs. Li Hyunsung, Li Gilyoung and Yu Sanga, looking at their dark expressions, the result was as I expected. Yu Sanga opened her mouth with a gloomy expression. Room, there were none. It is okay. Rather, where is Hewan SSI? She is trying to negotiate upstairs. At these words, Young Hee-won jumped down with a terrible scream. 1 night is 2,000 coins. Are they joking right now? I am really going to hit them. The agitated Young Hee-won snorted and said. Dokja SSI. Do you know what is happening upstairs? No. They suddenly raised the taxes, right? You already know. It was predictable. The tenants would die if they couldn't get a room in 20 minutes. It was no wonder that the owners would take the initiative to raise the taxes. Did Dokja SSI find anything? No, I didn't. Ah. I examined their faces one by one. In the end, the time to choose had come. I have 2 ways. The eyes of the party members shone at these words. But my methods would probably betray their expectations. The first way is easy for all of us to live. Young Hee-won's eyes narrowed. Usually it is the second method. What is the other one? The second method is very difficult. It is likely that some of us will die. That can't happen. Then I will choose the first way. What do the others think? Li Hyunsung responded first. The first method will be good if everyone can live. Li Gilyoung nodded. Only Yu Sanga hesitated. Can I hear what it is? I nodded and lead them up the stairs to Transit Line 4. This is the first method. The party members looked at where I pointed. There was a group of 5 men and women shaking. Green zone 5 out of 5. The room they occupy has exactly 5 spaces. But their individual abilities isn't that high. Honestly, if the 5 of us. Wait, Dokja. Yes, kill them and take their room. Their trembling increased at my calm voice. Young Hee-won made a deeply wounded expression. Who doesn't know about this method? If Hyung says so, I can do it. Li Gilyoung spoke first. I'm not afraid. I will do it. No, Gilyoung. Yu Sanga grabbed Li Gilyoung's shoulder. I deliberately looked uncaring. They would have also killed someone to take that room. Honestly, we can't overcome future scenarios if we can't do this. Dokja SSI. Young Hee-won interrupted. I killed people at Gumho Station. I killed because I wanted to and I don't regret it. But Young Hee-won had a pained expression on her face. Just because I am a murderer doesn't mean I want to keep killing. I don't want to be a monster. Dokja SSI, I would like to know about the second method. I closed my eyes for a moment at Lee Hyun-sung's words. I understand your thoughts. Yes, this was enough. Let's go the second way. The expressions of the party members seemed to brighten. In fact, I was going to use the second method from the beginning. Killing was an easy way to survive, but I could never attract the attention of the constellations if I chose the easy method. However, the second method required considerable determination. It wasn't just me but everyone. Thus, I needed to check their determination. I had to know what these people were really thinking. Young Hee-won laughed. I thought so. Why are you talking when you were going to go with the second way? I wasn't trying to test you. Whatever choice you made, I would have respected it. I stroked Lee Gilliang's head, who was looking up at me with uneasy eyes. Yu Sanga sighed and opened her mouth. Dokja SSI is really spiteful. I'm sorry, I'm not a good person. What is the second method? There is no need to kill anybody with this method. But it is very difficult. At my heavy tone, the expressions of the party members became determined. If you choose the second method, please unconditionally follow my instructions. Please trust me, even if it doesn't make sense. If one person doesn't trust me, we will all die. Someone gulped. The party members nodded almost simultaneously. Lee Hyun-sung said. I believe in Dokja SSI. I have survived up to here because of Dokja SSI. There are 5 minutes before the third scenario is activated. Then follow me. I moved with the party members along Railway Line 3. We passed through the broken screen door and stood at the entrance of the tunnel leading to Yuljiro 3. Inside the dark tunnel, I saw a glowing red zone. Perhaps the monsters would be created over there. They would sweep over Line 3 and go up each floor towards the ground. Lee Hyun-sung asked nervously. Then are we fighting the monsters here? No, we aren't fighting. If we fight here then we will die. It wasn't possible to fight against the terrifying monsters and survive until dawn without the green zone. This time, Young Hee-won asked. Then will we run towards the Dongdae area? That won't work. Once the scenario is activated, we will automatically die if we leave Chungmuro. Then, this operation needs to be shared. Lee Hyun-sung SSI, Yu Sanga SSI, and Young Hee-won SSI. Once the monsters appear, run straight in the direction they are coming from. Huh. Understood. Just run towards them. Just before you encounter them, be sure to look at the left wall. Then you will know that I mean. The people didn't understand my words but there was no time to explain to them. Just trust me or you will die. Don't forget to look at the left wall. I understand Dokja SSI. Yu Sanga seemed to understand what I meant and answered first. I am telling you in person. You must run after the monster appears. I picked up a stone and threw it towards the tunnel. Then stone sparked as it hit something and fell. Lee Hyun-sung and Young Hee-won nodded as if they understood. What about Dokja SSI? I'll find another way with Gil-young. This method couldn't be used unless my party members believed in me. Who would go against common sense and commit a suicide attack by rushing towards the monsters? The only thing left was their determination. The third main scenario is enabled. The barrier that was blocking the tunnel to Yuljiro 3 disappeared. Run! The 3 people started running the moment I called out. Grr! The monsters started to be created in the red zone. It was mainly the grade 9 ground rats. Then the middle ranks were filled with the intermediate grade 9 underground species, the Growl. Cool. A monster with a black mane that was in the shape of a bear. The sharp horns on their foreheads was threatening. One was relatively easy to deal with. The problem was the number. The crowded columns was already not suitable to be called a group. We would die if we hit that wave. The moment Lee Hyun-sung encountered the first growl, I shouted. Now! You Sangha found it first. Green tiles shimmering on the wall. Ah! The enlightenment was instant the moment Yu Sangha's hand touched the wall, it emitted a bright light. Green zone 1 out of 3. The agile Jung Hee-won immediately touched the wall behind her. Green zone 2 out of 3. However, Lee Hyun-sung missed the timing. It was because the ground rats clung to Lee Hyun-sung's shield. Hyun-sung SSI. Catch it. Lee Hyun-sung grabbed the thread that Yu Sangha threw him. Thanks to the strength of the two women, Lee Hyun-sung flew through the air and reached the wall. Green zone 3 out of 3. Good. Grr. The monsters stared at them, but once they entered the green zones, the monsters couldn't attack. Dokja SSI. Yu Sangha called out to me, but there was no time to look back. I was already running with Lee Gil-young on my back. In the third main scenario, there are several hidden green zones. This is activated on a specific wall, and the green zones on the wall won't appear until after the scenario starts. If you think about it, humans were the ones who thought of it as the concept of a room. In Ways of Survival, Yu Jong-hyuk went through numerous regressions and found some secret green zones in Chungmuro. On the platform of Line 3, there were 2 such green zones. Key it. A few ground rats chasing after me bit me in the thigh. The blow wasn't big because of my high strength, but these small things could accumulate. Kawak. Lee Gil-young hit a few ground rats with a blunt weapon from his position on my back. But there were too many of them. In addition, the growl were fast. A dozen meters away, the boy was looking at me with terrified eyes. Green zone 1 out of 1. It was cowardly, but I was tempted to take the easy road for a second. Ha 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 ha. This situation is fun. Then, like yesterday, should there be a penalty? A Dakibi spoke, followed by the system messages. A scenario penalty has been added. Some existing green zones will be disabled. And no. Whack, aak. Screams rang through Chungmuro Station. The closest scream came from the boy. Kwajijijik. Aak. As soon as the green zone disappeared, the boy's small body was shredded by the ground rats. Thanks to the boy's body buying time, I was able to run into the passage. However, the monsters that came from beyond the broken screen door blocked the path. I hid Lee Gil-young behind me and pulled out Unbroken Faith. The blade of white pure star energy quickly pushed back the incoming monsters. But the numbers didn't go down at all. The person who fought with these monsters until sunrise, Yu Jong-hyuk, was a monster. I wasn't sure it was possible for me, even if I changed all my coins to stats. At this moment, Lee Gil-young spoke. Hyung, you know. Don't talk now. I'm busy. You can just leave me here. What? I really don't understand it. Why are you helping me, Hyun-sung Hyung and the Nunas? If you are alone, you would be able to survive better. He could calmly speak such words before his death. Maybe this kid's mind was already dead. Yes, you are right. Another ground rat fell to the ground with its head cut off. It is comfortable to live alone, eat alone, and survive alone. But why was I acting this way? If anyone asked me, I couldn't exactly explain. But I could say one thing with certainty. I know one novel that developed in such a way and was ruined. Huh. I thought it every time, but I wasn't a protagonist. I wouldn't be a hero or a savior. But Lee Gil-young's eyes were shaking. I lifted him onto my back again and said, "Hold on tight. I wouldn't let Lee Gil-young die. At least, not today." As I watched the surging wave of monsters, I gave strength to my thighs. The level 15 strength condensed at once and my feet developed a strong propulsion force. The ground rats ran from all directions and the hard horns of the growls flew from unexpected places. My skin, which was tempered by the level 15 stamina, became bruised and bloody from the growl's horns. The number 1 bookmark has been activated. Bookmark was activated and Kim Namwon's blackening wrapped around my body. I pushed away all the monsters coming from the front. Fangs burrowed into my body and a few ground rats bit my thighs. However, I didn't stop. Run and run again. Over here. Finally, the original wall was visible. I jumped over the ground rats. There was a green zone for 2 people shining. By the way, shit. Green zone 1 out of 2. There was already someone inside. I forgot about the monsters coming from behind and stared at him. There was a guy who should never be there. Hey. He turned to me. Can't you get out? You don't even need to stay in here. It is difficult. I am tired today. I pushed to punch this asshole's face. I didn't understand. This wasn't the 3rd regression, Yu Jonghyuk that I knew. In Ways of Survival, it was written that Yu Jonghyuk only found the first hidden green zone in the 4th regression. Damn, did he know about this place since the 2nd regression and it just wasn't described? Then why didn't he originally use it in the 3rd regression? Growling. There were the cries of the ground rats chasing me from behind. It was too late to blame the writer. I could feel Lee Gilliang's breathing. I stared into Yu Jonghyuk's eyes. We spoke at almost the same time. Take the kid. Give me the child. Still, it was lucky. The constellations would hear my words. Green zone 2 out of 2. I moved Lee Gilliang and the mark of the green zone changed. Now Lee Gilliang was safe. Hyung. Wait a minute. Hyung. Lee Gilliang urgently tried to rush towards me but Yu Jonghyuk's hand restrained him. I swung my sword towards the ground rats. The constellation, bald general of justice, has closed his eyes. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is watching you with uncomfortable eyes. At the last minute, Yu Jonghyuk's eyes seemed to move. I told you that you would die. The waves of monsters headed towards me. Now there were no more green zones remaining. I won't die. I ignored the monsters and put a hand in my pocket. In fact, I really didn't want to use this. I couldn't be assured that there would be no after effects. Now I had to believe in the 4th wall. That. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes shook with surprise. This bastard, did he find out? Well, I wouldn't have known this method without him. I looked down at the white stone shining in the palm of my hand. Spectre's Stone. It was an item I gained by hunting specters on the way to Chungnuro. Hundreds of ground rats started biting at my body. I was bleeding from minor wounds and the shoulders struck by the growl's horns were red with blood. As the durability of my body rapidly diminished, I put the stone into my mouth. Then something like water vapor started to emerge from my mouth. The water vapor formed a fog that covered me. The welcome prison is activated. The ground rats and growls stopped attacking me at once. Everything around me started to distort. The platform, Yu Jonghyuk and Lee Gilliang calling out to me. I became a ghost. Dokja. I noticed as soon as I heard my mother's voice. This was a dream. I tried not to get caught up in it but it wasn't easy this time. The floor sank like a quagmire and swallowed me. Due to excessive immersion, the influence of 4th wall has temporarily weakened. Scenes started to weave in front of me, no matter what I wanted. A living room covered with blood. The cold body of a man. The back of a woman looking down at the body. No. This memory was difficult to remember. I couldn't remember it. I shook my head furiously and the scene in front of me scattered. This damn trauma. It was a memory I didn't want to see. This was why I was reluctant to eat the Spectre's Stone. The Spectre's Stone temporarily made the user a ghost and turned them invisible to monsters. But it has a side effect of causing the user's trauma to peak. That's why I didn't give it to the other party members. If it had been used by someone other than myself, they might have turned into a madman. I had to endure, even if my head was hurting like crazy. Certainly, the fourth wall was a scam. The skill would even be able to eat away at this stone. I wouldn't see this effect even with the superior mental barrier. Where was it? If my guess was correct, this skill. Yu Jonghyuk. Are you Yu Jonghyuk? I thought a trauma had started again, but it wasn't my voice. It wasn't a voice created by my memories. I looked back and saw a strange woman. You aren't Yu Jonghyuk. I think you are Korean, but who are you? A dazzling blonde foreigner. She was a little girl with a short height. The girl looked at me for a long time with an incomprehensible expression. That, I don't understand. I've seen the future a number of times, but I've never seen you before. In the girl's left eye, an ominous red swirl could be seen. The pages flashed in my head. I knew this person. No, there was absolutely no way I couldn't know her. In this case, the exclusive skill, character list is activated. The character Anna Croft is using mental barrier LV6. Character list ignores mental barrier LV6. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Character summary. Name Anna Croft. Attribute, prophet, legend, savior, legend. Exclusive skills, future sight LV5, past sight LV4, insight LV8, clairvoyance LV4, advanced magic training LV4, mental barrier LV6, lie detection LV7, great demon's eyes LV1. A woman who could ignore space constraints and freely enter the consciousness of other people. A woman who saw the future and tried to design the future of the world. There was only one woman with such a way of thinking in ways of destruction. Anna Croft. How do you know me? Her eyes widened and she glared at me. I replied quietly, I'm a prophet. The character Anna Croft has triggered lie detection LV7. Lie detection has confirmed that your words are false. Indeed, I couldn't lie to a true prophet. Reveal your true identity. Who are you? Her small lips were tightly closed. It looked as though she was protesting. I anticipated how the situation would roughly occur. The woman noticed my presence, perhaps because the influence of fourth wall temporarily weakened. If fourth wall was really the skill I thought it was. By the way, it was disappointing. Do you really not know who I am? Huh? Didn't I send you the ichthyosaur's core? Anna's lips slowly widened. You must have implanted the great demon's eyes with the power of the core. Right? Then you. You asked for broken faith. Great demon's eyes. It was a huge 1 million coin item that was taken by this woman with a damn diamond sponsor. I felt envious. You. What is your name? How? The influence of the exclusive skill, fourth wall, is slowly returning. Why can't I see anything? Her eyes became blurred. The influence of the great demon's eyes, which could interfere with the consciousness of others, weakened and her figure gradually faded. I waved my hands. Someday we will meet. Wait across the continent. The exclusive skill fourth wall has been completely restored. Anna completely disappeared. I sighed with relief. In fact, my spirit had been fluctuating back and forth when talking to Anna Croft. It wasn't very good. Due to the skill effect, immunity to welcome prison has occurred. Damn it, the effect took place too late. I felt my consciousness clear up. The discomfort still remained, but it was much better than before. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I looked at the distinct facts one by one in order to regain my rationality. I am Kim Dokja. The world was destroyed. Ways of survival had become reality. This was welcome prison. I ate the specter's stone and was a ghost for a while. If I was a ghost, I wouldn't be attacked by the underground species. Yes, that's right. So, the world looked like this. In the midst of the landscape that seemed like I had eaten drugs, the flow of time was hardly noticeable. I became a bit uneasy. What happened to you Sangha, Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won? That Jong-hyuk bastard, did he kill Gil-young? Was the third scenario still in progress? What if there were still ground rats around? Were the Grolls circling in order to eat me? If so. Hyung. Please. Dokja SSI. Voices flashed through my head. The exclusive skill Permanent LV-1 is activated. TL, temporary name. The skill hasn't appeared before, and there is no explanation. The Korean used for it is usually used for perm. I highly doubt that is right, so I went with permanent. I will change if I get more information later. Yes, it was time to go back. I breathed out roughly. There was a soft texture touching my cheek. Dokja SSI. The fog faded and my vision became clear. The first thing that I saw was Yu Sangha's face. Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won's worried faces also appeared. The scenario? It ended. Dokja SSI. We did it. We did it. I see. We did it. I looked at the agitated party members and tried to move my body. I had remained stiff for a long time and my muscles barely listened to me. Don't be, pleased. Huh. Only one day has passed. Yesterday was the third day. Lee Hyun-sung caught me as I tried to get up. Dokja SSI. It isn't possible. You haven't slept at all. What time is it now? It is 8:30 a.m. 30 minutes have passed since the scenario ended. 8:30, fortunately, not too much time passed. By the way, there was a face missing. Where is Gil-young? Ah, Gil-young. Before Jung Hee-won spoke, I already discovered where Jung Hee-won was. Lee Jae-hai and Yu Jong-hyuk were looking down at Lee Gil-young a few steps away. No, what was that bastard Yu Jong-hyuk doing? At this moment, I remembered how Yu Jong-hyuk was surprised when he saw my party. Don't tell me, when Yu Jong-hyuk used Sage's eyes. When, you have chosen. Obvious never, before. Due to the after effects of using the stone, Yu Jong-hyuk's voice wasn't heard properly. Then Lee Gil-young started talking. It is okay. You really won't go with me? Yes. You can become much stronger with me than with him. You still won't go? Yes. I won't. Stupid kid. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned and looked my way. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. Lucky guy. He will be helpful, so let's keep him a little longer. I wanted to say something but I had no energy in my body. Dokja Hyung. Once he discovered that I woke up, Lee Gil-young rushed towards me with swollen eyes. Yu Jong-hyuk's thoughts still rang in my head. There is no time to delay. I have to finish the attack today. Otherwise. Attack? What was he talking about? I had to think. Damn, I'm too tired. As I relaxed my body, the softness of the thigh I was lying on touched my cheek again. You Sangha SSI. Why yes. Sorry, I'm going to sleep a bit. Then I fell asleep. It was a sweet sleep without any dreams. I woke up 2 hours later. Hey, how long are you going to sleep? I opened my eyes at the loud and unpleasant voice. This time, the texture against my cheek was much thicker and harder than before. Ah, Dokja SSI woke up. Smiling lips. Jung Hee-won was looking down at me. Yu Sangha SSI took a break. We didn't sleep well last night. I turned my head and saw Yu Sangha sleeping against a wall. Jung Hee-won smiled. By the way, is Lee Hyun-sung's thigh comfortable? I turned and saw Lee Hyun-sung drooling. Today in the morning, the on-call officer will conduct the duties. I thought the height of the pillow wasn't right. It turned out to be Lee Hyun-sung's thigh. It was an army pillow with a bloody smell. Dokja Hyung. I felt a heavy feeling on my stomach and looked down to see Lee Gil-young leaning against me and sleeping. The moment I carefully raised my body, I heard Bai-hyung's voice. "Huh, you are awake. Then take this." Messages poured into my ears. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is sad about your trauma. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is interested in your past. The constellation, secretive plotter, is wondering about your mother. The constellations have sponsored you 1,800 coins. Sons of a bitches. They were trying to steal a peek at my past. This wasn't the end. You have endured Chungmuro's night without the green zone. You have accomplished the never-ending dawn achievement at Chungmuro Station. You have earned 1,000 coins as an achievement reward. Coins possessed, 22,650. I had achieved the target amount. I didn't experience a hard night for nothing. This time Jung Hee-won asked. What should we do today? Like yesterday. No, not today. That only works for one day. Of course, if we were lucky then we might be able to find the randomly generated green zone. Unfortunately, there was no detailed description of the location of the green zones on day 4 in Ways of Survival. Then, Jung Hee-won's expression became dark. But it was unnecessary worry. Today we will completely end the third scenario. Huh. I carefully laid Lee Gil-young and got up. It wasn't originally planned but I couldn't wait after hearing Yoo Jong-hyuk's thoughts. Yesterday, he had no choice but to buy time. However, the story was different today. I will drag out the landowners. How? Jung Hee-won asked and I looked at Lee Hyun-sung, who was sleeping deeply. I have to use the secret weapon that I saved. Now it was time to change the owner of Chungmuro. Lee Hyun-sung was dozing like an officer on duty. Perhaps there would be such a description in Ways of Survival. And maybe there was this sentence. Maybe Lee Hyun-sung didn't know. What would happen to him today? Hyun-sung SSI. I fell asleep for a moment. Dokja SSI, are you well rested? Yes, I'm fine. By the way, you were talking. Officer on duty. Really? Something about second-class soldier Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung's face turned red. That. Just a trauma from my days as a soldier. Days as a soldier? Isn't Lee Hyun-sung an officer? I was transferred to the 3rd unit when I was a corporal. I heard these cases are rare. You must have been well suited for the army. Lee Hyun-sung laughed. It was a laugh that I could understand. There were few people well suited for the army. The people who remained didn't fit elsewhere. Then it was time to throw a small stone. Still, I'm glad that Lee Hyun-sung SSI is here. Huh. I'm relieved when Lee Hyun-sung SSI blocks in front. It feels like someone is protecting me. Is that so? Lee Hyun-sung smiled slightly. It was a weak smile, but it was certainly a comforting smile. After exchanging brief greetings, I separated from Lee Hyun-sung. In the original 3rd round development of Ways of Survival, Lee Hyun-sung experienced a character evolution by protecting the people at Gumho Station from the Kyeoldo group. But Jung Hee-won took that chance. Now Yoo Sang-ga, Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young were approaching me. I faced them. Did you see the demonstration? Just do what I did. Yes. Well, pretty much. But why do we have to do this? There was a reason for it. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, has started to feel responsible. Lee Hyun-sung was currently wiping his shield with an innocent expression. Omniscient reader's viewpoint was a scam. At least, as far as characters went. I want to help Hyun-sung SSI. He looks a bit down these days. Won't he feel better if you cheer him up? I said this for Lee Hyunsung's sake. The innocent Usanga nodded her head. Is it the saying, dance like a while at praise? It is similar. I understand. I'll give it a try. Unlike Usanga, Jung Hee-won had an uncertain expression. Dokja SSI. Yes. Dokja SSI's sponsor isn't something like one-eyed fortune teller, right? What is that? You don't know. Well, there was something like this. For a moment, I thought that Jung Hee-won might be the writer of Ways of Survival. For example, Gung Yi was the one-eyed Maitreya. It isn't that. I have a special skill. It is a skill that understands people well. I don't know if I want to ask, so I won't. Thank you. But have you ever used it on me? I almost showed emotions on my face. It was fortunate that Jung Hee-won didn't have lie detection. I looked at Lee Gil-young and said. I only use it on men. Oh my. It wasn't a lie. I haven't read Jung Hee-won's heart. So far. Anyway, I am asking everyone to do this. First is Jung Hee-won SSI, then Usanga and Gil-young is last. Please take it in turns to speak to him. Oh my, I really believe in Hyunsung SSI. That type of feeling. Please don't go so far. Sigh, I am really going to die. Still, she needed to do it. In order for this plan to succeed, Lee Hyunsung's attribute evolution was absolutely necessary. I would have planned a bit sooner if I knew Yoo Jong-hyuk would act like this, but if we tried hard, I should be able to see the result today. In fact, they seem to be doing well. Hyunsung SSI is really dependable. You are like a pine tree. Huh, thank you Hee-won SSI. My favorite song is Green Pine. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, feels proud. I didn't ask. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, feels a bit sullen. I don't think I've seen a righteous person like Hyunsung SSI. Ah, that isn't the case. Still, thank you. Usanga SSI. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, has started to worry about justice. Hyun-sung Hyung has the best muscles. Thank you, everyone. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, has increased his self-esteem. It was fortunate that Lee Hyun-sung was a simple person and such empty praises worked well. After repeating the same conversation several times like this, the system messages started to change. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, is waiting for a chance to evolve his attribute. Okay. It went smoothly. Usanga asked in a slightly worried tone. But I think Hyunsung SSI is a bit burdened. Usanga was really nice. Even in this situation, she was concerned about someone else's heart. I didn't have that ability. Maybe a bit. But it is necessary. There are some people in the world who become stronger as they carry more burdens. Ah. Don't worry. And, Gil-young, did you do what I asked? Yes Hyung. Lee Gil-young replied from next to Usanga. On his head, there was a pair of small cockroaches like they were antennae. That Nuna, she is on B1. Thank you. Lee Hyun-sung was good. Now it was time to steal the power of others. I walked up the stairs alone. The people of the Landlord Alliance welcomed me as I went up. Haha, who is this? If it isn't the illegal tenant. You are coming up here after doing well. Did you really survive yesterday without a room? Did Yoo Jong-hyuk help you? I ignored them and kept walking. The Landlord Alliance members kept talking, as if they thought I was scared. Isn't it hard to live with Yoo Jong-hyuk? Enter our alliance. Pildu SSI said he would let you. I didn't care and counted the remaining green zones on every floor. 1, 2, 3, in order for this plan to succeed, I couldn't miss a single one. Of course, under the condition that you bring both women. Now there were 11 green zones remaining. The number had reduced a lot after yesterday's scenario. It was a close number to carry out the plan. Hey, are you ignoring me now? I'm listening. Tell him I'm thinking about it. The alliance members looked at each other and chuckled at my words. They could laugh like that now. I was walking up the escalator when a blade suddenly reached my neck. I felt very few signs it was coming. There was only one skill that boasted this type of concealed movements in the beginning. Ghost Walk. I'm disappointed, Ajusi. Lee Jai-hai. A proud girl with outstanding fighting skills. She wasn't chosen by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare for nothing. Ajusi, don't you know what will happen to those women if you make a deal with them? I know. Do you really know? Yesterday, wouldn't you rather die? I shrugged. Put away the sword. Let's talk. Talk. You came to find me on purpose. Yes. Lee Jai-hai put away the sword. I followed behind Lee Jai-hai. Lee Jai-hai walked from B1 to the ticket barrier at the entrance. We seemed to walk for a while. What did you want to talk about? But why are you standing there? Master told me to defend this place. Defend? That's why I can't let you pass. Lee Jai-hai touched the ticket gate and drew her hand across her neck. I looked at the passage beyond the ticket gate. There were exit numbers leading to the ground. But not all numbers led to the ground. At that moment, I had an ominous feeling. That Yu Jonghyuk, surely he wasn't trying that route. If Yu Jonghyuk wanted to protect this place, there was only one reason. As the scenario was in progress, he was secretly trying to attack the hidden dungeon of Chungnyeoro. Hidden dungeon attack. It sounded good. In fact, it wasn't bad if the main character became stronger. The problem was that this dungeon was a place that Yu Jonghyuk couldn't clear until the end of the third regression. It looked like I should finish this quickly. I need your help. My help? Today, I will shatter Gong Pilda's party. Are you serious? Lee Jai-hai looked at me like she was trying to see my heart. Your understanding of the character, Lee Jai-hai, has increased. Ajusi isn't strong enough. You won't be able to get rid of them. Even if you help me. Lee Jai-hai's head jerked like her pride was damaged. It was natural. Lee Jai-hai had already challenged Gong Pilda the first day she came to this station. Then she ran away. If Yu Jonghyuk hadn't appeared to rescue her, she would be dead. I have a way. I can do it if you help me. Master told me to stay here. If you don't help, most of the people here will die. People will die anyway. Did Yu Jonghyuk say that? Lee Jai-hai's eyes shook. The boy we talked to yesterday is dead. Do you understand? I know. Maybe he could have lived. Then today, he would be rushing at us to tell us about Yu Jonghyuk. That. Yu Jonghyuk killed him. He could have saved him. I felt complicated while talking. I noticed that I wasn't much different from Yu Jonghyuk. The subway, Gumho Station. I ignored people I might have been able to save because my safety was being threatened. But hypocrites could speak plausible words. I saw the video of your scenario when I was on the subway. Lee Jai-hai's small shoulders shook. It was a video where you killed your friend to survive. Stop. In fact, you didn't want to do that. The character, Lee Jai-hai, is greatly disturbed. What do you know? I know what I know. Of course I don't know. I'm just talking to myself. But since I am talking, I wanted to say this. If you turn away today, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Definitely. The character, Lee Jai-hai, has fallen into deep agony. I didn't know the human, Lee Jai-hai, but I knew the character, Lee Jai-hai. This girl was a loyal subordinate of Yu Jonghyuk. But that was a story for the future, not now. She admired Yu Jonghyuk's strength, but she was essentially different from Yu Jonghyuk. Lee Jai-hai opened her mouth a few minutes later. If I help, people can live. Not everyone, but some will survive. What should I do? I will start at 7 o'clock this evening. I told her the plan. In order to implement this plan, Li Jihai needed to do the things I told her. Li Jihai stared blankly and opened her mouth. Are you sane? You will really do this? Yes. Honestly, I don't think it will work. I'll tell you in advance. I don't think I can help. The choice is yours. She said this, but Li Jihai would surely move. She was the person who was chosen by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. The constellation secretive plotter likes your impudence. 100 coins have been sponsored. Li Jihai's sponsor likes you. 100 coins have been sponsored. Now all the preparations were finished. It was finally the promised time. I gathered on the Line 3 platform with the party. Every member was checking their weapons. Li Hyunsung seemed to have handled it properly. I did as Dokja SSI asked. Since the weapons they had used so far were very old, I asked Li Hyunsung to produce new weapons. The materials were from the Grade 8 underground species, the Grawl that were killed in the struggle last night. The blades and spears were made by cutting the horns of the Grawl. They weren't long enough, but they were appropriate as a temporary measure. Young Hee-won smiled like she was satisfied. Isn't this much lighter and durable? Ah. Dokja SSI, Hyunsung SSI. Thank you very much. Yu Sangha bowed. The Grawl's horn couldn't be used to make a blunt weapon, so only Li Gilyoung was still carrying a weapon from a ground rat. Li Gilyoung was silently gazing at the ground. This sulking child. I stroked his head and said. It won't be easy. This situation can be more dangerous than yesterday. Are you all ready? The party members nodded. Then we will start. From now on, it was a fight against time. We had to work as quickly as possible before the Landlord Alliance noticed the situation. Young Hee-won, Yu Sangha and Li Gilyoung disappeared to their respective floors for their missions, while I started climbing the stairs with Li Hyunsung. Li Hyunsung spoke in a voice without any confidence. Dokja SSI, I am unsure. He was the core of this operation. He shouldn't be talking like this. I deliberately answered in a strong voice. It will be fine. However, Li Hyunsung's face was still timid. I think that people are relying on me more than they should. I'm not sure I can do well. Hyunsung SSI is a dependable person. Thank you for saying so. In fact, this is my first experience. When I was in the army, I never got someone's trust like this. It was the first time I've heard this story. That reminded me, I didn't really know about Li Hyunsung's army life. Ways of Survival only mentioned it in passing. Once this is over, I want to hear Hyunsung SSI's story. I said it casually, but Li Hyunsung was more shaken than I thought. The character, Li Hyunsung, has started to open his heart to you. Your understanding of the character, Li Hyunsung, has greatly increased. Sometimes I feel strange when talking to Dokja SSI. Huh? Why? It seems like you knew me from a long time ago. I can't explain it well. Li Hyunsung scratched his head and trailed off. I don't mean anything strange. I know what you mean. Thank you. I'm also curious about Dokja SSI's story. My story? Yes. I have never seen a person like Dokja SSI before. I'm curious about what you did before this happened. Somehow, I felt a bit strange. The supporting cast of the novel I read was curious about me. I had a bit uncomfortable and had an itchy feeling. It isn't very interesting. I still want to hear it. Suddenly, a question popped into my head. If Ways of Survival hadn't become reality, would Li Hyunsung be living in the same world as me? Or did the novel suddenly emerge as a reality? I didn't know. One thing was for sure. Li Hyunsung was now a living person in front of me. Oh, you Jonghyuk's friend. Did you come to negotiate? At this time, a number of middle-aged men came forward. Chungmuro's Landlord Alliance. But where are the women? The middle-aged man who spoke was holding a woman by her hair. She was part of the group that had been in the 5 spaces green zone just yesterday. The man laughed at my gaze. Ah, this friend didn't see her land. This matter doesn't concern you. Save me. Help me. The woman was gazing at me pitifully. In my head, the constellations of the absolute good started clamoring. But I waited. It was because I had someone who would act instead of me. Let her go. It was Lee Hyun-sung. Who are you? Lee Hyun-sung looked at me after the middle-aged man's question. It was like he was asking for permission. I nodded. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, wants to practice justice of his own will. The character, Lee Hyun-sung, is about to evolve. The allied members pulled out their weapons and exerted a tremendous momentum. I checked the time. It was time to begin. I raised my stats with my coins. 1,200 coins have been invested into stamina. Stamina LV 15 stamina LV 18. Your stamina level has increased dramatically. 1,200 coins have been invested into strength. Strength LV 15 strength LV 18. Your strength level has increased dramatically. This was the maximum efficiency with minimal investment. Coins possessed, 20,450 C. I had another place to spend the remaining coins. Kwang. Small blasts were heard all over the subway. A big and small uproar followed. It was the signal. Hyunsung SSI. Lee Hyunsung nodded. We ran forward towards the men in the front row. The confused alliance members shouted. What, you bastards? The exclusive skill, White Pure Star Energy, has been activated. Sukakak. Kayak. The arm of the middle-aged man holding the woman's head flew away. The middle-aged men froze at the blood that emerged. Lee Hyunsung and I ignored them and kept running. The middle-aged men belatedly chased after us. These crazy guys. Stop them. A corridor on B2. It was the private land of Gong Pildu. You have invaded private property. Surround them. The alliance members waiting in front discovered us. Some of the alliance members were missing, so there were less than expected. 20 in the back, 12 in the back. However, it was still a lot of people. Well, I had no intention of dealing with all of them. The moment I was about to clash with the alliance members, Lee Hyunsung moved ahead of me with a steel shield. The character, Lee Hyunsung, has used the stigma, Great Mountain Push LV-1. Quackakakak. Lee Hyunsung used his tremendous muscle strength and they fell like dominoes. The character, Gong Pildu, has activated, Armed Zone LV-4. Turrets started to rise from all over the territory. The turrets were charged with red magic bullets and were prepared to fire. There were 5 mini-turrets. The level of armed zone had rised again. Dokja SSI. I overtook Lee Hyunsung and at the same time, I received his shield. As soon as the solid shield entered my hand, a stunning shock from a bullet pushed me away. Kwang, kwang, kwang. It was heavy, as if I was hit by a cannon. The arm holding the shield was in pain. The level 19 magic power was strong. But I had to hold on. The compensation effect of Unbroken Faith has increased stamina to level 20. A toughness that is 1 step higher has protected your body. A cheeky tenant is here. Beyond the voice, I heard Gong Pildu's gruff voice. Our feet were tied up by the powerful magic bullets while the alliance members were still chasing us. The durability of the iron shield was falling. Now it could only block a dozen magic bullets in the future. Gong Pildu spoke like it was interesting. I don't think you came here to pay a fine. What is going on? Now I will quit being a tenant. How interesting. Are you coveting my land? We'll see. More than that. Some of the trespassers' stats are reduced by the effect of Gong Pildu's private land. It had started. This was why Gong Pildu's power was scary. The special effect of Armed Zone was a private land debuff. Red magic power started condensing on the turrets. The character, Gong Pildu, is preparing the strengthened magic bullets. As long as the combo of private land and Armed Zone wasn't broken, there were very few incarnations who could deal with Gong Pildu. Die. The moment that the enhanced magic bullets were about to be launched, I heard the screams of people from far away. The wounded Landlord Alliance members were rushing to this side. P. Pildu SSI. The land. There were signs they were injured by something sharp. Li Jihai had moved. Now was the time. I looked at Li Hyunsung. Hyunsung SSI, now. Li Hyunsung's eyes were shaking. Smash it. Li Hyunsung raised his fists up high. He looked uneasy and irritated, but there was also a firm determination not to retreat. The character, Li Hyunsung, has evolved. There was a blinding light and silver aura started to appear around Li Hyunsung's BDOY. I was a bit emotional at the sight. Li Hyunsung's character evolution was one of the scenes I liked most in Ways of Survival. It was the reason why Steel Sword Li Hyunsung was called one of the strongest supporting characters. That is, due to the character evolution, a new stigma has been opened. When it came to one blow, Li Hyunsung was considered one of the strongest in Ways of Survival. The character Li Hyunsung has used the stigma, Great Mountain Smash LV1. Pale magic power gathered around Li Hyunsung's fist and within seconds, Li Hyunsung's arms became big enough to transcend common sense. Hot! Li Hyunsung's fists flammed down onto the ground. Kwaang! There was a loud sound and the fragments of the broken floor scattered in the air. The alliance members screamed. What? Jejijijiak. Dangerous cracks spread across the ground and the positions of the turret started to twist. The magic bullets were fired towards the wrong place. An explosion spread and dust clouds rose. Then after a while. Coo 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 coo. There was a great vibration and the ground of B2 started to collapse. The green zone has been destroyed. The character Gong Pildu's private land has been destroyed. I looked at the collapsing ground and grinned towards Gong Pildu. Let's go back to the days when we didn't have our own land. I couldn't kill Gong Pildu because he was useful in future scenarios, but I needed Gong Pildu to leave his land. This was a difficult dilemma, so I focused on the premise of the dilemma. For example, if he was on private land, then I had to destroy the private land. He is out. This dog. However, using this method required strong force. An overwhelming force that could destroy a huge private land in one blow. That's why I hastened to evolve Li Hyunsung. Eok. The people who fell down to the third underground floor groaned with pain. The operation was a success. The green zones disappeared and the landlords lost their rooms. Gong Pildu's face was covered with dust and looking this way. As he was about to open his mouth, Bai Hyung's voice entered their ears. What are you doing now? Wah! Be quiet. Crazy bastard. The Dakibis of Chungmuro are freaking out because of you. I had a headache from the messages of the constellations that rang in my head. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband likes your recklessness. The constellation Bald General of Justice likes your revolution. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon likes the destruction and chaos. 300 coins have been sponsored. Why you bastard? Kill them. The alliance members shouted at us. I started running down to the platform with Li Hyunsung. The exclusive skill, Character List is activated. Character List. Name, Li Hyunsung. Attribute, Person who has regained justice, rare. Stigma, Great Mountain Smash LV 1, Great Mountain Push LV 2. Exclusive skills, Bayonet Skills LV, 2, Camouflage LV, 2, Patience LV, 1, Sense of Justice LV, 2, Weapons Training LV, 3. The evolution of Lee Hyun-sung was successful. Strictly speaking, it was just the start. But the fact that Lee Hyun-sung could use Great Mountain Smash would quickly enhance the power of the party. Hyun-sung SSI, how many more times can you use it? Probably once or twice more. Lee Hyun-sung was gasping for breath and obviously quite worn out. It was natural. The Great Mountain Smash stigma was an ultimate skill that consumed a tremendous amount of stamina and magic power. There weren't many skills that exceeded Great Mountain Smash when it came to pure physical force among the physical reinforcement type skills. The group of people scattered all over the place seemed to be running in this direction. I asked Yu Sanga, who was running in the front. Was there anywhere you couldn't break? I broke both of them. I didn't realize the rooms could be broken like this. We banged hard on the ground together and it smashed. Young Hee-won followed. Yu Sanga, Young Hee-won and Lee Gil-young took out the small green zones. Most of the green zones fit 3 or fewer people, apart from Gong Pildu's green zone. There was an ambiguous scale, but there was a separate person handling those. Hey! Can't you hear me? What are you going to do now? On the other hand, Bai-hyung was still shouting across the Kibi communication. What are you worried about? Have you forgotten? I don't have the only channel in Chungmuro. Do you really not know what will happen if you do this? Of course I knew. Maybe the constellations in the channel with Gong Pildu would be in a frenzy right now. What channel is Gong Pildu in? Biryu's channel. Bur 3642. Biryu is the one who came while you were busy for a bit. That's right. That asshole. How is his subscription configured? It is the flagship channel for the Finding Amusement group. The Dakibis whose main purpose was to find amusement. That's why their broadcasts were radical. Great. Then the response within the channel would be much hotter than expected. Everyone would have eaten the sweet potatoes properly. I headed down the stairs of the transfer corridor to line 4 and saw a welcome face. The blade was moving through the air. You broke them? Yes. It was easy. Lee Jaihai's role was to take out the green zones that contained 5 to 8 people. It was a task that Young Hee-won would find hard to do alone. Indeed, she was Yu Jong-hyuk's disciple and was the incarnation of the sage hero. Now there were no more green zones left in Chungmuro. Now what? Those jerks will come running wildly. Ah, there they are. Lee Jaihai's expression twisted as she looked behind me. I'm not going to help you this time. I don't need it. Young Hee-won scowled as she watched Lee Jaihai retreating. What is with her? Come to think of it, Young Hee-won didn't know about Lee Jaihai. But there was no time to tell her. Huh, you are fucked now. A message was heard along with Bai-hyung's words. A bounty scenario has occurred. Bounty scenario, Assassination Commission. Category, Sub. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions, the constellations of channel #BIR 3642 have requested to kill a certain person. Please kill Kim Dokja of Chungmuro Station. Time limit, 10 minutes. Compensation, 2,000 coins. Failure, none. I thought this situation would unfold. It was going to be a lot of fun. Now all the incarnations in the region would gather on the platform of line 3 to catch me. Young Hee-won asked by his side. I will receive 2,000 coins if I kill Dokja SSI right now. Why, are you going to kill me? Perhaps. If you give me 200,000 coins then I don't know. Does this girl know how much 200,000 coins were worth? Dokja SSI. Go behind me. Lee Hyun-sung stepped out ahead of me. Young Hee-won stayed beside me while Yu Sanga and Lee Gil-young moved to block any access. It was a defense formed around me. Young Hee-won smiled. Now I can pay back my debt. Dokja SSI, will try to block it somehow. There were people showing hostility around us. The angry landowners and the tenants were blinded by the bounty quest. I watched Lee Gil-young holding the weapon and opened my mouth. Don't be nervous. I lightly stroked Lee Gil-young's shoulder and moved towards the railway tracks. We don't have to fight them. It was a few turns. I had read about such a scene. I didn't have time to check which regression it was, but Yu Jonghyuk had destroyed the green zones as soon as he arrived at Chungmuro. Even then, it was like the current situation. All green zones in this region have been destroyed and the main scenario has collapsed. The difficulty is automatically adjusted according to the remaining schedule of the scenario. The scenario content is updated. Main Scenario Number 3, Emergency Defense. Category, Main. Difficulty, B. Clear conditions. All the green zones in the region are destroyed and the monsters that were going to be created in the remaining days have suddenly run wild. Survive against the flood of monsters for the remaining time. Duration, 8 hours. Compensation, 1,000 coins. Failure. Originally, there were 3 days remaining in the scenario. Now the monsters supposed to be created during the remaining time of the green zone scenario would emerge all at once. In other words, it was simple. The emergency defense has begun. The defense game had started. What? The people approaching me started screaming. The cries of monsters were heard from outside the screen door. The feast of monsters moved like an angry wave. Crazy. What the hell is this? The platform of line 3 quickly became a mess. The faces of the people became speculative as they watched the monsters coming from all sides. The bounty scenario was completely forgotten about. Growling. A few growls ran and bit some of the alliance members. The upset people were shouting. Now was the only chance. I shouted to my party. Go to the transfer route. I started jumping up the transit stairs with my friends. By the time we reached the upper level, people were blocking the path. What? Get out of the way. Do you want to fall? I kicked some of the followers and pulled out a blade. The people were surprised by the white pure star energy blade and backed away. You haven't grasped the situation yet. What? Even if you come up, you won't be able to survive. There was a sense of despair in the expressions of the people. There were no more rooms. Now there were no more safe zones from the monsters in Chungmuro. What should we do? What else? Fight. Don't speak crazy words. This is all because of you. If you hadn't broken our rooms. I triggered the blade of faith and used it on the transfer stairs. Quararung. Yuaak. The center of the staircase fell with a large sound, along with the people. It was cruel but necessary. Crazy. Quickly find another staircase. Quickly. Well, I don't think it would happen. Lee Hyun-sung was already running. I smashed the transit stairs we came up on and there was only one staircase remaining. Subsequently, the sound of arguing and something breaking was heard on the other side. Shit. Wah. The cries of the people trapped on the platform of line 3 were heard. Lee Jai-hai approached me and asked. Jusi. This isn't what you told me. If you leave it like this. I know. I looked at the lower floor that was becoming pandemonium. If I left it like this, they would all be killed. Whether it was from the monsters or using each other's bodies as a stepping stone to come upstairs. This wasn't what I wanted. The exclusive skill, bookmark, can now be activated. Character bookmarks is activated. Available bookmark slots, 3. Bringing up the list of available bookmarks. People listed in the bookmark slots. The Delusion Demon Kim Namwon, Understanding 35, Steel Sword Lee Hyun-sung, Understanding 65, Demagogue Cheon In-ho, Understanding 20. I activated the third bookmark. The number 3 bookmark has been activated. The level of the bookmark skill is low, shortening the activation time. Activation time, 5 minutes. Your understanding of the character is low, so only a part of the character's skill is activated. Insight LV.2 has been activated. Suddenly, it felt like my tongue was coming alive on its own. This was how Cheon In-ho felt. I looked downstairs. In the middle of the mess, I could see a middle-aged man. Hey Gong Pildu. How long are you going to stand there? Gong Pildu glared at me. This dog. Don't you have to act in order to live? If you move, everyone else can live. The power of insight permeated the ears of all the frightened people. Pildu SSI. Pildu SSI, please save us. Gong Pildu's expression distorted. I felt good. This was what Cheon In-ho would have felt at Gumho Station. The third scenario isn't as hard as you think. Once everyone gives up on the rooms and participates in the defense, there are enough people to handle the monsters. My words were half true. If Chungmuro had united before I arrived here, there would be far less victims. After all, the biggest pitfall of this scenario was the green zone. If Gong Pildu fights with the people, you can survive. Those who fight together would survive, those who ran away would die. The sponsor behind Lee Jai-hai agrees with your wisdom. The constellation, Maritime War God, nods his head. Now there are no rooms for you to run away to. Forget about whether you are a landlord or tenant and fight. Or you will all die. The more urgent the situation was, the more the effect of insight would increase. Damn, this fucking guy. Pildu SSI. Please help us. The alliance members gathered around Gong Pildu. If he ran away here alone, Gong Pildu's landlord alliance would collapse. In the end Gong Pildu made his decision. Damn it. Everybody gather here. The people downstairs started gathering around Gong Pildu. I need time to install a new arm zone. Everybody just hang on. The key was Gong Pildu's arm zone. However, the weak point was that arm zone took time to install every time it moved. Blood splattered everywhere and people screamed as their limbs were torn off. Aya. As expected, the first ones who abandoned the formation were the tenants, not the alliance members. You Sangha SSI. Yes. Please leave it to me. I didn't need to explain it. You Sangha already understood what she needed to do. Her binding thread stretched out and started to rescue the people who couldn't fight anymore. In any case, their mission was to buy time for Gong Pildu to deploy arm zone. Thank you. The tenants hung from the threat and were pulled upstairs. The rescued tenants were shaking as they wrapped up their injured area. In the meantime, some of the people with weapons carefully looked at me. I smiled at them and said, "Oh, do you want the bounty? The time limit for the bounty scenario has expired. The bounty hanging on Kim Dokja has been destroyed. Sorry, it is too late. I am sorry." The tenants seemed ashamed as they put away their weapons. I heard Gong Pildu's voice roaring from the bottom. Out of the way. The character, Gong Pildu, has used Arm Zone LV-3. The character, Gong Pildu, has activated Arm Zone LV-4. There was a mechanical sound as 5 turrets rose from the ground. The red magic bullets condensed in a short time and started firing. Do-do-do-do-do. Quang, quang, quang. The ground rats screamed as they were hit by the bombardment of magic bullets while the growls came to a halt. The group of people cried out. As expected of Pildu SSI. Wah! It was truly Gong Pildu. In a defense-type scenario, there was no incarnation that surpassed a player's combat effectiveness. The 10 evils weren't called that for nothing. All of you damn scum disappear. The agitated Gong Pildu randomly fired. Lee Hyunsung spoke with admiration. It is a really tremendous stigma. Is it okay when the magic power consumption is so big? It is a good stigma, so it will be okay for a while. Should we help? Gong Pildu alone is sufficient. If we do down, then he will be distracted and stop shooting. The defense master sponsor behind Gong Pildu was completely suited for this type of scenario. As long as he supported Gong Pildu wouldn't die here. As long as the sponsorship continued. I sat down and stretched out my legs. We will be sucking honey for a while. Is it time for personal maintenance already? Lee Hyunsung sat down with me and the party members started to relax one by one. Jung Hee-won asked. Thank you. I didn't get enough sleep, can I sleep now? Yes. 10 minutes later, Jung Hee-won was lying on the ground and snoring. I said yes, but I really didn't know how she could sleep so easily. Aren't we too easygoing? Yu Sangha sounded concerned. Indeed, it would be confusing. There wasn't a scenario like this so far. In fact, all we did was survive the brink of a crisis. Think of it as standing on the right line. Then over there. They got the wrong line. The confusion on the lower level had almost died down because of Gong Pildu. Do. Yuwa. He should have lived a better life. Fuck. Fuckers. In the midst of the endless procession of monsters, Gong Pildu's screams echoed. 1 hour after the battle began, Gong Pildu fought and fought. The number of monsters had barely decreased, but it was still great. Gong Pildu was considered to have the strongest defense among the 10 evils for a reason. You scum. The character Gong Pildu's arm zone has leveled up. The character Gong Pildu's private land has leveled up. The character Gong Pildu has acquired the protective wall skill. The level up speed of arm zone was fast. The sponsor behind Gong Pildu was rushing to support his growth. If he could survive here, Gong Pildu's growth would be enormous. As long as he could survive here. Oui. According to the scenario, Gong Pildu had to hold on for 7 more hours. It would have been nice if I had popcorn. Too bad. Lee Jai-hai was giggling next to me as she watched the bottom floor. She told me earlier that I should save them. It was truly a transformation in the disposition of Yu Jonghyuk's disciple. By the way, why isn't Yu Jonghyuk here? How should I know? Master is always busy. Busy, yes, he might be busy. The person trying to be all alone was the busiest. I looked down at the dying Gong Pildu as I asked, what time did Yu Jonghyuk enter the dungeon? It is roughly 9 a.m. today. Lee Jai-hai stopped speaking and stared at me. Wait a minute, how do you know that Master entered a dungeon? I ignored Lee Jai-hai and calculated the time. Now it was 8 p.m. Using simple calculations, it had already been over 11 hours since Yu Jonghyuk entered. Yet he still hadn't come out. Damn, I had to move. Yu Jonghyuk was the main character and it would be difficult if something happened to him. I opened the Dakibi communication. Baihyung. Baihyung floating in the air turned to look at me. What is it? Calling me so suddenly. Open the Dakibi bag. What? And no. I am currently getting a lot of subscriptions. I know. My stock price was rising due to my actions with Gong Pildu. My actions of laying a trap and then sitting back meant the constellations of the Fun Seekers group wouldn't still be on the channel which Gong Pildu belonged to. Where would the constellations go after leaving the channel? New constellations have entered the channel. It was naturally Baihyung's channel. Hashtag BI7623 channel is ready for an expansion. Hohu, hohut, look at this, look at this. Now my channel is also. It wasn't unreasonable for Baihyung to be acting like this. But this wasn't the time for amusement. If you don't want your channel to be ruined, open it quickly. You can see that there will be an advertisement in preparation for the channel expansion. Ah, shit, really? Baihyung grumbled but opened the Dakibi bag after showing an advertisement. It was finally time to use the coins I had saved. I'll give you 5,000 coins. Upgrade me to a gold member. Baihyung stared at me quietly and sighed. It was followed by system messages. 5,000 coins have been consumed. Congratulations. You have become a gold member of the Dokja bag. My member rating changed and the background of the Dokja bag also changed. Coins were really good. New item listings were added. I put the necessary items into the shopping cart. Behind the scenes contract 10,000. Intermediate magic power recovery potion x10 5,000. 1 contract and 10 intermediate potions. This should be enough. The spending was a bit big, but the channel was going to be expanded. It wouldn't be long before I recovered it. Baihyung was nervous when he saw the items I bought. Why is there a contract? Have you already forgotten the terms? You can't have a sponsor. What do you mean? Why would I get a sponsor now? Even if I was doing that, why would I buy the contract with my own coins? At any rate, this Baihyung still needed a lot of work. 15,000 coins have been consumed. A behind-the-scenes contract has been acquired. 10 intermediate magic power recovery potions have been acquired. Usanga showed curiosity when the items appeared out of thin air. What is that? A contract to make a gap in Yule. I filled out the contract carefully, wrote my name in the gap section and waited quietly. It was time for the Yule to come. The sponsor for character Gong Pildu is asking for help from nearby constellations. Finally, the sponsor behind Gong Pildu reached his limits and started sending messages outside the channel. It was natural since the sponsor didn't have many coins in the first place. Not everybody was rich just because they were a constellation. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband scoffs. The other constellations in Gong Pildu's channel would have stopped sponsoring and the incarnation was dying. Everything was going according to plan. Baihyung noticed something and muttered. Wait a minute, surely you aren't. I talked towards Gong Pildu, who was in a half-dead state. Hey, you over there. Do. Gong Pildu fired crazily and looked up at me while breathing heavily. Will you die like this or will you sign a contract with me? What? I'm not a constellation so I can't be a sponsor. But if you want, I can be a person behind the scenes. How about it? What is this bastard talking about? Gong Pildu, shut up. I'm not talking to you. What? I waved the contract in one hand and the intermediate magic power recovery potion in the other hand. Answer quickly. I will give these items to you if you sign with me. A message window flashed in front of me. The sponsor behind character Gong Pildu has revealed himself. The constellation, Defense Master, is looking at you like you are crazy. Indeed. He wasn't yet ready to be in Yule. Don't worry. He would be in a hurry as time passed. Baihyung was watching me. Are you crazy? This one as well. You are the first to try and support a constellation. I can't do it. This is a constellation. Will it sign with an insignificant human? That is just your thoughts. The intermediate constellation, Defense Master. He was a low-level constellation compared to his ability. His world had long become a scenario and was completely destroyed. Therefore, the Defense Master's myth was no longer discussed. The myth had disappeared and the constellation couldn't get coins. One day, even his existence would disappear. That's why some constellations, including the Defense Master, were obsessed with looking for an incarnation. The constellations were remembered in the world through their chosen incarnation. That guy, he doesn't have any coins left. What? Gong Pildu's power had fallen sharply compared to before. Unlike the monarch of the small fries, the Defense Master was someone who cared about his incarnation. The fact that Gong Pildu was going to die meant he had run out of coins. It was obvious, but without coins, a new sponsor contract was impossible. Then what happened to a constellation who couldn't create a new incarnation? Once Gong Pildu dies, that guy will be forgotten. For a constellation, being forgotten meant death. Faint fear filled Bai Hyung's eyes. You are. Gong Pilda was a great card if I could afford it. Even Yu Jonghyuk had attempted to subjugate Gong Pilda several times in countless regressions. Of course, he had never been successful. Yu Sangha spoke. Dokja SSI, that person will die. Gong Pilda was biting his lips so hard that blood was flowing. Now there were only 2 mini turrets left in arm zone. It was time to end this. The Constellation Defense Master is wondering about the contents of the contract. He was coming. Bai Hyung's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. Really? No, is this real? I showed the contract immediately. The Constellation Defense Master has started reading the contract. Gong Pildu, who was shedding blood on the lower floor, suddenly shouted. He had probably heard a message from his sponsor. What? What is this message? What? He was being sold. What is going on Pildu SSI? The Constellation Defense Master is asking for some time to think. After a while, I heard some good news. The Constellation Defense Master has added a condition to the contract. If you agree with this condition, the Constellation Defense Master will agree to contract with you. I immediately read the contract. 14. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Gap, recognizes the property rights of Constellation Defense Master, Yul, and should ensure the survival of Gong Pildu. 15. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Gap, should help Constellation Defense Master, Yul, so that his private property Gong Pildu grows well, guaranteeing Gong Pildu's life and his growth. In fact, this didn't need to be included. It was natural for Gong Pildu not to die if the contract was signed. The only thing that mattered for me was the third condition. 3. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Gap, has a command authority over Gong Pildu, the private property of Constellation Defense Master, up to 10 times a day. I checked the contract and nodded. I will sign the contract. Before long, a faint thread connected me and Gong Pildu. Then system messages were heard. The contract has been completed. You have become the co-sponsor of Gong Pildu due to the contract. Due to the contract, you have been given the right to command Incarnation Gong Pildu. The duration of the contract is 5 years and it won't be automatically renewed. Yu Jonghyuk would be stunned if he knew that Gong Pildu could be obtained so easily. If I hadn't read to the latter half of Ways of Survival, I wouldn't have known to use the behind-the-scenes contract this way. I handed the recovery potions to Yu Sangha. Give this to Gong Pildu. You should give him one every 40 minutes. It is okay to give to him. She had to give it. If not, this main scenario wouldn't be cleared. Gong Pildu was confused after Yu Sangha handed him a potion. What is this? Drink it and fight. Gong Pildu was suspicious for a moment but soon opened the potion's lid. Blue smoke emerged around his body and the destroyed turrets returned to their original appearance. The character, Gong Pildu, has completely recovered his magic power. Gong Pildu wiped the potion-stained lips and looked up at me. Stupid guy. Do you think I will forgive you because of this? Once I get out of here, it will be your end. Shut up, Gong Pildu. Under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Poor guy, he didn't even know what situation he was in. Fight hard. Don't touch my party members. Hup. Do. Yu Sangha's eyes widened when she saw Gong Pildu listen to my orders. Dokja SSI. Why is that person? I made a gap into an Yul. Did you write something? Now you can rest assured about Gong Pildu. Then the bombardment of messages from the constellations poured out. The constellation, secretive plotter, finds your idea interesting. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, has dropped his stick at your strategy. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, thinks that you are impudent. I had secretly signed the contract but these guys already noticed. The defense master was only intermediate level but he was still a constellation. A mere human became a co-sponsor with a constellation, the impact on the constellations would be enormous. There would be a backlash among those like the abyssal black flame dragon. But many constellations are paying attention to you. A number of constellations want to become your sponsor. The constellations who realized my value were overwhelmingly larger. If they became my sponsor, they would be able to use the power of Defense Master. Then the owner of Gong Pildu's channel, Dakibi Biryu, appeared in the air. Constellations. Are you suddenly leaving? Don't go. Just wait a little longer. Biryu, whose channel was being ruined, made a desperate appeal. It was the Dakibi who created the food penalty and survival cost in Gumho Station. Hayek. And no. Dakibi Biryu gradually blurred and disappeared. Channel #BR3642 has been forced to leave after having the subscriptions reduced. Baihyung muttered in a trembling voice after seeing one channel falling to ruin. Excuse me. Dokja. What is it? Were you aiming for Gong Pildu from the beginning? I shrugged. Crazy, human, what human did I sign with? Baihyung couldn't close his mouth. I didn't care. This place was organized and I needed to move on to the next place. I spoke to the bewildered party members who still hadn't grasped the situation. Everyone. I'm sorry but I have to leave for a while. Huh. Now. There is a place I urgently need to go to. Hyunsung SSI and Usanga SSI, please stay here. You don't have to do anything. Just throw Pildu a potion until the end of the scenario and relax. Young Hee-won asked, what about Gil-young and I? You will come with me. To where? It is hard to explain but there is a bad guy. A bad guy? Yes. A bad person who disappeared to eat items alone, regardless if people die or not. From now on, I am going to hit him in the back of the head. It was very hard. Young Hee-won thought for a moment before asking. Is he worse than Gong Pildu? I contemplated for a moment before replying. He is much worse. Then let's go. I'll explain the details later. I moved with Young Hee-won and Lee Gil-young. Then somebody grabbed my shoulder. It was Lee Jae-hai. Wait, where are you going right now? In any case, this was good. Great. You can come along. Where are you going? Yu Jong-hyuk is in danger. Lee Jae-hai laughed like she thought I was joking. What nonsense are you saying? Master is in danger. My expression remained serious and Lee Jae-hai's laughter soon disappeared. Are you serious? No, how do you know this? How did I know? Perhaps I was the world's foremost, no, the second highest authority who knew her master. I checked the time. That jerk, he went to the hidden dungeon at exit 1. And it has been 11 hours since he entered. Lee Jae-hai spoke blankly. I remembered that Yu Jong-hyuk had attacked Chungmuro's hidden dungeon a total of 8 years. He failed twice and succeeded 6 times. The problem was that the 2 failures were concentrated in his early regressions. The 8th turn and the 11th turn. During the 8th regression, Yu Jong-hyuk died in Chungmuro's hidden dungeon. But the current Yu Jong-hyuk was, the 3rd turn. At this rate, Yu Jong-hyuk will die today. If my guess was right, our damn regressor would be on the Sunfish route. TL note, seems to be based on the game Survive. Mola Mola. Where you have to make a sunfish survive troubles in the sea. But the sunfish gets started and dies because of almost anything. After a while, we moved towards the entrance of the hidden dungeon on the first underground floor. I walked behind Lee Jae-hai, Lee Gil-young and Young Hee-won while looking at my smartphone. In the midst of the splitting headache, Yu Jong-hyuk came to his senses. Give up on this life. This was the end of Yu Jong-hyuk's 8th life. It couldn't be. This hadn't happened yet. Shit, why was this guy doing this on only the 3rd life? If he moved carefully like his second life, he would have passed through the mid to late scenarios. I raised my eyes to see Young Hee-won looking at me. Dokja SSI, what are you looking at? Ah, the calendar. This situation has made me lose my sense of the date. I actually thought it might be more interesting to look at the calendar. Sometimes I wondered how I finished reading this novel. Young Hee-won looked at me suspiciously before turning her head towards Lee Jae-hai. Then, did you say your name was Jae-hai? Do you also use a sword? Yes. I like the sword. Right? The sword is the best. It has a good taste. Uni also knows the taste. Young Hee-won smiled as she watched Lee Jae-hai's sword. It was a luxurious sword that obviously flowed smoothly. Maybe it was given by Yu Jong-hyuk. Your sword looks good. Ah, master gave it to me. Uni. My one. I like mine as well. Young Hee-won looked down at the Gralhorn blade and then sneaked a peek at the sword on the other person's waist. I didn't do anything wrong, but I couldn't help feeling sorry. I had no choice but to hang something on Lee Jae-hai. Hey, why are you talking to Hyun SSI but ignoring me? I'm a bit weak to older females. Lee Jae-hai responded with a quivering voice, and Young Hee-won gave her a headlock, as if Lee Jae-hai was cute. There seemed to be a connection between the demon slayers. Lee Jae-hai barely escaped from the headlock and asked. By the way, why are you rescuing Master? We are companions. Don't talk nonsense. He is a useful guy. You sound like Master. The constellation, secretive plotter, is wondering about your heart. Come to think of it, it wasn't just Lee Jae-hai but the constellations as well who must be wondering about my actions. He was a guy who would kill me if he got a chance. It was strange that I would run to save him. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, likes your desire to rehabilitate a fallen friend. 100 coins have been sponsored. This one misunderstood me. But the demon-like judge of fire, unlike the expectations of the Archangel Uriel, I had a deeply personal reason for saving Yu Jong-hyuk. It was to prevent him from regressing after his death. Regression after death. It sounded good. A regression stigma that triggered every time you died. The protagonist had a fraudulent ability. The problem was that this ability invoked complicated thoughts in the surrounding cast. By the way, what happens to the world after you return? A supporting actor had asked this of Yu Jong-hyuk when Yu Jong-hyuk's number of lives had broken into the double digits. I forgot his name, but Yu Jong-hyuk's answer from that time was clear. I also don't know. I always choose a world where more people can live. It was plausible, but in fact, Yu Jong-hyuk didn't know about the world he abandoned. In face, there was no definite theory about what happened to the world in ways of survival. Science, magic, whatever. This was why I was anxious. What happened to the world after the regressor disappeared? Would it reset with the regression? Or would a parallel universe branch off? The latter would be fortunate, but if it was the former. Hyung. Ah, yes. Lee Gil-young, who was holding the hem of my clothes, looked up at me with anxious eyes. I think we're here. You are approaching the outside region. Be careful not to leave the scenario area. This message popped up. It didn't matter. Chungmuro's hidden dungeon was treated as an inside area. We turned the corner and exit 1 appeared. A dungeon entrance with an ominous shade greeted us. You have found a hidden dungeon. This dungeon has already been discovered by someone. You can't get the first discovery achievement. A new hidden scenario has arrived. Hidden scenario, Theater Dungeon. Category, Hidden. Difficulty, A. Clear conditions, defeat the Master of Theater Dungeon. Time limit, none. Compensation, 4,000 coins. Failure. The surprised Lee Jae-hai hesitated and stepped back. What is this? Theater Dungeon. Lee Gil-young looked startled. Well, This must be the first time they encountered a hidden scenario. Jung Hee-won also spoke. A movie theater as a dungeon, it sounds romantic. Romantic. This was only because she didn't know how scary the movie theater could be. We entered the theater. The familiar lobby of the multiplex welcomed us. You have entered Theater Dungeon. We were tense as we entered the bleak dungeon. It was a multiplex consisting of 9 floors, from B1 to the 8th floor. Hyung, the posters are torn. Who would do that? I'm not sure. I said this but I actually knew the truth. The core of this theater dungeon were the posters on the wall. Perhaps Yoo Jong-hyuk defeated every poster as he went upstairs. His intentions were to sweep up all the rewards. Except for the torn posters, nothing strange was found on B1. There were no items and no monsters. The only exception was the smashed elevator in one corner with a distorted door. Lee Jae-hai asked. Isn't this a dungeon? Why isn't there anything? Something will appear. Do you know something? A little. How? Something is fishy about a Jussi. Is this your second life? That was her master. But he had lived 3 times. Then Jung Hee-won said, it is due to the sponsor behind Dokja SSI. Really? I ignored the 2 women and tried to move to the ground floor when I was caught by Lee Gil-young. The cockroach on his head was moving wildly. Lee Jae-hai drew her sword at almost the same moment I covered her mouth with a hand. Shoo, there is somebody else besides us. I breathed out while small sounds started to be heard. Just upstairs. Then, the lobby. I first thought it was Yoo Jong-hyuk but it wasn't Yoo Jong-hyuk's voice. Are you sure? Here, there are a bunch of things. Yes. I bought the information with 1,000 coins. The profits? Yes. They are disgusting but the information is obvious. I heard the sound of people talking. We went up the escalator and approached them. It seemed that 4 people were gathered in the lobby on the 1st floor. Lee Jae-hai whispered, who are they? I never once saw their faces in Chungmuro. Maybe they came from the ground side entrance. Ground side? Isn't that filled with poisonous fog? Furthermore, the scenario. Different stations have different scenarios at different speeds. There are those who have finished the scenario faster than our station. If there is a weak poisoning, they can eat the meat from the underground species. I said this but I was confused. Profits? There was no information about such people in Yoo Jong-hyuk's life. At this point, Yoo Jong-hyuk and I should be the only ones who knew about the hidden dungeon. What caused the variables? Needless to say, I needed to find out. Then let's go inside. A blue spotlight was floating above the men talking. A bright light surrounded them and then they disappeared. What happened to them? Jung Hee-won asked me but I didn't answer. Instead, I was searching the posters on the wall. This was torn, that as well. By the time I reached the end of the wall, only one wasn't torn. I read the words written on the poster. Steven Spielberg, Samuel L. Jackson, Jeff Goldblum. That bastard Yoo Jong-hyuk, he left this one alone. As expected from the 3rd regression. At that moment, the light came on again. This time, the spotlight was aimed on us. The surprised Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young stepped back, but there was no way to avoid it. The word Ray suited it. I asked Jung Hee-won, Hee-won SSI likes movies. Of course. Do you usually like it? You might hate it after this. What do you? You have been hit by a projection light. The screening will begin. The surrounding landscape started to slowly change. It wasn't a simple illusion, so 4th wall wasn't activated as before. The old linoleum floor became covered with green bushes, while the reception desk and popcorn stand turned into a lush rainforest. The ceiling turned into a blue sky with no clouds and no end in sight. Lee Ji-hai muttered in a small voice. Where the hell is this place? Li Jihai shouted and hacked at the surrounding trees and bushes, but nothing changed. Li Gilyang started looking for insects with a calm expression. I tried to touch the nearby trees. It had a hard and moist texture. It was a real rainforest from the Mesozoic era. This was a different realism from the Spectre's welcome prison. This was the power of the theater master on the dungeon's 8th floor. It is a movie. Really ridiculous things are happening. A novel had become reality. There was no law that a movie couldn't become reality as well. Jung Hee-won was a fast adapter and quickly understood. Ajusi, what movie is this? You'll know soon. Can't you just let me know? Wait a minute, what is this kid doing? At this moment, the shrubbery moved and something jumped out in front of Li Gilyang. An insect that resembled a giant praying mantis. The size was approximately 40 centimeters. Li Jihai was terrified and cried out. Hey kid! Back away! However, Li Gilyang responded calmly to the fuss. It isn't a praying mantis. It is a Titanoptera from the Triassic period. What? Li Gilyang stretched out his hand to the Titano. The insect didn't refuse the touch, and after a moment, Li Gilyang and the insect's body was wrapped in a blue light. Li Jihai watched with a stupid expression. This, what? Fabre. It really was good that I brought Li Gilyang. This guy's ability might allow us to pass through the gateway more easily. The giant praying mantis moved its big mouth and Li Gilyang nodded. I didn't know what it involved, but they were having a conversation. After a while, Li Gilyang paled as he talked to the praying mantis. What was it? Li Gilyang hurriedly turned to me. Hyung. As he spoke, the sound of the earth shaking was heard. It seemed that something was coming at a tremendous speed, smashing the huge palm trees. Cool. The muzzle of the giant reptile that appeared through the rainforest was covered with reddish blood. Some bloody men were running in front of it. It was the men who entered before us. Quack. Save me. Li Jihai stepped back and spoke to Jung Hee-won. I know what movie this is. Yes, me too. A body that was over a dozen meters tall and hard skin. Fierce muscles dominated the entire body. The strongest predator of the Mesozoic era was in front of us. At first glance, it was similar to a grade 7 monster. The difficulty level was atrocious considering this was the first floor of the dungeon. But my heart just thumped. The harder the hidden dungeon, the better the reward. I pulled out a blade and said, get ready to fight. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk skipped only this movie because of the contents. The main reward of Theater Dungeon was related to the movie contents. Yu Jonghyuk probably thought there weren't any worthy rewards in a movie where dinosaurs appeared. But he didn't know. In this movie, a really important reward was hidden. Are you serious? We are going to fight that? We need to beat it to make an exit. The exit? It is a long movie. Have you forgotten? A T-Rex was approaching quickly. The island's central laboratory was seen behind it. And an escape helicopter was on the rooftop of the laboratory. This was a movie. A movie that the master of Theater Dungeon made into reality. Therefore, there was only one way to escape from here. Let's make a great ending. The moment the yellow eyes looked at us, a deafening roar echoed in our ears. Cool. The 7th grade, Tyrannosaurus Rex has recognized you. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has triggered the Fear the Predator skill. The exclusive skill 4th wall has blocked the effect of the Fear the Predator skill. My mind was calm thanks to 4th wall, but I could stop the chills that occurred. This was the fear towards a predator. Everyone, get out of the way. The petrified Jung Hee-won and Li Jihai regained their spirits. I fell back with Li Gilyang beside me. Qua. A long tail flew through the forest in front of us. Quack. The men who were running fell on the backs and coughed up blood. Fortunately, Young Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai were away from the danger zone. I shouted to Lee Gil-young lying down next to me. Gil-young fall back, while Hee-won SSI and Jae-hai SSI scatter to the left and right. Then a message popped up. The character, Lee Gil-young, has activated the Dinosaur Book skill. Huh. Tyrannosaurus are agile compared to their size, but they are vulnerable due to their narrow field of view. What? I saw it in a book when I was a child. When you were a child? Younger than I am now. I stared blankly at Lee Gil-young. This wasn't the time to tackle it. Cool. The exclusive skill, White Pure Star Energy, has been activated. I started waving the iridescent blade to attract the attention of the T-Rex. Lee Jae-hai and Young Hee-won weren't tankers. I didn't even need to mention Lee Gil-young. Therefore, I was the only one who could take the risk here. While I draw its attention, attack its rear. I hadn't finished talking when I saw Lee Jae-hai and Young Hee-won already at the T-Rex's rear. They noticed quickly. Cool. I barely avoided the incoming teeth and the stomping legs. Before I could wield Unbroken Faith, its tail passed over my head. An electrifying thrill swept over my body. I wouldn't die because my stamina was over level 20, but it was dizzying. Maybe I had been lucky until now. I might be the sunfish rather than Yu Jonghyuk. Sukak, Supak. Meanwhile, Young Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai was steadily dealing damage from the rear. It was a combination of sword training and kendo. Noticeable sword wounds were being dealt to the T-Rex's big legs. If this continued, it might take some time, but the T-Rex would be defeated. Hyung. I'll draw its attention. The boy didn't listen to me about staying in the rear. No, Gil-young you. I can do it. All of a sudden, Lee Gil-young came forward and started to make an unknown signal. I wanted to say something. Then a huge praying mantis came from somewhere, stabbed the T-Rex's eyes and fled. It was the Titano that Lee Gil-young had been talking to before. Cool. The T-Rex's eyes moved confusedly as it followed the praying mantis that disturbed its vision. Lee Gil-young used dazzling hand movements to control the praying mantis. I looked at Lee Gil-young with a fresh mindset. Wasn't this guy actually a hugely fraudulent character? No wonder why Yu Jonghyuk coveted him. Ko-woo. Thanks to Lee Gil-young's success, the battlefield quickly became advantageous. The T-Rex's movements became duller while a red light shone in Young Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai's eyes. Demon Slayer. It made them vulnerable to mental attacks, but it was a good skill that made them stronger when they were excited. The sight of the two women's eyes burning as they watched the rainforest was truly spectacular. It was a pity that I had lost Lee Jae-hai to Yu Jonghyuk. However, Young Hee-won also had overwhelming growth potential. Judge of Destruction was a good attribute and she didn't have a sponsor yet. It felt like the T-Rex's stamina had decreased considerably. It was time to deal the final blow. Blade of Faith is activated. I started to focus my remaining magic power. I didn't have a sponsor, nor was I as fast as Young Hee-won or Lee Jae-hai. But that didn't mean my attack power was weak. I had a fraudulent system that overcame all of this. Cool. Ether Blade. The special option of Unbroken Faith is activated. The ether property is converted to fire. An enormous amount of magic power was sucked in and my physical fatigue became extreme. But I didn't mind because there was a way to supplement it later. The blade increased by 1 meter and was surrounded by flames. I ran to the rear of the Tyrannosaurus. Everybody out of the way. The moment that the Tyrannosaurus hesitated and its movements slowed, I climbed its tail. I almost fell over a few times because I didn't have the sense of balance, but I somehow held on by stabbing the blade into the epidermis. Cool. The T-Rex poured out blood and its body rolled across the ground. I rammed the blade in wherever I could. Flames poured into the wounds caused by the blade. The yellow eyes of the T-Rex stared at me as it gasped painfully, before finally dying. You have succeeded in being the first to hunt the 7th grade species, Tyrannosaurus rex. You have obtained 1,000 coins as compensation. Ah, we really got it. I knew we could do it. Young Hee-won breathed heavily as she spoke with a proud expression on her face. She could be proud because the T-Rex was top-ranked among the 7th grade monsters. Lee Jai-hai belatedly rushed towards me. I had it. What? It would have taken a long time if you continued hitting it like that. I wiped off my sword while speaking. Young Hee-won asked. But was a Tyrannosaurus killed in this movie? No, but isn't this more fun? Huh. The genre is fantasy, action, and adventure. This should be enough. At this moment, a system message flashed in my head. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. Young Hee-won screamed like it was absurd. Eek. Yes. The strategy of Theater Dungeon wasn't to see the real ending. If so, Yu Jong-hyuk wouldn't have been able to beat this dungeon. It was to create the desired ending for the theater master at the core of this dungeon. Please note that the theater owner was an extreme psychopath. Do you understand now? We just need to smash it. In other words, if we removed all the obstacles to the ending, the movie would end naturally. Now you can move to the next floor. Go to the helipad on top of the research laboratory. We will move in a little while. We have to get some rewards. I started exploring the area around the T-Red. Soon after, I found one of the guys who entered before us. The rest were eaten or mutilated by the T-Rex. Hey, wake up. Yu. Blood was constantly flowing from the man. The wounds were from the T-Rex's claws. The bones were revealing, making it obvious that this person couldn't recover. Breathe slowly. Seacough, alive. I fed the man drinking water I had brought in. The man drank some water before coughing up blood again. I was forced to urgently ask him questions. How did you come here? Prophet. Who are the prophets? The man's breathing was getting rougher. Our revelation, received. Revelation. I want to live. Blood burst out from the man's mouth. He finally died. Young Hee-won and the others came up behind me. That person. I shook my head and looked down at the fallen man. Revelation. What funny bullshit. As far as I knew, only Anna Croft had the ability of future sight in ways of survival. Then there was only one answer. There was someone else besides me. But they didn't know as much as I did. The proof was that they didn't dare come here in person to test out the information. Dokja SSI. Take a break. We covered the man's body with a large lead and gathered near the dad T-Rex. W had to hurry to pursue Yu Jong-hyuk. But if we didn't get enough rest, the party would be wiped out before we met him. I searched the T-Rex's body. I looked at the head and heart, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any monster cores. That didn't mean there was no income. Young Hee-won drooled as she watched the T-Rex being cooked over the fire. Can we eat this? We can eat it because it is cooked with magic flames. The unripe parts can be cooked with the magic power stove. We sat side by side around the T-Rex's leg. As we cut the cooked flesh of the T-Rex little by little, steam rose. Lee Gil-young shouted. Fresh meat. Lee Jai-hai hurriedly rushed up and grabbed a pierce first. The rest of the group, including myself, also picked large pieces of flesh. Meat of this size? It was a luxury that couldn't be dreamt of back when I was an office worker. Lee Jai-hai closed her eyes while enjoying the taste. Then she murmured in an ecstatic voice. Ah, the best taste in the world. It really was delicious. The fat was properly wrapped around the muscles, making it different from the ground rats. The feeling every time I took a bit. If Yusanga was here, she would have cried. After I consumed the meat, I felt my stamina recovering. The meat of an advanced species had these special effects. However, caution was required in some cases. Jung Hee-won sighed. Phew. I ate well. It is really delicious, but I will cry if I eat any more. We had a moderate rest and then headed straight to the laboratory in the center of the island. We encountered several raptors on the way, but they were easy after the T-Rex. There were many flasks and ampoules in the laboratory. There were small incubators containing dinosaur embryos and blood samples collected. There was only one thing missing. My eyes caught a few items as we entered the inner corridor. Stamina enhancing ampoule. Magic power enhancing ampoule. Agility enhancing ampoule. Strength enhancing ampoule. As expected, it was here. I started to pack the ampoules. Just like the ichthyosaur's core, these comprehensive stat growth items were available only in the early scenarios. It wasn't just 1 or 2 ampoules. There were close to 20 bottles. If this was the case, my stats would be able to level up explosively. It was in anticipation of this hidden scenario that I saved coins instead of investing them in my stats. These ampoules were only available when the corresponding stat was less than level 30. Ajusi, what did you find now? Ah, this ghost-like girl. What? Stamina enhancement ampoule. Lee Jai-Hai's eyes shone as she grabbed one ampoule. Are you trying to eat these alone? Eat them all. Of course I will share it. Uni, look at this. Ajusi. The other people in the party came closer due to the turmoil. Jung Hee-won was shocked when she checked the item information. Oh my god, what are these items? This is a hidden scenario. I spoke with a bit of disgruntlement. Damn, this was a bit difficult. I didn't catch the T-Rex alone, so taking all the items pricked my conscience. Some constellations are displeased with the situation. Lee Jai-Hai looked at the strength enhancement ampoule and opened her mouth. Can you give me the strength enhancement ampoule? I am a bit lacking in strength. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. It was a summary version that only contained the comprehensive stats. Character summary list. Name, Lee Jai-Hai. Private attribute, Scarred Sword Demon, Rare. Exclusive skills, Sword Training LV 4, Demon Slaying LV 1, Absolute Sense LV 2, Ghost Walk LV 2. Stigma, Sea Battle LV 1, Large Army Command LV 1. Overall stats, Stamina LV 13, Strength LV 17, Agility LV 13, Magic Power LV 10. This damn girl. Huh. Hee-won Uni, can't I have it? Dokja SSI was the one who discovered it, so it is his decision. Frankly, it didn't matter if the other party members received them, but giving them to Lee Jai-Hai was a bit of a waste. She was part of Yu Jonghyuk's group anyway. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, expects your fairness. Fairness, yes, let's pick the most unbiased game I knew. I smiled and made a suggestion. How about rock paper scissors? Rock paper scissors. There will be one winner at the end. Greed filled Lee Jai-Hai's face. Okay. Well. I will do what Dokja SSI wants. But is it okay? It could be a mistake. Then doesn't that mean he is unlucky? Lee Jai-Hai asked. She was excited at the thought of getting a share of the items. Let's start with a strength enhancement ampoule. I put out the strength enhancement ampoule and said to Lee Jai-Hai. You will face me. I'm good at rock paper scissors. Will it be okay? Ah, is that so? I smiled at Lee Jai-Hai. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 1 has been activated. The character, Lee Jai-Hai, has prepared scissors. The constellation Secretive Plotter is curious about your scam. The constellations have sponsored you 200 coins. The winner of the rock paper scissors was decided in an instant. Lee Giliang's face was slightly flushed while Jung Hee-won had a satisfied expression. Lee Jai-Hai flopped to the ground with a devastated expression. This is ridiculous. Unfortunately, I couldn't read Li Giliang's mind, so 2 ampoules went to him. You don't have to give it to me. Take it. He was cute. I stroked Li Giliang's head. In addition, Young Hee-won won 2 stamina enhancement ampoules. Young Hee-won received them with a smile. Thank you. It was tough so far with my stamina. It was only Li Jihai who didn't obtain any ampoules. How can you beat me 18 out of 20 times? Did you cheat? I am originally good at rock paper scissors. Are you really going to do this? Can't you give me just one? You have Yu Jonghyuk. I ignored Li Jihai's whines and packed the ampoules. Young Hee-won patted the shoulder of the grouchy Li Jihai while staring at Li Jihai's shining sword. Little sister, the world has to be fair. Do-do-do-do. There was the sound of the helicopter's propellers. Li Giliang looked at the distant dinosaur island and asked, Hyung, can't I take it to the next floor? The big praying mantis was sitting in Li Giliang's lap and talking to Li Giliang. The praying mantis rubbed its antenna against Li Giliang's jaw. Unfortunately, you can't take it. Li Giliang's hugged the praying mantis with a sad expression. Take care, Titano. Quiet. He had already given it a name. Unfortunately, monsters created in Theater Dungeon couldn't move to another floor. However, items could be taken to other floors. For example, I had the ampoules that increased stats and the item I was now holding. Tyrant T-Rex's DNA ampoule. The golden ampoule was the most decisive reason for choosing this movie. It was an item that increased all stats by 10 for 30 minutes after ingestion. Although it had the disadvantage that it could only be used in Theater Dungeon, it was impossible to break through the last floor of this dungeon without this item. Especially if Yu Jonghyuk was in the worst situation as I thought. The praying mantis that Li Giliang released flew in the air and the dark sky started to collapse. The first ending credit has been reached. Performers, Kim Dokja, Young Hee-won, Li Jihai, Li Giliang. You have obtained 500 coins as compensation. I felt some dizziness and we appeared on the ground floor again. After we escaped, the movie posted on the wall was torn. It was evidence that we safely cleared it. Li Jihai was complaining. Do you have to pass a few more floors like this? Yu Jonghyuk will have broken most of it, so it will be faster than you think. We headed straight to the second floor via the escalator. From the second floor, the remaining space was narrow because it was the full-fledged theater. Young Hee-won asked. There's no change. No matter how long we waited, the environment on the second floor didn't change. The camera wasn't seen and the screening didn't start either. Looking closer, all the posters on the second floor were torn. Li Jihai noticed something. Is it only the movies whose posters are intact? I checked the torn posters one by one. Pacific Rim, directed by Guillermo del Toro, a giant robots riding movie. Too bad. If this had been intact, then I could have gotten the reward of hardened gloves. Inception, directed by Christopher Nolan, it was good that this one was torn. Wow, I wanted to watch this. I saw the poster that Li Jihai was looking at. Do you like superheroes? Yes. It is fortunate. Otherwise you would hate it after this. I see. On the torn poster, a green monster was roaring at us that we went straight up to the third floor. It is the same here. All the posters on the third floor were torn as well. Yu Jonghyuk had properly swept through it. It was fortunate since there were a lot of dangerous movies on the third floor. Final Destination, directed by James Wan, that bastard Yu Jonghyuk, how did he break this? This was an annihilation movie. We are going up faster than I expected. Unlike Young Hee-won's bright voice, I was nervous every time we climbed a floor. Clearing the theater dungeon required some luck. Some of the posters on each floor weren't covered in ways of survival. Yu Jonghyuk didn't clear all movies. There was a system message when we entered the fourth floor. You have entered the fourth floor. The spotlight poured down without giving me time to look at the posters. Jung Hee-won gathered both hands together and prayed. Please don't be a ghost movie. I glanced at Jung Hee-won and she gave me an excuse. Ghosts can't be killed with a sword. This was the reason. The screening has started. The background changed and when we opened our eyes, a sea breeze blew on the prow of a ship. This salt was felt in my mouth and the open horizon spread out before me. I was enraptured by the scenery of the sea. I had been working every day and it had been a few years since I've traveled anywhere. What is this movie? Next to me, Jung Hee-won was wearing a full-length dress. A violin sound was heard from the inside of the cruise ship and there was the sound of excited people. It was an incredibly romantic atmosphere from a movie. Oh, I know what this movie is. Then Lee Ji-hye's voice was heard. Oh, accelerating all of a sudden. I looked back and saw that Lee Ji-hye was vomiting. Jung Hee-won rushed over and patted her back. After vomiting for a long time, Lee Ji-hye said. I get seasick. It is okay, just vomit. I had wondered this since a while ago. Why did the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare choose Lee Ji-hye? No, I read the novel but I just didn't want to know. But Uni, is this the movie? The boat that sinks. It seems so. Then, perhaps Uni is Kate Winslet. Lee Ji-hye looked at Jung Hee-won's dress like she was envious, then she looked at me. Then a Jussi is. DiCaprio? You weak. I felt somehow grumpy when I saw her vomiting after saying that. At this time, Lee Gil-young emerged from behind me. Hyung. Lee Gil-young was dressed in formal clothing. This clothing was somewhat familiar. Anyway, everyone was gathered. There is no time. The ship was now sinking. Unfortunately, the solution to this movie didn't appear in ways of survival. How could we beat the Titanic? Was it a fight with the sea? Lee Ji-hye was the first to comment. The ship is sinking anyway. Do we just have to sink with it? That is a little. It was frustrating. It would have been better if the movie had a clear enemy to crush. Let's look for the villain Hyung. This was Lee Gil-young's opinion. I didn't know if there was an obvious villain this movie, but since I couldn't think of anything else, I decided to follow it. Then let's handle the villain. We started moving. By the way, who was this movie's villain? The last time I watched the Titanic. But I didn't need to worry. The villain came to find us. A man in a clean suit was staring over here. Jack Dawson. Wait, Jack Dawson, the role that DiCaprio played? But the man wasn't looking at me. Me? He was DiCaprio. I sighed as I looked at Lee Gil-young. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a while, we kidnapped a person we thought was the villain of the movie. But the theater master didn't respond. It wasn't enough to kidnap him. I hesitated for a moment before opening my mouth. Then. Let's kill him. Lee Ji-hye pulled out her sword and pointed it. It was at a man struggling while his body was tied up. The theater master is a psychopath? Then isn't the answer to kill him quickly? I thought so as well. No, I was sure of it. It was the answer to another movie like this in Ways of Survival. But Jung Hee-won gazed at the man in horror and unexpected said. But, he looks like a real person. Huh. This is a movie but he is just like a real person. It was surprising that Jung Hee-won said this when she had been neatly subjugating the weak a few days ago. Then again, Jung Hee-won had said something like this, I might be a killer but I don't want to become a monster. Lee Ji-hye asked, Uni, what are you saying this type of sentimental thing now? You don't want to kill him? No, that isn't it. It is good to save people. But if this person doesn't die, we will die. We are definitely alive but this guy is just a character. Characters. I felt bemused at Lee Ji-hye's words. Jung Hee-won looked at me. Do you think so? Even if this guy is a real person, he is still a bad guy. Why is killing him bad? Li Jihai's words might be right. This guy was definitely a villain of the scenario and would do bad things. So it was okay to kill him. Funnily enough, it was the logic that Yu Zhonghyuk often spoke about in ways of survival. The moment I opened my mouth, Li Jihai hurriedly drew her sword. Sigh, what is this? Master could be dying right now. The blade descended and pierced the man's chest. Blood poured out. It was incredibly realistic. Then a system message was heard. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. The stern of the ship will lead to the next floor. Look, I did it properly. Right? Li Jihai shouted triumphantly. The answer obviously wasn't wrong. The theater master acknowledged this, and the constellations would give coins for our actions. We would survive with these coins. It was a way of living that destroyed this world. The second ending credit has been reached. Performers: Kim Dokja, Young Hee-won, Li Jihai, Lee Gil-young. You have obtained 500 coins as compensation. We weren't able to get a reward item from Titanic. Thus, we went straight to the next floor and followed the guidance of the system message. You have entered the 5th floor, the rewards room. Once we climbed the escalator, the rewards room finally showed up. Rewards room? It isn't a scary movie. This is an exhibition hall. It was a place they used to show original movie props. In fact, I knew this, but I once again acted ignorant. Various movie props appeared in glass tubes. Equipment and costumes used by the main characters of various movies, stage accessories. The funny thing was that they were no longer props. Young Hee-won approached a glass tube and shouted. Oh my god, look at this. Mikazuki Minakika, replica, a grade sword. Young Hee-won's eyes sparkled as she looked at the glass tube, and I nodded. You finally obtained a proper sword, Hee-won SSI. Whoa. It was obviously a great sword at first glance. The originally Grawl horn knife wasn't comparable, and it wasn't lacking when compared to Li Jihai's blade. Young Hee-won started to swing the sword in his hand. Isn't this amazing? It is light and moves properly. I had never seen Young Hee-won like this. The character, Young Hee-won, is deeply grateful to you. It was nothing. The main purpose of targeting the theater dungeon was the compensation of the 5th floor. The theater dungeon was a good place to farm for items early on. In particular, Young Hee-won would become stronger with this weapon. The reward items are limited to 2 per person. It wasn't a genuine star relic person, it was a movie prop, but the replica version had characteristics of the original item. A-grade items were close to a scam in the early stages. By the way, Yu Zhonghyuk had already passed through here. 2 items were already gone. Pick your items. Each one can only obtain 2, so choose carefully. I told Young Hee-won to pick an item Usanga could use while I found one for Lee Hyun-sung. This one seemed usable. Hercules shield, replica, a grade shield. Good. It was an item that couldn't be compared with the old iron shield. I thought of how Lee Hyun-sung's eyes would shine with loyalty towards me and already felt warm. Li Jihai, who claimed to be a fan of superheroes, was trying to pull an item from the corner. Why can't I hold this? I came closer. This was it. Mjolnir, replica, a grade blunt weapon. The hammer of the god of lightning, Thor. It would have been an enormous item if it was a genuine star relic. Still, the quality of the original was so great that the performance of the replica was significant. I watched Li Jihai groaning as she grabbed the hammer that couldn't be moved. Isn't this an item that only someone special can use? Damn, I'm not special. At this time, Lee Gil-young came up behind her and reached out to Mjolnir. Hey kid. This is mine. Mjolnir was lightly lifted by Lee Gil-young's hands. Lee Gil-young swung the hammer around before looking at me. Hyung, can I have it? Yes, it looks good. Li Jihai once again looked stunned. Only I am unhappy, just me. I ignored her and searched the remaining items. Let's see what was left. External reinforced suit, replica A-grade protective clothing. I didn't know what would happen in the future, but it would be nice to supplement my defense. Once I wore the suit, it wrapped around my arms and legs. Damage from external attacks is reduced by 10%. The ability to detect enemies is improved. You can move more agilely than before. It was a bit frustrating, but it was still better than not wearing it. In particular, I thought about the fight waiting at the end of this. Now the preparations were finished. Since there were no significant changes in the dungeon, it was clear that Yu Jonghyuk was alive. If we moved quickly through the 6th floor, we might be able to meet on the 7th floor. In the worst case scenario, if he was fighting the boss on the 8th floor, at least he was still alive. Now, let's go and get our damn regressor back. Unfortunately, Yu Jonghyuk wasn't on the 6th floor. The only comfort was that the movie on the 6th floor was easy. It was a typical thriller directed by Bryan Singer. I knew the killer, so it was possible to clear it quickly. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. You have obtained 500 coins as compensation. Lee Jai-hai asked as if she was dumbfounded. He was really the killer. Don't tell me it is a spoiler. There is actually someone here who hasn't seen it. The Constellation, secretive plotter, hates spoilers. In any case, an item was rewarded due to the movie's unique characteristics. Skill book, Calm Observation. Calm Observation. It was quite a useful skill. This skill allowed the user to see the movements of the target and figure out their overall stats. It didn't mean much to me since I could use character list, but it would be quite useful for people like Yu Sanga and Lee Gil-young. This skill would be good against enemies excellent at acting. The exclusive skill, Calm Observation, has been acquired. Still, I felt a bit sad. It would be nice to experience a movie like Gladiator. I had yet to obtain a suitable combat passive skill. He might purchase the skill weapons training, but it wasn't a good idea to spend coins on the skill right now. Now I am tired of movies. I agreed with Jung Hee-won's words. I didn't want to look at a movie theater for a while. I should just be satisfied with the high performance fee. We went directly up to the 7th floor. Maybe this time we could see Yu Jonghyuk's back. Damn. Most of the posters on the 7th floor were torn. Yes, Yu Jonghyuk was now in the boss room. Under these circumstances, there was really no time to delay. Run. It is almost the last floor. We started to run. We had to catch up with that guy as fast as possible. Before he gave up everything. We passed through the auditoriums and ran down the aisles. The posters on the 7th floor were of Korean movies popular in the past. Shit, please let all of them be torn. However, unlike what I hoped, the last poster was still intact. Damn. The screening will begin. The blue spotlight covered the party and the scene changed. My head spun and a salty smell entered my nose. The stage was the sea. But, this time it wasn't a cruise ship. There was the smell of artillery. The rough texture of the Panoxian could be felt. Panoxian Wiki Link. The moment I turned my head on the shaky boat, I heard someone's voice. Everybody, down. I reflexively fell down and there was a bombardment of gunfire around me. Tang 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 tang, a few soldiers collapsed while bleeding. Protect the ship. The soldiers dressed in old military garb were rushing around. An uneasy wind blew as war took place. The turbulent Myeongyang Strait was swirling and there was the distant sound of drums. Damn it. There was no Korean who didn't know this movie. It was because this movie had been watched by most South Koreans. Jung Hee-won looked at the horizon and muttered. How can we win? The ending of Theater Dungeon would only open when the master was satisfied. Kukukukung. 300 Japanese warships filled the sea. I hurriedly confirmed the power on our side. Still, This was a movie based on historical facts. There was hope. What is this? There was only one Panoxian where there should be 12. I hurriedly grabbed one of the sailors around him and asked. Where is the commander? Commander. Admiral E. The Navy sailor had no idea at all. My chest became cold. It was different from the movie I knew. The theater master changed the story. In no time, the enemy narrowed the distance. This was ridiculous. How could we win the Battle of Myeongyang without help from the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare? I looked around and hurriedly exclaimed. Lee Jai-hai. TL, for those who won't know, this movie is The Admiral, Roaring Currents about Admiral Lee Sun-shin, which broke records when it was released. Wiki link here. I thought that this might happen. If fact, I brought Lee Jai-hai not just for her power but to consider the what-ifs. The constellation, Maritime War God, is sorry for Lee Jai-hai. It wasn't difficult to find Lee Jai-hai. There was only one boat and the place where Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's messages could be heard was limited. She was vomiting in a corner of the first-floor deck. Hey, are you okay? Lee Jai-hai looked up at me with moist eyes. I can't do it. This wasn't about me. The constellation, Maritime War God, is encouraging Lee Jai-hai. Never, I will never do it. Oof. She vomited once again. I knew. The reason why this person was chosen by Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, despite hating the sea. Due to the effect of your exclusive attribute, the memories from the books you have read will increase. In my head, a scene from the 40th chapter of Ways of Destruction passed. Hey, how did she get chosen by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare when she is afraid of the sea? I don't know. Maybe because she has the Admiral in her ancestry? She is the descendant of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. There was considerable criticism from a few readers apart from me who made it to the 40th chapter of Ways of Destruction. No, did it make sense for her to have the blood of the great Duke of Loyalty and Warfare? But I had read all the chapters except for the epilogue of Ways of Destruction, so I knew. Lee Jai-hai wasn't of the bloodline of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. The constellation, Maritime War God, misses his old friend when he sees Lee Jai-hai. Then are you a Lee from the Deokja clan? No, I am a Jeonju Lee. TL note, as with all Korean family names, the holders of the Lee surname are divided into different lineages, known in Korean as Bangwan, based on their ancestral seat. Most such clans trace their lineage back to a specific founder, and are generally not related to one another. Wiki link. The constellation, Maritime War God, looks at the descendant of an old friend. Lee Jai-hai was the descendant of Lee Yaki, the companion of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Lee can also be romanized as E. I chose to make it Lee to match with Lee Jai-hai, his descendant. Wiki link. Duke of Firmness and Compassion, Lee Yaki. Along with the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, he led the navy to victory in the Battle of Tanghangpo and the Battle of Hansandu. He was one of the few who defended the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, Lee Sun-shin, when he was arrested on unfair charges. However, he didn't have enough myths and didn't become a sponsor. The constellation, Maritime War God, is looking at Lee Jai-hai with sad eyes. Due to that, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare selected Lee Jai-hai. She wasn't his descendant but the descendant of his closest confidant. Maybe it was simply the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's choice. Perhaps the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare didn't see it. The fact that the descendant of his deceased confidant and friend would be killed by his own hands and become a demon. Well, this was according to the setting of Ways of Survival. A bounty scenario has occurred. Bounty scenario, those who seek death shall live. Those who seek life will die. Category, Sub. Difficulty, B+. Clear conditions, the Maritime War God is asking you for help. Encourage Lee Jai-hai, incarnation of Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, and win the Battle of Myeongyang. Time limit, 2 hours. Compensation, a stigma from the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Failure. I doubted my eyes for a moment. The bounty scenarios were rarely requested by a constellation alone. I looked closely because it was strange and saw that the reward was also extraordinary. The stigma of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. If I cleared this scenario, I would be able to use one of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's stigmas without signing a contract. I shook Li Jihai. Li Jihai, stop it. Quickly. I don't want to. Ugh. The three of you can handle it. Can't you endure it a little bit? Endure? Ajusi doesn't know. I didn't know. Yes, this was her manner of talking. However, there was no time to accept her childish actions. No, I know. You aren't like this because of seasickness. What? It is because your dead friend liked this movie. Li Jihai shook, like a boxer hit in the jaw. It was like a scene rushing into her head. It was the first scenario at Depot Girls High School. She strangled her friend with her bare hands. That. How did you? Don't ask how I know. There is no time to explain. Li Jihai looked up at me with blank eyes. You killed your friend with your own hands only to die like this. The first floor deck was pierced with a hook. I grabbed the hook shooting towards Li Jihai with my bare hands. Li Jihai shook as she looked at me. You can run away here or not. You will never be forgiven. But. There were loud shouts. I could hear the sound of Japanese raiders jumping on the ship. If you wake up now, at least you can save some people. I came up onto the second floor deck with the trembling Li Jihai. Li Gilyoung and Jung Hee-won were already surrounded. I raised my weapon. The enemies were ordinary Japanese soldiers. We wouldn't lose in a one-on-one battle. The problem was that there were too many numbers. Quack. I sliced at the incoming soldiers but couldn't see an end to it. The enemy ships were firing from a distance. We were finished if this ship sunk. The movie would end tragically and we would die here. Li Jihai. I realized the greatness of Yi Sun-shin. How did he lead this battle to victory? Wake up now. This was a cursed scenario. We didn't have Song Yojung or Jung Youngdo. Apparently close companions of Yi Sun-shin. All we had was a weak girl protected by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. The girl staggered on the deck of the second floor. I am disgusting. I don't deserve to be alive. Yes, it was disgusting. I was disgusting along with the way that I was using her. No one would be qualified. Ugh. Tears endlessly poured from Li Jihai's eyes. I held Hercules' shield and stood in front of her. Kwang, Kwang, Kwang. Survive and take responsibility. Atone for the rest of your life or live a garbage life. Just somehow survive. The ship was being broken by the indiscriminate shelling. I turned to her with cold eyes. Or do you really want to die here? Your understanding of the character, Li Jihai, has increased. All types of emotions came from the crying Li Jihai. She was drowning in the dark emotions of resentment, self-contempt and disillusionment with the world. Nevertheless, there was a straightforward emotion under it. I don't want to die. The constellations were selfish. There were those who didn't support their incarnation or didn't care if their incarnation died or not. But as long as any constellation was in the stage of their myth, they wouldn't turn away from their incarnation. The constellation Maritime War God has responded to the will of Li Jihai. A brilliant red light burst around Li Jihai's body. It was good for you Jonghyuk, but I didn't get nothing. I had something to gain. The character Li Jihai has received a new stigma. The third stigma of Sword Demon Li Jihai. It was the strongest stigma that would later make her a maritime admiral. To God. Li Jihai held the hilt of her sword and looked at the sea. There were many enemies and no allies. She quietly turned her sword towards the world. There are still 12 ships left. A radiant beam emerged from the end of her sword. The character, Li Jihai, has activated the stigma, Ghost Fleet LV-1. Water vapor rose in the area. Water sprayed all over the place and 12 ghost ships appeared in the sea. Get revenge on the enemies. The drumming paused like it was embarrassed. Shells flew towards the ghost fleet. However, the ghost fleet was disembodied and didn't suffer any damages. Die in this place. Finally, Li Jihai's fleet started to move forward. 12 ships moved through the water, creating countless ripples. The white barrels started firing and the ships blocking the path collapsed helplessly. Qua 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 qua. The girl who didn't cry led the battlefield. In front of the ghost fleet, the warships were completely overwhelmed. It wasn't just me, Young Hee-won and Lee Gil-young also gaped at the scene. This was the real power of a stigma. It was the power of the admiral that wasn't pushed by anyone in a maritime war. In the fading light of the sunset, the screams of the Japanese were heard from among the smoke. The whirlpool of Myeongyang Strait sucked in the dead bodies. It took less than an hour for the last enemy ship to collapse. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. The fourth ending credit has been reached. Performers, Kim Dokja, Young Hee-won, Lee Jae-hai, Lee Gil-young. You have obtained 500 coins as compensation. As soon as we received the ending credit, additional messages came up. The bounty scenario is cleared. You have received the Maritime War God's reward for the bounty scenario. Frankly, I was filled with expectations. Maybe I would get Ghost Fleet. If I could just get it, then I wouldn't be envious of Lee Jae-hai. The stigma, Song of the Sword, has been acquired. I thought I heard wrong when the message popped up. The stigma, Song of the Sword. This was originally a stigma that Lee Jae-hai acquired midway in the story. Yet the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare gave me this stigma. The constellation, Maritime War God, thanks you. In a sense, this skill was something I needed more than Ghost Fleet right now. If I had this stigma, I might be able to prevent the worst from happening on the 8th floor. The surrounding scenery slowly changed and we returned to the inside of the movie theater. The exhausted Lee Ji-hai was staring at me. Ah Jusi. You rest here. We will go to save you, Jong-hyuk. But. Listen up. I obtained a new stigma, but I didn't have time to laugh. No matter how good the stigma, there was no meaning if this world was over. In order to prevent that end, I had to save you, Jong-hyuk. I distributed the ampoules I gathered to everyone. When raising the stats level, the coin's consumption was increased every 10 levels. Therefore, I would use my coins first before the ampoules. 4,000 coins have been consumed. The comprehensive enhancement ampoules have been used. Stamina LV 18-Stamina LV 24. Strength LV 18-Strength LV 24. Agility LV 11-Agility LV 20. Magic Power LV 10-Magic Power LV 15. All stats have increased significantly. We climbed the last stairway. Everyone, get ready. You have entered the 8th floor, the Heavenly Garden. The 8th floor of the theater was a rooftop. It was a small dome reminiscent of an opera house. As soon as I stepped on the green grass of the rooftop, I found the back of the regressor I was looking for. Ah! When I thought about all those who would suffer if he died, my anger soared. Fortunately, the back of his head was good enough to be hit. Hey you Jong-hyuk. I ran towards you Jong-hyuk and hit him in the back of the head. The cold sensation numbed my fingers. Damn it, I really wanted to beat this guy up. But. There was something strange. You Jong-hyuk. This guy, he didn't look back. A gray-white aura was flowing from Yu Jong-hyuk's body. The aura felt ominous and caused my hairs to rise. I instinctively took a step back. Looking closer, The aura was connected to an old man sitting on a chair on the 8th floor. I knew everything the moment I saw this old man. The theater master's simulacrum has been revealed. Damn it, it had become like this. Yu Jonghyuk emanated the whitish aura and slowly turned towards me. It was the worst situation. The theater master's simulacrum has controlled the character, Yu Jonghyuk. Goosebumps covered my entire body. A formidable killing intent was rising from the guy who lost all sense of reason. There was no character in the world who could stop this guy now. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used Force Palm LV4. I barely managed to open my mouth. Wait a minute. Kwang. I experienced a strong pain in my side and my consciousness became numb. As this person who did as he liked shot forward, pages flipped through my head. I was alert. The 8th turn Yu Jonghyuk didn't die in theater dungeon because he was weak. Strictly speaking, Yu Jonghyuk wasn't lucky. The boss of the theater dungeon is the worst opponent for a regressor like Yu Jonghyuk. My breathing was back. Kohup, Hyuk. The external reinforced suit is damaged. There is a reduction in the defense. I got up while holding my abdomen. It was a really nonsensical attack power. I ate so many ampoules yet still received this much damage from one blow. One blow dealt huge damage and I was blown away to the other side of the rooftop. The character, Young Hee-won, has used Demon Slaying LV2. In the distance, Young Hee-won's eyes were burning. I tried to get up but my body wasn't listening to me. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used 100 Steps Godly Fists LV4. The current Young Hee-won wasn't Yu Jonghyuk's opponent. She could endure a few blows due to demon slaying but blood started to emerge from Young Hee-won's mouth. Yu Jonghyuk was much stronger than I expected. The exclusive skill, character list is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Only randomly specified items will be displayed according to user's convenience. Character summary list. Name, Yu Jonghyuk. Private attribute, regressor, third turn, myth, pro gamer, rare. Exclusive skills, Sage's Eyes LV8, hand-to-hand combat LV8, advanced weapons training LV5, mental barrier LV5, 100 steps godly fists LV2, red phoenix shunpa LV1, omitted. Stigma, regression LV.3, transmission LV1. Overall stats, stamina LV28, strength LV27, agility LV26, magic power LV25. Asterisk the character is currently in a loss of reason state. This bastard. He activated a new stigma. Transmission. It was a stigma that allowed Yu Jonghyuk to wake up the skills he had in the past over time. Through this stigma, Yu Jonghyuk would become a full-scale monster. Master. At this time, Lee Jae-hai came upstairs. The jerk flying towards Young Hee-won turned towards Lee Jae-hai. Kwa 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 kwa. Kayak. Thanks to the favor of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare or maybe Ghost Walk, Lee Jae-hai fortunately avoided the blow. I shouted toward Lee Jae-hai. He is being controlled. Go after the theater master. However, Lee Jae-hai wasn't free enough to do so. In the end, we couldn't reach the theater master without going through Yu Jonghyuk. Young Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai's eyes crossed. Their swords moved towards Yu Jonghyuk at the same time. It was the combo of kendo and sword training. But the combo that damaged even the T-Rex didn't work on Yu Jonghyuk. Kuhik. Lee Jae-hai was hit in the face with 100 steps godly fists, spat out blood and collapsed. The character, Young Hee-won, has activated the exclusive skill, Judgment Time. The constellations of the Absolute Good system are silent at Young Hee-won's request. The skill has been cancelled. Young Hee-won cursed. Damn it, not this guy as well. It was natural. Yu Jonghyuk was ruthless but his essence was righteous. Young Hee-won was hit by a force punch and lost her sword, rolling across the ground. In this desperate moment, Lee Gil-young used the special skill, Mjolnir's Thunder, from behind me. Kukukung. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has offset the impact of the attack with lightning resistance. Yu Jonghyuk looked this way. Shit. I knew he would be strong, but this much. I touched Lee Gil-young's shoulder and staggered forward. Gil-young. Please. Do you know what to do? Lee Gil-young quickly noticed and immediately nodded. Yes, Hyung. I'm sorry. No. Lee Gil-young started to mumble something straight away. Lee Gil-young's pupils slowly reversed. I didn't want to do this, but now I had to mobilize all my cards. You have used the Tyrant T-Rex's DNA ampoule. All stats will explosively increase for 30 minutes. Yes, let's fight, you son of a bitch. Stamina LV 24 - Stamina LV 34. Strength LV 24 - Strength LV 34. Agility LV 20 - Agility LV 30. Magic Power LV 15 - Magic Power LV 25. The vitality in your body is rising. The potential of your muscles have exploded. You can move more agilely than before. Your heart is seething with an unknown energy. The gap in insufficient skills was filled with overwhelming stats. If Yu Jonghyuk's transmission was complete, it would be a useless gamble. But it was possible since the skill level was low. Still, it would only be for a moment. This moment was good. The exclusive skill, White Pure Star Energy LV1, has been activated. The accumulation of stats will increase the level of White Pure Star Energy. White Pure Star Energy LV1 - White Pure Star Energy LV2. The feeling of the magic power at my fingertips changed. I didn't have to run as he rushed towards me first. I realized my momentum was unusual as he pulled out his sword for the first time. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used Splitting the Sky Energy LV2. Kakakakak. Sparks flew from our blades. Neither Yu Jonghyuk or I stepped back. I felt tremendous pressure as I gripped the blade. Blue ether burned around his blade. At this point, it was wonderful beyond admiration. In the world of ways of survival, higher stats created an absolute gap in power. Now my physical stats were in the third stage while Yu Jonghyuk was in the second. TL, so over 30 and over 20. Still, he wasn't pushed by me at all. No, it was to the point where I was pushed. I gritted my teeth. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. As soon as the skill was activated, Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts entered my mind. It is painful. Several more times in the future. Do I need to repeat this? I was furious. This bastard, already. Wake up, you jerk. I struck his sword with all my might and stretched out a fist towards his jaw. The attack was possible because I read his movements with Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Supak. My fist hit his chin and he stumbled for the first time. Once the regression begins, everything will go back to the beginning. All my companions will lose their memories and my history is erased. You idiot. Then everything will repeat again. In fact, sunfish were very durable creatures. They died because they were vulnerable to stress, not because they were weak. Just like this guy in front of me. The theater master was able to control Yu Jonghyuk was due to his uneasy mental state. The theater master had weak physical abilities but the best mental abilities. If Yu Jonghyuk's mental barrier was over level 80,000, this wouldn't have happened. What am I? Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were blurred. I was furious once I heard the thoughts in his head. Aren't you a real protagonist? As someone who read all 3,149 chapters of Ways of Survival, I was furious. Haven't you only regressed 3 times? I once again hit his head with all my strength. Was it a miracle? The blow to his jaw slowed him down a bit. I didn't miss the opportunity and kicked his chest. Do you really think so? You have already forgotten the determination of your first attempt. I am the only living thing in this world. A lonely voice. You bastard, don't fall into those sentiments. I shouted while blocking his sword. If you can't find the meaning of life in front of you, didn't you decide to live for the greater cause? The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is activated. I didn't know who I was talking to anymore. Hot flames sprang up from the blade. My eyes stung and my skin became raw from the heat. My voice was breathless. Maybe I was also lost in the moment. I am alone. It was as if I was Yu Jonghyuk or even lived Yu Jonghyuk's life. My chest was tight. Alone? What did I come here for if you are alone? My sword struck and tore at his hands. Blood flowed and the flesh was torn. I wielded the sword like a madman. I gritted my teeth. Why are you alone? When you died like a fool in the theater dungeon, when you cried over your dead little sister, when the prophet stabbed you in the back. When your loved one gave birth to a child. As I was talking, I strangely recalled other memories. Letters and letters passed. My old memories of ways of survival. You went crazy after your child died. The complex memories of his family affairs and things he experienced passed through my mind. Fighting against the demon kings and the returnees. The nightmares of the senior officers in the army. Helping people and fighting against the damn reincarnators. When you finally stood before the constellations. The days when I struggled to get a job and when my bosses were vile and abusive. Everything was in order to live. In order to survive every day. Look around you and try to live somehow. Even so, I returned home. I felt relieved when reading one novel. My hand holding the blade trembled. I became too excited. Damn it. I just needed to buy enough time. I breathed roughly and looked ahead. But, something was strange. Was it an illusion? It was only a moment, but a dim light was returning to Yu Jonghyuk's hand. Some things couldn't be understood even if I read his mind. My heart thumped the moment I saw Yu Jonghyuk's look. The excessive immersion has caused the fourth wall to shake. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were staring straight at me. You, who are you? What are you? I was surprised by the sudden change in thoughts. Surely he didn't regain his sense of reason after hearing my words. How could that be? I was a bit confused. In the first place, I didn't start this operation with the expectation of such a result. The theater master's simulacrum is embarrassed. The theater master's simulacrum has strengthened his control on the character, Yu Jonghyuk. Quack. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes blurred again. Indeed. I had felt hope, but it was unreasonable for him to wake up himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a sunfish. I would be grateful if he didn't commit suicide. The ether of Yu Jonghyuk's sword trembled. The character, Yu Jonghyuk splitting the sky energy, has grown. In the meantime, the skills received through transmission were becoming stronger. It was thanks to the talent of a main character. The white pure star energy gradually collapsed as I kept struggling. I didn't know if it was the limit of the skill itself or a difference in talent. I glanced at Li Gilyang. Blood was pouring down from Li Gilyang's nose. The time had come. Jonghyuk. Perhaps after today, Yu Jonghyuk would become surprisingly strong. I pushed his sword away as hard as I could. Do you remember what I asked before? I asked if I could hit you. There was a difference in natural talent. In the next few years, Yu Jonghyuk would become incomparably stronger than me. But not right now. At least for now. You told me to hit you if I could. Do you remember? If I did this now, then at least for a moment. Blade of Faith is activated. The special option of Unbroken Faith is activated. The ether property is converted to fire. I could overwhelm this ridiculous guy. Ether blade. The fire ether appeared in empty space. Wararek. Yu Jonghyuk was surprised by the sudden attack and took a few steps back. He instinctively felt that it was something extraordinary. But it was too late. The stigma, Song of the Sword, has been used. Song of the Sword. It was one of the strongest combat buffs that the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare was proud of. Your sword is filled with the words left by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. There was a large variation in the attack power depending on which verse was sung, but it was a perfect skill for me right now. Shooting arrows like rain and protecting the Generalissimo from guns firing on all sides. Fortunately, it was a verse from the Nanyang Ilji. Wiki link. An enormous magic power emerged and all the burning ethers were united. I swung it towards Yu Jonghyuk. The chaos was like a thunderstorm. The fire ether took the shape of arrows and started to bombard him. It was an attack that couldn't be used for a long time due to insufficient magic power. However, this would suffice. Do. Cool. Numerous red wounds appeared all over Yu Jonghyuk's body. In this damn world where coins represented all values and the constellations decided the development of the world, I still needed Yu Jonghyuk. Thus, I would protect him today. Wararek. Yu Jonghyuk's actions stopped as flames burned the area. His fire resistance meant it might not be a serious blow, but it was enough to force him into a state of inactivity. I looked at the theater master sitting at the edge of the garden. The theater master's simulacrum is extremely alert to you. Now was the only chance. I started running. In the distance, I could see the theater master stiffen. Then. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used recovery LV2. Damn it, Yu Jonghyuk was already chasing after me. Recovery. It was a scam skill where he could recover quickly after being hit hard once a day. He already obtained this skill due to transmission. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't be faster than Yu Jonghyuk who used Red Phoenix Shunpa. I ignored the theater master in front of me and collided with Yu Jonghyuk's sword. I could only believe in my last card. I cried out with all my strength. Gil Young. Kukukung. The moment I cried out, there was a huge crack in the ceiling of Sky Garden. The black dome surrounding the roof was breaking. The Yu Jonghyuk running towards me was also the Yu Jonghyuk manipulated by the theater master. He looked up with surprise at the ceiling. It was generally impossible for the shielded area of a hidden scenario to be broken. But it was possible for uncommon existences. In the distance, Lee Gil-young was crying while wiping his bleeding nose. Yua. In order to deal with a monster, you had to call a monster. Cool. A huge insect dug into the cracks of the broken dome. Rattle. Like thin glass, the dome broke and the roof was split apart. The astonished theater master screamed. A monster that could destroy the shielded area of a hidden scenario. It was like a gigantic praying mantis, the insect king of great size. The 6th grade insect king, Titanoptera, has appeared. It was an appearance that caused goosebumps. The monster that had been fighting with the poisonous rhino the other day. This monster came here in response to Lee Gil-young's diverse communication. Lee Gil-young laughed. He. Titano. Don't tell me, it did look similar but surely not. Cool. The huge praying mantis flew towards the theater master. Then Yu Jonghyuk blocked it. The character, Yu Jonghyuk, has used strong self-defense LV4. Kwaang. There was a massive sound and Yu Jonghyuk's body was pushed down into the floor of the rooftop. Yet Yu Jonghyuk was still standing. Coo. He was really a ridiculous monster. He could do with a 6th grade species with his current abilities. Yu Jonghyuk even launched a counterattack. Kyo. The Titanoptera screamed at the hard blow. Surprisingly, Yu Jonghyuk was on par with the 6th grade insect king. Maybe it was something he saw when fighting with me. The color of the theater master was returning. Yu Jonghyuk was strong. It was a sudden situation, but the theater master thought he could win. He was wrong. He should have been looking at me. I ran towards the theater master again. There wasn't long left on diverse communicatin'. I wouldn't let Li Gilyang's efforts be in vain. Blade of Faith is activated. The theater master belatedly discovered me and shouted. The theater master's simulacrum. According to the setting of Ways of Survival, this named boss was made with all the heart and soul of a constellation. A lot of time passed and he was in a deteriorated form, becoming the boss of a hidden scenario. However, he was still able to penetrate Yu Jonghyuk's mental barrier. The one who received the divine protection of a constellation. He was never a pushover. The theater master's simulacrum has triggered simulacra. It was a delirium skill on a higher level than the specter's welcome prison. The surrounding space distorted and all types of illusions appeared. The monsters seemed closer to reality than illusions. The ground rats, growls, poisonous rhinos, T-Rex. The monsters I had encountered so far were running towards me. The fierce teeth and violence claws ripped and clawed at me, but I didn't stop. I wasn't afraid. It was all fake. They didn't exist. They were all fiction from a novel. The moment that the blade of faith reached his neck. The theater master's simulacrum has triggered mental erosion. Mental erosion. It was the advanced cognitive manipulation skill used on Yu Jonghyuk. I wasn't afraid because I had the fourth wall. But something unexpected happened the moment he penetrated my head. The theater master's simulacrum is embarrassed. Abyss of the ego. All types of thoughts gathered and the pages of Ways of Survival fluttered. This is. Numerous texts emanated a faint light and floated in the darkness. It was the chapters of Ways of Survival that I had read. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is activated. The complexion of the theater master changed as he dug into my head. He looked at the strings around him and his face whitened. Don't tell me you are. This was the last thing he said. Strangely, he looked at me in awe. The moment Blade of Faith was about to cross his neck, a dazzling light came from his body. It was like a ghost touching a divine light or the penalty for breaking a taboo. He was destroyed without a trace. I looked down at my hands and felt dazed. What just happened? The theater master's simulacra has been killed for the first time. You have obtained 9,000 coins as compensation. You have met the conditions to clear the hidden scenario. You have obtained 4,000 coins as compensation. These messages rose. I looked back and saw Yu Jonghyuk collapsing after being released from the theater master's control. Fortunately, he didn't die. The same was true for Li Gilyang, who had forcibly used diverse communication. Hyung. I rushed over and embraced Li Gilyang. Li Gilyang lost strength and fainted in my arms. The barrier surrounding the theater dungeon has disappeared. The barrier covering the ceiling vanished and I looked at the insect king. Surprising, it turned around and fled. It was like all interest had vanished. I breathed out with a sense of relief. It was over. Are you okay? Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai staggered over. I'm fine. Hee-won SSI. I'm okay. Fortunately, Jae-hai is safe. Lee Jae-hai was hit a lot by Yu Jonghyuk and she couldn't speak because her mouth was swollen. The ending time for the third main scenario is approaching. Perhaps it was time for the end. I looked around the rooftop and saw that dawn was coming, making the day brighter. If Lee Hyun-sung was here, he would recite the Homeland prayer. Jung Hee-won groaned. Ah! Seoul. The ruined city area was illuminated by the faint light of dawn. I heard intermittent explosions from far away. Now there was no more poisonous fog. The poisonous rhinos were crushed under the collapsed buildings. I could see people fighting among themselves. They were probably a group that ended the scenario before us. The entire landscape was trapped inside a huge dome. It was a large barrier that seemed to be breaking. Currently, Seoul was isolated in a transparent dome. Jung Hee-won said, "Really, it is all ending." It was a scene that had to be acknowledged once again. I looked at the collapsed buildings and thought that Mino Soft would be somewhere there. Usanga would be disappointed. It was because Usanga was a person who worked hard. Lee Gil-young wriggled in my arms. "Have you regained consciousness?" Lee Gil-young nodded and pointed to the sky. From a distance, a meteor shower seemed to be falling. The meteor shower was originally the forerunner of the main scenario. However, the number of meteor showers was more than before. It meant the hall would open soon. The meteor showers were probably falling all over the world. Jung Hee-won admired it. Pretty. Jung Hee-won didn't know. The meteors that looked beautiful from a distance would make a nightmare for the people where it fell. Now a bigger disaster would come. Lee Gil-young gathered his small hands together and muttered something. Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai were silent for a while. Maybe they were also praying. It was funny. Wishing to the beings who would become a source of nightmare, it was probably only human beings who did this in the entire universe. After a while, Lee Gil-young opened his eyes and looked up at me. "Hyung isn't making a wish." I looked down at Lee Gil-young and replied. "I have made a wish." "What is it?" "Gil-young, you shouldn't ask that." Jung Hee-won scolded him. I watched Jung Hee-won, Yoo Jong-hyuk and then the collapsed soul again. I wished to see the novel's epilogue. Lee Gil-young looked at me with confusion. I silently gazed at the sky. There were slight cracks in the sky above Seoul. Once the sun rose, the Dokjis would open a new hell.